All right. Am I ready to go live now? I think that I am ready to go live, y'all. I think I got it. I think I got it right. I'm learning as I go, y'all. So, I'm gonna give it time for some more people to come in. So fucking up basically. Fucking up. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah. Can you hear me good? Can you hear me good? Press a one in the chat, Miss Mickey Taylor or anybody else, if you can hear me good. And let me know if it's too loud or do I need to turn the mic down or is it sounding clear? Do I need to turn the mic up or do I need to turn it down or is it fine just the way it is? That's the question. I think I need to move my cell phone away from my mic. Let's do that. Let's do that. What it is, everybody. Welcome to the Sim Police Academy. I am not working today. My truck is in the shop. I don't know if y'all remember the video that I was doing when I left my house and I had the issues that was going on. So I was driving and my truck started losing power. And that is a big motherfucking no buenos. And you know, I still could drive it, but I was losing power, so had to put my truck in the shop. Let me turn up the thing. No, the mic is great. That's perfect. We're gonna put this up here close to the screen so I can come up. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is an early show, and this show came about as I started getting emails from certain people from Africa, and I'm not gonna put nobody name out there, but I was just corresponding with a couple of people from Africa. Shout out to Miss Mickey Taylor. She's in here all the time. So, and you got Diego Made up in here. But I know it's an early show, and I thought about pushing the show off to later in the day to let people come in. And I don't know why I think like that, because people still watch it on the playback, but I think I like for people to watch it live so I can get some back and forth. You get what I'm saying? With what I think, or am I overthinking the situation? But I just been getting emails, and the emails is always, I have no problem with nobody asking me I have no problem with nobody asking me questions about have I been to Africa, whatever. I'll always tell the truth about have I been to Africa or not, and that's a big end motherfucker. Oh no, I have not been to Africa yet, but I fucked a lot of African bitches though. Matter of fact, I prefer them. You know what I'm saying? She ain't foreign, she boring. You know what I'm saying? I prefer my chicks from Africa. You know what I'm saying? So, but the question is, if any new highlights from the girl in South Africa? Yeah, actually, she did. And while I'm on the show, I'm sending y'all. I need to download a video, and I will put it out. But this the question. I'm just gonna set up. I'm gonna set up why the show came about, and then so I'm gonna answer whatever anybody got. Anybody that wants to come on, just ask for the link, and and you can come on and jump on. But I'm just gonna do my little rant right now for the reason. So, but when I say no, have I ever been to? When I say that no, that I had never been to Africa, then the questions just keep coming about. Well, this person and this person go and they're doing this and this person going doing that, and I was responding back to the emails, and I was like, a lot of black people, none of us do the same thing. So we all do stupid shit, but we don't do the same thing. So everybody that's coming to Africa um is not on, it's no program, it's no certain thing that everybody is doing. Shout out to the African Caribbean diaspora talk for coming in here, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mickey Taylor and Diego May. If I ain't say that before, but it's almost like it was a scare tactic to the point to where you're just seen as a wallet. You're just seen as somebody that could give somebody something. And if you're not giving change the Africans. If you're not giving them nothing, they really don't fuck with you. You get what I'm saying? Like, they really don't fuck with you. But if you're gonna feed them, they'll, the difference between, a lot of Africans and Black Americans, if we don't fuck with you, we don't want that from you. We don't want you around us. You get what I'm saying? I don't want you in my neighborhood. I don't want to see you. You know what I'm saying? Don't cross paths. Don't let me see your ass at the grocery store. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. But from the email, it was, because we was, I gave the person free, just say whatever they think, and then, and I'm not gonna say that everything they said didn't make sense. I'm gonna say that what was being told was that, you're only seen as money. Do you get what I'm saying? And like, you would have to force yourself. Of course, people will accept you. Of course, people will, like to see you come. But it's like, from what was being told to me was that Africans, continental Africans only like they Black Americans as tourists. Come around and throw some money around. You get what I'm saying? Because tourism is specific. It got specific avenues, specific places that you go eat at, specific places where you go visit, whether it be mosque, whether it be beaches, whether it be lakes, whether it be slave dungeons. And let me tell y'all, first of all, I don't like that slave dungeon shit at all. You would never catch Hustle Smart at a slave dungeon unless I'm over there to burn that bitch down. I ain't trying to connect with nobody. I ain't trying to feel the walls. I ain't got to see where my forefather was raped, murdered, separated, starved, chained, beat, ridiculed. I ain't got to go to Africa to see. I ain't finna pay to see no fuck shit like that. The real nigga in me would not let me go to a slave dungeon. No, I ain't got nothing against the niggas that go to them slave dungeons and slave the last place that a slave was at. I ain't got to see that shit. See, it's the equivalent of, you know what I'm saying, watching slave movies. I ain't got to goddamn know. I ain't got to watch the slave movie to know how it's gonna end. Or the intricate details about the motherfucking situation, bitch. Don't talk to me about no goddamn slave dungeon, slave quarters, none of that shit. Now you just got some old soft-hearted, sucker-ass romanticizing about Africa. They want to go over there and fill the walls of the slaves. They want to fill the walls of where people died and bled. It's the equivalent of these niggas in the United States sitting up here with the Democrat Party going down there to Selma talking about we shed blood down here in Selma 100 years ago. I got my ass whooped down here sitting at this table. All I wanted was some coffee and some apple pie, and they wanted to beat me, but I stood my ground for some. That slave dungeon, that gunner shit, that return, the year return, that was some fuck shit. That was a hustle, 100%. And a lot of y'all niggas fell for it. And right now, Accra is like the new Atlanta. I mean, not developed like Atlanta, but I'm just saying. But back to the email, the email was telling me that, Africans like they Black Americans just as tourists. And we got to the reasoning behind it, and it's because that I'm gonna explain it like this. I'm gonna say what he said, but I'm gonna explain it like this. Me and one of my homeboys, we always talk, and I be like, you broke or you got money. You get what I'm saying? And I was trying to tell him, I'm like, dog, when I can tell when you ain't got no money, you talk different. You get what I'm saying? But when you have money, I'm not saying that you flexing your money, but you act different. You get what I'm saying? Like, if we say we finna order some food, you know what I'm saying? You pull out your credit card fast when you got money, but you pull it out kind of slow when you don't. You know what I'm saying? You're kind of hesitant when you don't got money, but when you do got money, you asking for an extra piece of chicken. You get what I'm saying? So that's what was in the email, was saying that if when Black Americans come to Africa, you can tell the difference because most Black Americans don't come to Africa broke. And let's just be real about the situation. You know what I'm saying? Let me read a couple of these things. Yes, it's really made for my grandmama yes, it really made my grandma break down in Ghana when she saw that, and she wasn't a slave, but old folks still feel it. Oh, hell no. Hell no. That just, and one thing I agree with Brandon on, not directed at a specific person, but just old niggas. Old niggas is the worst. You know what I'm saying? Old niggas, regardless of who it is, my grandmama, whatever, the oldest, them niggas are the most scaredest, you know what I'm saying? Want to be accepted, want somebody to hug them, want somebody to love on them, no type of rebel spirit, no type of buck in their system, no type of crunk in their system. Most old niggas are some ass kissers. Are they some retired ass kissers? You get what I'm saying? Like that shit is fucked up. That shit is fucked up. Not African millennial, man. African millennial. It's just not no as in the word no. I'm not saying that the Africans hate Black Americans. You get what I'm saying? But in the email, you know what I'm saying? The email clearly states that they see us as a threat, not as a threat as in life, taking somebody's life, killing somebody or not, but we just talking about the status quo. You get what I'm saying? Let me give you a prime example, the way it was broke down to me. Imagine if you at your high school and you're in the let's just say you're in the 12th grade. You're in the 12th grade and you're not the big dog, but everybody know you, and people, you thought you was pretty popular, and then some kid come in, and you're from the South, and this kid come into school and he's speaking like he's from New York. He got a northern accent. You get what I'm saying? Like, even though he's not there to take anything, automatically that guy will become popular. You know, everybody would be intrigued. You get what I'm saying? People would just want to be around him just to hear how he talked. You get what I'm saying? And the other person that was already there, now they start to shrink a little bit. Now I'm not saying that's all Africans, but it's some people that need that type of social congratulations, jubilation, maybe a better word. You know, they like to feel what's up, what's up. See, I don't give a fuck if nobody speaks to me. You get what I'm saying? Like, I hope you don't speak to me. Don't make eye contact with me unless you want to fight or you want to fuck. Which one you want to do? You want to fight or you want to fuck? Fight for a dude, female or fuck. If that ain't it, keep it moving. But I understood. See, the thing about it, I didn't listen with my emotional ears. I listened where I read it with my logical ears. And I got what he was saying. When Black Americans come to Africa, is it some people that are going to see us as, man, that's great that they're here. And it's some people going to see us as, man, you know what? I've been doing what I've been doing in Africa all my life, and this person just come fresh off the plane, and now they getting all the attention. They getting all the bitches. The females getting all the niggas. You get what I'm saying? They don't even have to do much. You get what I'm saying? That is a threat to the status quo of people that have been doing things a certain type of way. You get what I'm saying? And that begots an envious type of nature. That's when people will start plotting on you. You get what I'm saying? Because some people are happy with the roads being dirt roads. They happy with no electricity. You get what I'm saying? They're happy with washing clothes in a bucket or washing clothes outside. They're happy with that. But see, as Black Americans, even though if we come over there and did the same thing, it's just something to do. That ain't nothing that we gonna continuously do. Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know in the chat, am I right or wrong, that if you, as a Black American, if you come over there in a neighborhood and they washing their clothes outside, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you won't do it, but is that something that you're gonna keep doing, that you would be okay with continuously doing for your duration there, or eventually you're gonna be like, okay, I need a washing machine? We're not talking about just going over there playing village person. You get what I'm saying? We're talking about straight up, are you gonna just go with the status however it is, or with your American way of being, are you gonna be like, okay, I can do this for a minute, I need to step my game up? Let's be real about this shit, because I'm telling you, you know what I'm saying? When I get emails like this, and I told the person I'm gonna do a show about this, and I wasn't gonna put their name out because they didn't want to seem like they was trying to stop or scare or threaten Black Americans. But I did understand what they were saying. So I do understand why some Black Americans feel like, okay, if I move over there to Africa, I'm not gonna deal with the village. I'm not gonna deal with the locals on that type of level. I go over there and hang out with them. I go over there and do certain things. But in America, we're used to certain comforts. You get what I'm saying? And that's just the way it is. But I'm gonna read a couple of these messages, because you know I just been talking for a minute and I want to get to the base. And now, believe me, I'm gonna open up this chat. I mean, open up this god damn it stream and let people call in. But I really, I really want to hear from the people that saying something different. I don't need no echo chamber on this one right here, y'all. I appreciate everybody in Civil Police Association, but I don't need an echo chamber on this. You get what I'm saying? I want people to really understand the way some people feel on the continent. You get what I'm saying? But I understood that because I remember when I was in high school. Now, it wasn't me I was talking about because I was a popular because I sold drugs when I was in high school. So I was popular because I had money like that. You know what I'm saying? I was a cool nigga in the back. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I didn't come to school that much. When I did come to school, I had money. You know what I'm saying? Fresh J's, fresh everything. I was a cool nigga. So I was popular by that. I was popular because the nigga that I was working for, my boss man, used to pull up in the fresh whip, jumping in and out, and he snatching up young chicks. So it was known. But I remember when I was in high school, and it was certain people that would come from New York, New Jersey, California, and right off the rip, the whole dynamic changed. You get what I'm saying? Like the females gravitated to the country, because I'm from the country. I'm from Atlanta. Atlanta is the city, but down south. But I saw how some of the dudes got jealous. And the niggas from New York, California didn't do nothing to nobody. They just came in. They just had a different way that they were. They didn't eat fat bat. They didn't eat chitlins. You get what I'm saying? They didn't eat with their hands. They didn't sound like they just jumped off the slave ship the day before. So it was niggas started getting jealous. So it was niggas that I knew that saw them niggas as a threat, because I used to talk to them. And they used to be like, man, that nigga think he all that. You think he's, what I'm saying? And I'm like, no, the nigga just came in and just started talking. He ain't do that special. And when I'm saying this, I don't mean all. So the answer to African millennial question that I still got up, yeah, of course, no, not all, but we'll be dumb to think that some people won't be jealous because if you come to Africa, you're not broke. You can't be in America and be a broke ass nigga and end up in Africa unless you deported. And if you deported, that means you from there. But we talking about the people that's born in America. You're gonna have to spend at least $1,500 to get to Africa. You ain't coming over there broke. But you got people that's over there on the continent that's living off of the equivalent of $5 a day, $10 a day, $20 a day, $30 a day. Let me tell y'all something, shawty. I ordered from a restaurant last night from the sushi place, and I spent $70 on a meal. That's one meal. Some Africans don't even make that in a month. Now, some people might not have a problem with that, but some people will see that as, oh, you spent that much, that's too much. Some people will call that flexing. Some people will call that stunting. We got to be honest with ourselves, y'all. So I'm gonna read a couple of these things because I ain't read nothing since I just been talking. Because I thought about it the same way African Millennium thought. Nah, that ain't true. We Pan African. I'm Pan African, so I don't think that way. But then when I sat there and sized up the situation, let me read these things. We did Ivory Coast as well as Ghana, slave castle, and no one felt good after the visit. For real, for real. I'm just saying, I get it. I would never go to a slave castle, slave dungeon. Never. How would the year turn a hustle though? What you mean? Why is it a hustle? How could it, Mr. Legend? How could it not be hustle for you to have to pay? Think about it, Miss. Oh, let me break it down so I'm not gonna be condescending. Imagine you, Slayer Jim, walking out from your house and you get kidnapped. Somebody snatch you out your house, put you in a van, take you to a building, rape, sodomize, chain you up, hang you, starve you, make you work, and do that for repeat. And then your kids be like, oh yeah, that's what my mama, my grandmama, and then somebody charge your kids. Somebody charge your kids, cousins, whoever the fuck. Hey, Let's go back and let me show you where your mama, where Slayer Jim was. Let me show you how it was, but you got to pay though. You got to pay to see that. Let me show you the house that she was staying in when she was kidnapped. Let me show you the van she was in that drove her away. Let me show her the warehouse where we kept her. Let me show y'all, let me show y'all where the field we made her work. Let me show y'all the house where we raped her at for a fee. That's a hustle, shawty. In its purest form. Matter of fact, that's what we call in the streets, Slayer Jim. We call that guerrilla hustling. That's guerrilla hustling right there. It's almost robbery, but it's finesse robbery. It's finesse hustling. But on a guerrilla standpoint, to charge somebody to go see some shit, to go see the blood on the wall, to go see the chains, the fuck? But that's the long answer to the question. That's how it's a hustle. Let me read a couple of more of these things, y'all. My American grandmama was so excited to go there, but she actually enjoyed the laid-back society she found when visiting Gambler. True. Shout out to Mr. Mufasa Shabazz. If I could go back, I wouldn't have seen the slave visit. True. Appreciate you, Mufasa Shabazz. This is my first time seeing you on, man. You're welcome on this channel, man. You can say whatever you want to say. When I drop the link, you can come on and talk with him. Listen, y'all don't have to agree with me. Even though I talk the way I talk, I'm not biting nobody's heads off. You know what I'm saying? But just be fair in your questioning and listen. This is not an emotional stream right here. This is facts and logic. And as long as you can disagree, as long as you're disagreeing with facts and logic. You get what I'm saying? Like emotional, I'll stop that because this is not an emotional thing. This is just facts. You know what I'm saying? A lot of time, even when I talk to my daughter, I'm like, you need to know when somebody's playing you. That's a lot of time with black people. We know every damn thing, but we can't tell when somebody's playing us. You know what I'm saying? Even if you like something, some things you just don't go near. Only the diaspora think in that way. I mean, what other way can we think? You know? Slayer Jim, I guess because of the media hype and the whole marketing of the year return, we had the whole 1619 awareness thing going on in the States. So it coincide with that, yeah. I'm a diaspora. I don't think that way. Please, Carol. Yeah, he definitely need to clarify that. Why wouldn't you God damn, Miss Aurora Mary. Why wouldn't you would have wanted to see the slave dungeon? For what? You know, Miss Aurora Mary, if I understand, a lot of people want to see it, but you know what I'm saying? See, I got a problem with shit that happened to my forefather. I know a lot of y'all niggas don't have no problem with happen to you, because black people, we got this short-term memory. See, that's one thing that I give white people credit for. They don't have short-term memory. You know what I'm saying? You fucked over them, whatever. They hold that shit against you. You know what I'm saying? We want to sit up here and act like, well, it didn't happen to us, but it happened to your grandmama. Happened to your great-grandmama and her mama. And her mama. Happened to your great-great-granddad and his daddy. And his dad and his brothers. It's I just can't believe that, black people, we sit up and just disregard shit because it immediately happened to us. If that the case, then if somebody came and kidnap and rape your daughter or your son or your brother, then you shouldn't feel no certain type of way about it because it didn't happen to you. I'm a family orientated person, and I just got a problem with that shit because that's to say that I'm the lucky nigga. I'm the one that wasn't born in it. But if my forefathers looking down on me or at me saying, okay, yeah, he got fight in his spirit. He ain't cool with what they did to us. He ain't going around smiling and dancing and inviting goddamn them into his house. They was my enemy and they're his enemy. Like what? And let me tell you something. And all y'all niggas always talk about history repeat itself. That's always, especially continental Africans. That's all y'all talk about is history repeat itself. But it's y'all niggas that sit up here and think that history. Y'all say it, but y'all really don't mean. Y'all just exclude white people out of it. History repeat itself, except for when it's white folks. Yeah, we're gonna get into it today. The thing is, Black Americans always think everything is specifically about them. Africans think all of us living off the continent are way or walking on streets to go. I have no idea what that. I don't know because I don't know no Black Americans that think things are specifically about them. So I don't know that. I am guessing the Africans and Americans took your status from your right. Oh, I'm guessing the Africans in America took your status from you, right? I don't know. I don't know what that means, St. James. But you can come on and jump on the channel and clarify. Because sometimes when y'all Africans type or whatever, it's like y'all can maybe y'all understand what y'all saying, but when y'all type it out, it doesn't sound right. You know what I'm saying? That's not being funny. It's just being real. So I'm gonna drop this link and I'm gonna give everybody a chance to come ahead. Believe me, I'm not gonna argue with nobody. Believe me, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just passionate because the person that sent me the email. I had to get them to speak honestly. And when they spoke honestly, I had to understand what they were saying. You know, so you got Black people going on there kissing the motherfucking ground and shit. And you know what I'm saying? Like you might as well pull out your wallet and throw it on the ground. We cannot unsee the slave dungeon. Oh yeah, I would never go. I don't know. I don't watch no slave movies. I don't watch no slave. I ain't never watched 1812, 1412, whatever that fucking shit is. I ain't never watched Coop de Kente, Roots. To this day, y'all, I've never even seen The Color Purple. I don't watch shit like that. Celestialism, whatever it's called, I don't do that shit. In my country, we have dirt roads too. Slayer Jam. It's classic individual society versus whatever. All right. Washing clothes on washboard. Let's see. Get past a no. I'm finna open this thing up. I'm not gonna do it, but I would pay someone else to do it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I know I'm behind on these things, but read a couple of more of these things. I'm telling y'all, no one really messes with locals, as you say. It's just family and friends, even when you go back in your village. What you mean, your village? We don't have no village. Black people don't have no village. I got a motherfucking 508. What? Shout out to you, his being or whatever your name is. I hope I said it right. I got a motherfucking $579 African SSDNA that's gonna might tell me what village I'm from, whatever. Still ain't gonna be no facts. Because we know that African people are migrate. I feel Africans need to understand that people coming from other continents, to me, even if whatever. All right, make it to let's see. All right, you know what? I am fin to open this thing up, man. And I want everybody that's coming in the chat, I want y'all to jump up on here. God, I missed a lot of that talking. You know what I'm saying? Let me drop the link up in here because I'm just talking. I ain't catching up with the thing. And we really gonna have this conversation. You can have up to 10 people on the screen at once. Okay. Copy it. Why the hell it didn't copy? Oh, invite. Damn. That's what it is, not share. You know what? I don't even know why I'm doing it like that, because I don't have to even do it like that. Hold on, y'all. Paste. There it is. I just dropped the link up in the stream, man. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that want to come on, y'all, come on. Like, this is the thing, y'all. I always put this disclaimer out there, because I am not an argumentative type person. You get what I'm saying? I'm just more facts and logic over feelings. You know what I'm saying? I don't deal with deflections. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like people come up and state what they state. You get what I'm saying? Like that. But welcome to the show, Mr. Mufasa Shabazz. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the show, Mr. Diego Mate, man. Go ahead, Mr. Shabazz. You jumped on first, man. Go ahead and say what you got to say, man.
Nah, man, I want to jump on. Can you hear me, first of all? Because if you can't hear me, I'm going to have to wait till I get back to my headphones. My phone kind of messed up.
I hear you, man. You know what I'm saying? I hear you loud and clear, man. Where you at? Where you from, and where you calling from?
I'm from Dago, man. I'm from San Diego, California.
True.
I'm currently right now in Abuja, Nigeria, though.
Abuja, Nigeria. Okay.
Yeah.
What you got to say about the topic, my brother?
I don't know. I don't feel that energy when I'm over here, man. You know, like when we bring up topics or the conversation of African Americans coming back comes up or whatever. I don't feel the energy of like it's a threat. The only time I really feel that energy is with people of African descent in the diaspora, or people like that making the comments, like Dr. Mumbi when the brothers raised all those millions of dollars for Ugandans. Making comments like, "Well, don't be a colonizer," or people saying stuff like, "We don't want it to be another Liberia." You know, it's these people in the diaspora. You know, damn, I lost my ride went away. My bad. It's the people in the diaspora who are like, I'm hearing say that stuff. I don't really get that energy on the continent. You know, I don't know if other people are getting that, but that's just what I'm seeing.
Well, think about it like this. This is the way it was explained to me. You get what I'm saying? So it was explained to me like, man, that it's not everybody, but it's just like to say, if you walk in a community and you're American, you're a Black American, and it's not everybody's going to have a problem with you, but some people that are going to see you as a threat. You get what I'm saying? They're going to see you as a person that is not down with the status quo. You get what I'm saying? So if the status quo is doing something that you think is backwards, you're not gonna do it that same way, because if it's tried to be forced upon you, you'll rather separate than to continuously do it. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I feel what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. To somebody that's been living that way. Okay, let me give you a prime example. You from San Diego, right?
Yeah.
So they got this gang culture out there. The gang culture out there in San Diego, you know what I'm saying? So if you go in a gang, if you move into a gang area and you're not with that gang shit, you get what I'm saying? And you got people that you grew up with or whatever, they with that gang shit. When you come around and stand around and you're not with it, you ain't throwing up no gang signs, you ain't talking about killing other people in another gang, you are a threat to some people that want that gang life to keep on going. Like they be like, oh shit, somebody might follow Mufasa Shabazz. You get what I'm saying? Like that taking away of the monopoly that they have. And sometimes gang culture and gang activity and gang in the territory, it thrives with not anybody new coming in. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, that's true. I mean, I don't know if nobody's feeling that. And let me clarify earlier what I said. I don't think it's a general thing with the diaspora. I just think there's some couple people that are doing that. It ain't everybody. You know what I'm saying? Just to clarify. But in terms of I don't know, man. I would have to see where you're hearing that. The only place I'm hearing that is from a few people saying, "Don't come back and colonize." But other than that, I don't know who else is saying that.
But
You know
but
what
but
I
the
mean?
thing about it is, why would they even say don't come back and colonize? What the fuck can we colonize? We ain't never colonized nothing before.
Yeah. Well,
So
no, yeah, no. They'll say when we came to Liberia, we colonized. That's what they'll say.
yeah, but that wasn't that. But you see, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up because you know what? Those black people that came to Liberia, they didn't come from goddamn America, not the United States of America.
Where they come from?
They was black people that was from they was from Canada or
No, that's Sierra Leone. That's Sierra Leone. Liberia was the U.S. United States of America.
that came to Freetown, right?
Yeah, Freetown is Sierra Leone.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I'm saying. When I read, now this is what I read. I read that these slaves was the Britain or whatever that let slaves come over there. These were the beginning, and then that's when they call it Freetown. So it what
no,
they
you're correct. You're correct about Freetown, but Liberia was definitely Americans. Liberia was pretty much exclusively Americans for the most part. Liberia and Sierra Leone, two different countries.
Let me
no
get
no
him.
I get
Please
you
let
I
me
get
get
you
him. Please let me get with the
I get
science on.
go ahead. You can go ahead and talk, Miss Mickey Taylor.
Okay, I'm sorry. My heart's beating fast because my uncle was in the government in Liberia. So, Minister Charles Taylor. Okay. In 1822, the American Colonization Society, which was formed by a ton of abolitionists from like Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Jersey, Delaware, like everywhere except for below the Mason Dixon. They were with it. Anybody that went to church, all the people that came to the original 13 colonies of America were fleeing England because of religious persecution. The original settlers, be that as they may, however they made their money, rice, sugarcane, or whatever, we all know they were slave traders and they had pockets in other ways. But their nemesis were these preachers, these white preachers in the North that formed, and W.E.B. Du Bois was one of their members. And the lady that started the Christian Science, I forget her name, something Edie. Anyway, Mary Edie or Eddie. Anyway, those people were abolitionists. They started the American Colonization Society. Boom, 1822. It had been rocking since like 1801. They were the feet and the seat of the beginning of the abolitionist movement to end slavery, which started our Civil War here in the States later on, about 1850 or 60. They really got bucked. Okay, so back to Liberia. Yes, Monrovia was started by, hence the name James Monroe, our current, well, not current, but at that time, the freed slaves' current president. He gave them all the stimmy they wanted, gave them the little PPP, everything, all these free giveaways to get your ass on. And that was the truth of the matter for a very long time. But the locals, they started on a marsh island. The locals were the one that helped them. Though
Hey,
they
hold
didn't
on for a
receive.
second. Hey, Mufasa. Hey, can you mute your mic while you're not talking, my brother? You can still stay on, but can you mute? There you go. Go ahead, Miss Mickey Taylor.
Okay,
You can
no, I was
unmute.
trying to give him a minute. I didn't know if it was delayed or whatever. So nonetheless, after 1822, that society, anybody can Google this. Like, this is the things that like this should be a part of the 1619 project and the things that our kids here in the States are learning because they have absolutely no idea. But I mean, I'm not just saying just because I'm Somali, I know. No, but African children that are educated abroad are taught these things. I'm not saying the locals. I know that's not true because then he will be able to give a quick answer right away. We're not talking about Freetown. Freetown is Salone. That's not. I got a COVID test, and I hope I'm not veering too much, but literally, I switch up. I leave Dulles with one. I arrive with another. Then I start moving differently once I'm on the ground. So I understand this guy in Abuja probably living in my time. Yeah, Aso Rock is a real thing there, but as Kim, about the living conditions for the expats or the repats. Because as soon as they see us coming, as soon as we open our mouth, I just send my house girl to do the shopping for us. My husband's Nigerian. So if you're gonna be in Abuja, that's a party town. It's like living in DC, but not on the southeast side. You know what I mean? Like it's totally all government, everything, and everything's perfect, pretty much. Yeah, it's way better than Lagos, actually. So I'll digress. Thank you.
Go ahead, respond, Mr.
Yeah.
Mufasa Shabazz.
No, just to clarify, I was the one. I was aware that Americans did the Monrovia and Liberia. I was just correcting
Oh yeah,
you.
yeah,
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
correcting
Yeah, I
Liberia.
was
You
I
just
was
brought up
incorrect
Liberia.
about that. But let me ask you
Yeah.
something, Mr. Bad, before you continue. But see, this is the thing. Like, this is my thing. If 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 it was only one country, one city that was done like that, which is Liberia, you know what I'm saying? But then why would that be the comment of Africans Black Americans going to any other country? It's 54 other countries. You get what I'm saying? So how
I mean,
can
I don't agree with that response, and I don't
oh
even agree
okay,
with the
okay.
narrative that we didn't colonize them either. I don't agree with that narrative
Yeah.
because if you go somewhere and people are hostile towards you, and you just came out of slavery, and every single tribe in the area that's now Liberia was engaged in the slave trade actively to the point where you even had presidents intercepting slave raids and people being shipped out of the country. You can't just make it as if they were just sitting there and we just came colonizing. You know what I mean? That's a false narrative in my opinion.
How long have you been in Abuja?
I haven't been here. I just been here for a few months. It's nothing like that. Well, I was here for 2 months, and then I went back to the U.S. for a couple of weeks, and then I'm back. I've been back for a couple of weeks, and it's not just been Abuja. I've been all around everywhere. I just landed in Abuja today. I was
Okay,
just left Owerri. I was just in Owerri in Imo State.
How
now the
does
question
the visas work? I'm sorry, Hustle.
Well,
Is
what
it
you
visa
do
upon
is
arrival?
yeah, they got visa on arrival, but I don't prefer it because I come back and forth. But the visa on arrival, you just have to sign up online, pay your 160, and then when you come here, if you've done everything, then you can get your visa on arrival.
No, I
But the
know
other one
that
is I
part
got it.
from the airport, but what if you're living there and say like during 2020 and during COVID, if you got stuck? Because I found that's been a lot of African Americans' problems over abroad, like saying like, "Yo, I can't move because, this and that. The country is locked down." We get that, but what were the restrictions locally, or did you have to deal with this kind of
No,
getting
I'm not
stuck
based
thing?
here. I'm
No,
not based here. I'm working remotely on an extended trip here right now.
so every 90 days you just re-up, just move around. You can go to Ghana and come right back to Nigeria in every
Exactly.
30,
So
90
the way it
days. Yeah.
works, I have a 2-year visa, and then
Mhm.
you can't overstay 30 days.
Right.
Now you can get an extension if you go to immigration. You get an extension to 56 days, and then you won't have to pay. But if you overstay, like on the 57th day, when you leave, if they look on your passport, they're going to charge you 200.
Charge your tax,
You know,
that 2.9.
yeah, it's 200,
Yeah.
and then if you stay, then the tiers continue to go up depending on how long you stay. Like
Oh,
last time, I had to find out the hard way, and they basically tried to extort me at the airport, but I didn't fully overdo the days, so I just waited it out and played the game, and I ended up not paying no money. But basically, if you overstay, they just have some money ready,
right.
you
But
won't have
who
to pay.
determines that at the airport? Is these so-called government officials subject to bribes, or are they ready with the
Yes,
shit? Like, can you just pay? Okay, I'm with it.
yes.
If I could just pay you and keep moving along my flight, I'm talking about people that get you delayed for several days.
You only get delayed if you don't pay. That's how it works.
Oh
So
no, okay.
if there's ever a delay in Nigeria, or
Bring a
mainly really
couple
Africa,
$100 with you extra.
yeah, if there's ever a delay, well, no, you're not going to even pay the whole couple $100. A couple $100 is the official amount. That if you
so
paying a bribe, you can pay.
what's a average bribe at the airport? What's an average bribe you think?
I never paid nobody at the airport, but
Five for the dub works anywhere in the world, fam.
that's a lot of money. $20 is a lot of
I
money.
know
That's
that's why
that's
they
like
started
10K.
moving like that. I get a dub out quick because the ATM only give out shoot you out a bunch of 20s. So I be like with the dub, like they dollar bills.
Yeah,
Well, like I
it
say,
needs
y'all,
to be
hold on for a
something like
second. Hold on for a second, y'all. Like I say, man, I dropped the link in the chat. Like people asking for some people to come up. Anybody can come up here and speak where they want to speak. There's nobody stopping. There's nobody that's in the. I don't put people in the background, back channel, backstage, none of that back shit, back door, broke back mountain, none of that fuck shit, man. Anybody that want to jump on can jump on. You get what I'm saying? Like it's no. See, that's the difference between me and most people that's on YouTube. I have no problem with being wrong. Make me be wrong.
Amen.
You get what I'm
Somebody,
saying?
our
Because
pastor said
I
we
don't
liars.
get anything out of I don't get anything about me being right and fighting for something when I'm wrong. Like you don't get no prize for fighting for a wrong prize. You get what I'm saying? If I'm sitting up there thinking I'm supposed to get a trophy and I end up with a motherfucking Care Bear or a teddy bear, then I ain't win a goddamn thing. You get what I'm saying? I'm just another dumb nigga that's arguing my point, and I don't want to hear nobody else's point. But anybody is welcome to jump up on. And please do not take take me being passionate about what I'm saying that I don't listen. Believe me, I'm a very patient person. You get what I'm saying? But you cannot just throw. You just can't throw goddamn paper at me, and I'm thinking that it's a brick. It's just not gonna happen like that. You know what I'm saying? I just want facts. You know what I'm saying? I want opinions that based on logic, not based on feelings. And anybody that's sitting up there talking about they got them going to a slave dungeon and kissing the motherfucking floor is a fuck nigga. The fuck you need to go in there.
We went. We was on some
Hold on
tourist
for a
shit.
second,
I
man.
just
Hold
didn't know.
hold on. Anybody that go into a slave dungeon and go to kissing the floor and kissing the thing and praying, the fuck are you praying for? This shit has already happened. This shit is 400, 500 years ago. What you praying? The East, the soul? It ain't no goddamn soul. The soul is gone. Once the person is dead, the soul is gone. Ain't nothing there is left but the remnants, the blood, the fingernails that was digging in the goddamn the digging in the walls, the flesh that's in the shackles. That's all that's left. The fuck you gonna pay for some shit like that for? But I can tell you, go ahead, Miss Nicotella.
No,
Yeah, well, so I can answer that when you're ready.
Go ahead. You can go
I
after
want
her.
him to give it because we went, and I went with shamefully in 1991. We didn't.
How much
know.
did it
I was with
cost?
my grandparents. They was like very offended. We paid probably a couple $100 for all the kids, and they really left sad with the kids in the back of the truck looking like, dang, why grandma and granddaddy crying and stuff? Yeah, because we didn't know as small picnic. You know, we was young, but we like, why did he take us to the museum? That's gonna make them cry though.
Yeah, I went in Ghana. Well, first of all, to answer your question, Hustle Smart, they're probably like African spiritualists. You know what I mean? So they believe that you go, you say a prayer for the ancestors. That's the religion. You know what I mean? So that's probably why somebody would pray. I don't know about all that kissing the ground though, but that's why they would.
Man, I have seen
I've seen it.
videos.
They was doing it. I've seen
I
it.
have seen videos of niggas kissing the ground at a slave dungeon, man.
The point
I
of
don't know
no
about that.
returns. The point of no returns.
No.
If look, if I could go back, bro, I wouldn't even go to the. I wouldn't even know when.
What you doing? You being slick, disingenuous. It ain't that you don't know about it. You know damn well you ain't finna kiss no slave dungeon floor, my brother.
No, I'm not kissing the floor. What I'm saying is,
what would you call? What would you call a black person that was kissing the floor at a slave dungeon? What would you call them? What would you call it? What would you call them, Shabazz? Be honest.
I don't know. I ain't got no opinion.
You don't know? For real.
I'm not trying to kiss the floor.
I understand that. But if you saw another one kissing the floor at a slave dungeon, what would you think about that black person? Just you yourself.
I don't know, man. They probably emotional. I don't know what to say. I can't go hard on them like that. Though.
You wouldn't think that something is wrong with them for kissing the floor of a slave dungeon.
It would cross my mind.
You know what I'm saying?
I can't say for sure because people get hella emotional.
Like, I understand getting hella emotional, but you don't see goddamn when people in courtrooms at the court, they don't go in the courtroom and kiss the floor of when they brothers and sisters don't got murdered.
But they have to be crying at sentencing though.
I understand that. But see, that's somebody getting a punishment. But what I'm saying is at the slave dungeon, it ain't been no consequence and repercussion for their actions.
There
You breaking up, Mister. You
The
breaking up.
people still there.
You breaking up, Mister Mufasa. Yeah,
Yeah, I got a
man.
call. Can you hear me? I got a
Okay, I
call.
can hear you now.
Can
Go
you hear me
ahead.
now? Yeah, I got a phone
Yeah,
call.
I can
That's
hear
why.
you. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying people on their spirituality. But on another note, I wish I didn't even go, man. Like when I went, it wasn't really. I
Thank
don't
you.
know. I wonder how was it for your kids? Because I wonder if I should even take my daughter. Because for me, I already studied it. I just did it. Wasn't no need to go. I was there. It was Continental Africans were laughing through my tour. I think if you do go, you shouldn't go with nobody, like no other groups, no white people, no Continental Africans. It should just be you or other African Americans or like people in the diaspora. I don't think
Don't
you should
take
go
your
with like no
kids
other
because I'm
people.
still traumatized by seeing that. And that was like 24 years ago.
Okay. See, she
I
gonna have to go
mean,
on her own. And I probably won't take her because I didn't really see a benefit of it, and I don't like how they charge us the
wait,
same price.
Hey,
I made them give
no,
me the
no, no, no,
student
no. Hold
price.
on, hold the phone, y'all. I heard that they don't charge us the same price. I heard they charge us more.
That's a lie.
No,
It's
they
about
charge you. They
$40,
charge you the
$40 a
same.
person.
Look, you pay the same amount that a white man would pay if they showed up. But when I went, I was complaining. So I was like going back and forth. I'm like, bro, how you gonna
Oh, the
charge me?
two lines with the chain show do. It's like the club rope. They got the little thing like one, like say you're at the club, one line VIP, one line regular. Yo, they did, and they had us separated black and white. Come to think of it, but my granddad was complaining because it was like $40 for children, and he was like, "I thought y'all had said what Craig and them had told us." Yeah,
I
$40.
went to Elmina. I went to Alima or whatever, Elmina. It wasn't that expensive for me.
Almina, the white one with the gray cast on the back with
You
the
went
two
a long
lines
time
going
ago,
down
right?
the hill. That's that one we went to. They separate them with the ropes
Now,
with
Okay.
the
let me
chains.
pose something up with what Jose Gold just said right here. If anything, take your fam to the monument of the African rebirth in Dakar or something positive in future. The fuck you got to go and look at some goddamn 400 year shackles.
I was with my American grandparents
No, no,
because
I understand that. I
I've
understand that.
seen
I
like
understand that.
Addis Addis Ababa and those the 12 churches in Ethiopia and some very phenomenal things in the north of Somalia and southern Egypt about the Nubians. But yo, these my black grandparents. Yo, they ain't with the they even was telling me don't wear that thing on your head because we don't want these, for them to think you one of them. I was like, Grandma, but you keep asking me to translate though. Okay. Yeah.
We got somebody here telling you to take your kids. Mr. Romero is telling you to take your kid. They might get a reaction. They might.
I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. I don't know. I
Let me
just
tell
for
you
me,
something, man.
I don't know what she might get out of it though. She ain't me. Like I'll give you an example. For me, right? For me,
Go ahead.
I've been conscious already. You know what I mean? So I already been
Mm.
reading, studying. I went through all the anger, the pain, learning the truth, learning about slavery, then learning we was doing it, learning. I went through all of that. So by the time I made it to the slave dungeon, I wasn't learning that much. You get what I'm saying? And all that emotion I had been through it already. And I kind of like turned my emotion down because it was like other people there a little bit. So I just don't feel like I got so much out of it. But for somebody that doesn't have all that history, maybe they'll get something out of it. I don't know. But
Man,
I don't know.
shout out
Huh?
to Mr. Diego Mate from Mozambique, man. Go ahead and unmute your mic, my brother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Tell them
yeah.
where you're from, man.
Greetings to.
Tell them what the capital city
Now I'm from
of
Mozambique,
Mozambique, my
Maputo.
brother.
Maputo to Kokali, Papa to
Maputo.
Maputo. Hey, ain't
And
nothing
there it
wrong with
is,
a
my
shot.
brother.
Hey.
Welcome to the show, man. Go ahead, man. Speak on what you think that you need to would need to be added to this, Mr. Diego.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, I definitely appreciate that. Now, I just want to say, addressing your title, man. It's. I believe that the diasporan Africans are kind of concerned. You see, because they move to the diaspora to get capital, so that they move back to Africa and actually apply that capital to their ideas. You see, so now when they see you an American and you got the ideas and you want to apply it, they become concerned with that, you see, because now it's the thing I was talking about yesterday, the fight for resources. So you're kind of getting there and seeing the same ideas that he's seeing, but now you got the access to the idea first because you got the capital. So yeah, that might be an issue. This is why they got that reaction.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Now maybe I should have put in there so it shouldn't be continental. I should have put continental and the diaspora. How should I change that name? Because should I add the ones that moved to the
That
UK? Because
continentals in the West or abroad, continentals abroad, because like the brother who left said, he hasn't had problems like that with the Africans on the ground. You see, it's maybe a diasporan thing, man.
but see, this is the thing. Okay, we know it's two. We know it's two separate things. We know it's two separate things. See what I mean by the people on the ground in Africa. Okay, let me give you this example real quick, Mr. Diego. I appreciate you coming on the show. What I'm saying is that, say for instance, we got a neighborhood in Maputo, and this neighborhood, don't have, the everybody that don't have electricity, everybody, dirt roads or whatever, and but people been living this way and everybody just fine with it. It's nothing bad about it. I gave that description not to say it was bad. I'm just saying these are the living conditions. This is where it's been going on for the last 5, 10, 20 years. Then all of a sudden, so even though those are the conditions, it still is a hierarchy in those conditions. Do you get what I'm saying? It's still somebody that's the head. It's still somebody that's the chief. It's still somebody that has rank. You get what I'm saying? So rank and order. So and you, under that rank and order, you still have the regular following people that follow these people, that look up to these people, that praise these people. But then here come Hustle Smart. Here come Hustle Smart with his $200,000 in the bank. Just sold my house, just sold my truck. I'm coming to Africa. I'm over here in this same town that's been running this way. You get what I'm saying? Now, see, the difference is that when I come to the party, I'm not sitting here acting like, well, we got to pray and hope something happen, and we got to pray to the gods, and we gonna be blessed. I ain't praying to nobody. I'm just pulling out my credit card and pulling out what y'all money is called, Diego? Y'all money.
It's meticais, meticais,
Meticais?
meticais. Yeah,
MZN?
yeah,
MZN. Okay, I like MZN. I like MZN.
What's one MZM to $1 or €1 pound even right now?
It's $1 is 68 MCN at the moment.
Damn.
Ooh.
$68. So now
Okay,
I come over there with 200,000 cash, and you know what I'm saying, we have people, that's on the ground, and y'all used to this. We got to wait for this. We got to wait for the harvest. We got to wait for the rain to stop. We got to wait for this. We got to wait for this. And then you got this American that come about. You got all these people that's in charge, but now this American step in the game, and when he wants something, all he be like, well, we ain't got to go
for it.
He ain't going to church and praying for it.
But his Diogo's family, excuse me, I'm sorry. Diogo's family is from like governmental work, civil service. So they already exclusive higher middle class at least. God forbid if they got UN assignments. They definitely high class. I just didn't want to do, desecrate what your family be on.
Let me read this off real quick. It said, what is your reason behind leaving a first class economy to a third world country, as everybody say? The reason is simple, that my money would go further. Then you just, St. James, then you just hear how much my dollars would be. So if I got 200, let's see. Let's do the conversion real quick. Cause I let me tell you something, man. I am a nerd to the conversion. I just love it. But I do my research too, though. I see where it's different, because some things are more expensive. 200,000 MZN to USD. Oh no, that's MXN, MZN.
$3,174, folks. It's like a $3,200 for every $100 you spend. So our bread is kind of worth $3.20 to their MZN. 31.76 and 46 cents for 200K. So Diogo Mate, how much
Yes.
is
That's hold on for a second.
three?
That's $12,720,000.
Come on now.
MZN. I'm sorry.
I did it to euros. I'm assuming they exchange euros in the airport over there.
Hell no, they exchange whatever over there, don't
Now
they?
they exchange dollars the
Yeah,
most.
Oh,
yeah,
see,
dollars the most.
it's usually not good to bring dollars all the way to that state. Yeah, but I get my money at the airport. Go ahead, Diogo.
No,
No,
what
no,
was the
you good. Hold
question?
on. Let me finish my thing. So if I got 12,720,000 Mozambican Medical, you know what I'm saying? Why the fuck would I stay over here and pay taxes that I can goddamn take? I can take half of that money and buy the same house or better.
Or
The
better,
groceries are cheaper.
they got a big ass lake over there that look
The
like
transportation
a
is
ocean.
cheaper.
And that $3 head. Don't forget the $3 head.
The head is cheaper. The drinks are cheaper. The electricity is cheaper. You get what I'm saying? All you have to do is give up some of the things that you really don't deal with. See, I'm in a first world country, but I don't, I know all the conveniences, all the comforts, but I don't take part in all the comforts here. So, me and my sister, we was having this conversation about when I was retired. She like, you gonna be okay with giving up this? I'm like, I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with not everywhere gonna have paved roads. I'm okay with that. You get what I'm saying? Now, my sister, she's not like that. She's a bougie bitch. So she might come and visit, but it's gonna have to be downtown. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be downtown. So,
Yes.
she's a different type chick. But what I'm saying is, Mr. Diego, is that when you have money and when you have more money than the average person, you get what I'm saying? You cannot tell me that it's some type of envious that's going to a person that just shows up out the blue. You get what I'm saying? And got money, and to the point that he's spending it to the point that everybody else have to save up to come this way. You get what I'm saying? Like when I used
Now
to speak.
I'll tell you something.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you something. It all depends on how you move, man. Because if you're that type of person that you move and you want to show that you're balling, man, people will start looking at you, you see, and they want to take advantage of you. So it depends on how you're moving. But if you're that type of person that, yeah, you got your money, but you're doing your own thing, it will kind of be a different scenario.
But okay, let's go with that then. I go with that because I like that. I like that. I like that. But even if you're just doing your own thing, Mr. Diego, not balling or whatever, you still are looked at like this is the thing. This is one thing that I know that somebody told me. This was in the email too. They said that most when African, we talking about regular Africans that even got money, Diego, they still haggle down on the prices. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even rich Africans are gonna haggle the prices. But they say most Black Americans, since we don't know the price, we don't really haggle. So even if you're being low key, you get what I'm saying? We all know how news travel fast from one stall in the market to the next. You know that American right there.
I'll give you an advice.
Don't charge him too much. You know what I'm saying? But he ain't gonna haggle down. So what I'm saying, just by that, even being low key, you still will show yourself as a person that has money or a person that don't know the ropes. It take a while to know the ropes anywhere, and especially in a third world country where all the prices is in your head.
Yeah. Now I'll give you an advice, and this is a great advice for everybody moving into Africa.
Come on with it.
You see, you only buy things in places where there's a fixed price and you can see the price with your eyes. You see, don't go to places where the price it's that they say with their mouth. Go to places where you can see the price. You see, this is the mistakes. People want to go to these markets and all the stuff. Of course, those guys will see, why can I sell one banana for the price of three if he doesn't know the price? But if you go to a supermarket that there's a fixed price and you can see, they wouldn't be able to do that to you. It's the same price for everybody else.
Now, I understand what you're saying, Diego, but let me tell you something. These niggas in America is going to that goddamn market, my brother. They gonna walk around that. It is something about us. We got to see that market for ourselves. We got see to us, it's like organized noise. You know what I'm saying, Dig? I don't know if you ever heard that term. It's like organized dysfunction, organized chaos. We like that shit. You get what I'm saying? We like where it's no regulation. Because see, one thing about Americans, Diego, we full of regulation. We got regulation coming all up out our nose. We know every rules. We know what we can't do. We know where we can't go. We know what this is. We know the tax on this. They have implanted a rule book and a goddamn guide in our mind that we know everything that we do. We know the laws. You know, most black people, even the dumbest black person, know the laws of the land. Am I right or wrong, Miss Mickey Taylor? If you're here. She ain't here. But the most of us, we know the rules and regulations of everything. You know what I'm saying? So when we go somewhere where there's no rules or regulation, where it's just word of mouth in your talk game,
I'm here. I'm sorry. I was on mute.
We will be excited about that. You get what I'm saying? Like like I get what you're saying, Diego. Go to the supermarkets, but black people, we ain't gonna do that shit. Because we're gonna want to go there and smell the fish that been sitting out there in ice. We're gonna want to go to where the dude is chopping up the meat right there on the board, and you can stick it toothpick and eating it off with the thing. We you know what I'm saying? We want to see that shit.
That's because we like samples. We like samples.
Even though no matter how much money why you think you see how them rich ass white people going through there? They got to see it because Diego, we have nothing like that in America. It's not one single market in the continent of Africa is like it. Similarity in America. In America, if you don't, not when it comes to
farmers
vegetables
markets or the swamp meats. Or
no. I'm not talking about fruits and vegetables. You can do that anyway.
I know they killing us with the market game.
I'm telling you, I'm talking about when it comes to food. We come to meat. You get in America, that shit got to be processed. That shit got to be in ice. You cannot have no meat out if it ain't. I'm talking about you got to have damn near 100 pounds of ice.
The USDA gonna regulate that.
That's what I was saying. We have so many regulations out there. See, Mr. Diego, mate, did you just get what I was saying when I told you that we know the regulations, we know who's gonna come down on it, we know all that shit. That's what I'm saying. It's programmed in us, the rules and regulation, and we come to Africa. It's like the wild, wild west.
We look like what happened to the feds? What's going on? Where the USDA and why is my eggs brown and not yellow? Okay, well.
Diego, we got OSHA. Hey, have you ever heard of OSHA?
Occupational.
No, don't tell us. No. I want to ask you, have you ever heard of it? Have you ever heard of OSHA?
No, I haven't. What's that?
This OSHA is a place that will come to your job. This is a job where you start up with your own money, right? So say for instance, you saved up your money, your family money, you started up a business in Africa, and then somebody just coming out and show you a piece of paper and say, you know what, Diego, mate, this shit ain't safe for your employees. Shut it down, nigga. That's OSHA.
We have that here, but you know, things in Africa are not very effective. You see, so you might run a business.
You see what I'm saying is you're making my point. You're making my point. What I'm saying is that we know that Africa has a program for everything, but it don't have to the point where people see over here. They call them whistleblowers. See, if you
was get cute being a whistleblower over there.
If Diego,
you might get killed.
Say for instance, you come to work and you won't provide people with safety glasses or safety boots. You get what I'm saying? And this you dealing with certain type of material. Might be bricks, might be heavy timber or whatever. And you supposed to have that. OSHA will come in and shut your doors in America. See, that's what I'm saying. The regulations. See, that's why I'm telling you that even though what you're saying is a good idea,
It's only in theory.
It's only in theory because Americans feel like, and this is why a lot of those people from Europe come over there and get loose because the regulations ain't there.
It's no government oversight at all.
See, you see what I'm saying? Do you hear all the different terms we're giving you? This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's a program chip we got in our brains that we know every average person. An average person might sit up and be like, you know what? Let me think of all the government programs that would come and lock your ass up and shut your business up. They'll realize, God damn, I know all this shit.
Or the criminals that know all the criminal statutes. They be with the smoke. They'll argue with your damn lawyer, but they the criminal though. But they know all the statutes and they literally got them on deck for just the argumentative sake. Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm saying, y'all. Is that no matter how much people will smile and accept me, I understand that everybody is not gonna. This is the conversation we was having with the brother in the email. It's not gonna be everybody that's not gonna dislike you, but it's always gonna be a group of people that gonna be like, God damn, I've been living over here in Maputo my whole life, just trying to get to this status. I just got my feet up under me, so to speak. And it come Hustle Smart with his big head ass, with his blind ass, you get what I'm saying? Walk around here, goddamn, throwing MZN around like it ain't shit. And we ain't talking about just flexing. See, the thing about it is, Mr. Diego, what y'all consider flexing is what we consider just every day. Like I told you, man, I just spent $70 on takeout food.
They call it takeaway.
My sister just got out of surgery. That's cool. So,
how
you know what I'm saying?
What happened?
I think she got some type of shit. It's a robotic type surgery. Like she's just going to late pregnancy surgery or something like that. I mean,
check on that baby though, because she's pregnant.
No, I'm not pregnant. It's after late. What is it? Hold on, let me get it real quick.
Don't give her whole HIPAA business out.
But no, shit. It is what it is. Matter of fact, I was shocked because she didn't
after a big baby.
I was shocked that she didn't tell me. But no, this is something. My sister's older than me. She ain't having no goddamn kids. It'll be a dust baby. But she ain't having no motherfucking kids. But it was called what kind of surgery? Because you know what I'm saying? We had this conversation last night. That's you know what I'm saying? She didn't tell me this till last night. It's called adenomyosis.
Oh, so did she have endometriosis or
no, she had the other one. It's the adenomyosis. Yeah, I did look it up. It is a difference. But
okay. Tell me, school the black women, because I thought that was all a part of endometriosis. Just give us a quick 1 minute, 60 seconds knowledge, because you might need to ask your doctor, ladies.
Yeah. You definitely need to ask. But you know what I'm saying? What this is my point, y'all. This is my point. What I'm saying that it's just the way that word spread around. You get what I'm saying? Because most black people, Diego, whenever I relocate to Africa, I ain't gonna know nobody. Diego, right now, I don't have nobody phone number. What's I do? My South African chick, but I don't know nobody number where I can call and be like, "Hey, put me up." So when I come over there in Africa, I'm stating Hustle Smart claim. I don't know nobody. You get what I'm saying? So the word of mouth is gonna travel. You get what I'm saying? And some people is gonna be happy that you there, but it's gonna be some people you're gonna change the status quo. You get what I'm saying? Like it's gonna be like my homeboy when he said he went to South Africa, he said that he started just going. It wasn't South Africa. I'm sorry, it was Kenya, and he said that it was in his neighborhood. He was just buying. You know, it's a little 50 cent, 25 cent little meat thing for the kids. And he said, you know what has started happening is that the kids started hanging out where he lived at. waiting for him to walk out the door.
Yeah. Of course they will do that, man.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you, Diego. Is some people that will look at that situation and say, you know what, that's good. You know what I'm saying? He's helping out the kids. And some people will look at that, oh man, he flexing. He trying to get a crew. You know what I'm saying? He want people to follow him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, to some people, that is a threat. Because them little kids might have used to follow somebody else. It ain't that I would be asking for that. What I'm saying is when you come with disposable income, you are a threat. And that's what the guy told me in the email. And I had to understand it on that level. Not to the point that it's intentionally done. It just will. It's one of those things that's directly or indirectly just done. You get what I'm saying? Miss Mickey Taylor, let me give you another example. It's just like you being a bad bitch. You can walk in the door and bitches will start hating you. You ain't did nothing special.
I've always been the bitch they love to hate in most parties, but that's just because they think I'm trying to throw on the accent. So I be trying to like fall back a little, but I'm not going to dumb myself down and might miss my billionaire husband because you brocos with no education can't hold a conversation.
But
you
that's my point, though.
Cars and clothes and gym shoes, and I'm talking about stocks and Bitcoin, and he just digging me, and you're mad. I'm sorry,
but that's my whole point, though. It ain't the point. The point is that you just showed up. You can't change. You can't have nothing to do with some people's perception of you. You get what I'm saying? It's gonna be some people gonna be like, damn, you know what I'm saying? She rocking that dress, she rocking them jeans. Oh, I like her shoes. And it's gonna be some people be like, I can't stand that bitch. She coming in here without, you know what I'm saying? I hope that bitch falling. I hope she fall and break her neck.
I said the same thing when I was able to join cheerleading without because I only had a gymnastics background, but I had never cheered, so I didn't know they cheers, right? But I was the new person in school. And I said that earlier when you was talking about these niggas fresh off the boat. Like I literally was fresh off the plane, but only, had very small command of English. And then when I started going to school, the girls that was already vying for the 8 spots that we only had on the freshman cheerleading team was thirsty. And maybe I got picked. So now the 8th or 9th person, whether it's a white person or a black person, is going to say, y'all let this nappy-headed hoe get on the team, and she ain't even go to school here last year, and what? Yeah, but she has 6 years gymnastics, even if it's overseas. Like, yeah, so that is a very standard thing. You don't got to be insecure, even whether it's on the receiving end or the American sitting in the classroom watching this shit go down. Because I ended up going with an American guy, and then he was like, yo, you don't even know what they used to be calling you. Why are you mad because I made the hoop team and I ain't know how to hoop? They ain't gonna let me stand damn near 6 feet and just not cherry pick. Yeah, I can get you 8 points every game, but the girls that's been on the team for 6-7 years, or maybe like going through the squad normally, are gonna be upset and they want to fight. That's why I had to become, even from a Muslim household that has no scrap in them, zero. I'm talking about my family is the most humble people. I'm the only one that's why they take me to go do returns and shit. Because yeah, I got smoked, and not even for that go badass, because anybody could be shot here. No, but what I mean is, like, I'm gonna speak up against injustices wherever I see them, and my grandparents recognize that even from a young age. I'll digress.
All right. If y'all just heard the shit that she just said right there, y'all will understand that's what will make people see you as a threat. It's the outspokenness. You get what I'm saying? It's just something that we do as Black Americans, because even though Black Americans talk all that shit about America, we are entitled as fuck.
Yeah, we are.
We ask why too damn much. And a lot of people in Africa don't ask why.
Because they never had no recourse. But that's
the whole point. That's the point of this whole show that I'm trying to explain to everybody, that when you come over there and you're gonna be asking why, whatever, people are gonna look at you like, oh shit, this person's trying to take over. This person is you're rocking the boat, so to speak. You're pushing the status quo. You're ruffling up feathers. You're going to be kicking up dust. And you might think that is just basic conversations, black people. You might think that is just basic questions that you're asking. But on the continent, you're considered a threat because this shit has been going on for years. You cannot hide. You're not going to go to Africa and shrink. You're not going to shrink. So you're going to stand out. This is what the email came to me, and this is what I had to have a conversation about. And this is why I titled the way it is. It's that you are a threat. What I should have named it as, are we a threat directly or indirectly? That's what I should have named it as. But you are a threat to the status quo. It's the equivalent of you're in a fucked up neighborhood and a police officer move in that neighborhood. He is a threat to the status quo of the neighborhood, even if he ain't there patrolling. Just by him being an officer living in your neighborhood, he's a threat to what's been going on. He's a threat to what everybody else been doing. What anybody been doing in the neighborhood, he's a threat to that. You're gonna be looking over your shoulder some type of way. Some people gonna love for that police officer to live in the neighborhood. Some people gonna love it that he's there. But there's gonna be a lot of people that's gonna be envious of that shit. They're gonna be asking, why the fuck is he over here?
In the DMV area, there's a ton. I used to live in Stafford, Virginia. Anybody from the DMV, you know, that's like right below the Quantico base. And it's a ton of FBI trainees, their wives and whatever. We all like go to the same little yoga shit and all that. Like all the subdivision things for single stay-at-home moms is always FBI or Marine soldiers' wives or people training from the government in the DMV area that's stationed at Quantico that live in Stafford. I've lived Stafford, Dumfries, and Woodbridge. Different levels. Woodbridge is more of an apartment area. Stafford is like once you got married, bought your house, and got your kids. But it's tons of neighbors. And my nigga was on the run, and my whole neighbor was an FBI agent. But our kids jump in the trampoline together every night. Swear to God. And that's just how it goes. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Diego.
No. I was speaking with my brother.
Okay, my fault. Tell your brother I said what it is. Now, this is the thing. You would have to isolate yourself because people will start looking at you. And now, let's go back to what my homeboy was saying. Not only was kids started waiting outside his house when he went to places, people was following him. I don't care.
I think it's feedback from someone.
Yeah, it's on Diego. It's on Diego end probably. But I don't care what you do or what you say. Once you start spending money in a country where people are frugal, you will become a target. Some people would love to see you come, and some people gonna sit back and be like, "Oh man, look at all the bitches following that nigga. Yeah, I have to do all this and that, and
just like
falling all over it. It's
just like Belly.
It's just the way it is. We are a threat because of the way that we are raised up. You get what I'm saying? We always talk about how the system indoctrinated us. It's gonna show when we go to Africa. We're gonna be the one that's asking all the questions. You know, you got African people that will walk past somebody sleeping on the streets with a full family. Most Americans will not let that slide without giving them something.
Even if the wife had to fuss with the husband, be like, just go and give him $5, $10, anything. And yes, we don't ignore that fact.
We're not gonna ignore certain things, y'all.
For them.
And by that note, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. When we don't ignore things, it's only gonna be two ways you're gonna look at it. Okay, it's good. He asking questions Two, who the fuck is he to be asking questions? This has been going on whatever. This has been going on for however how long. So by that logic, y'all, it's still gonna be half that's gonna be okay and half that's not. The people that's okay with it, you're not a threat to them. But
Yeah, but you see,
go ahead.
that will happen to any people moving to another country, man. It's always like that, man. This is just the reality of you moving elsewhere, man. You see, it's just how you going move in that place is what's important. But for the most part, I don't think there will be a problem with diasporans moving to Africa, man. It's
No, no,
when
no,
you
no, no.
overthink a lot.
Go ahead. Continue. Go
No,
ahead
I'm
and continue.
saying when you start overthinking a lot of stuff, man, it's you start finding reasons to not do things. You see, so I don't see a problem, man. You always find that group of people who like don't want to see other people doing good stuff. You see, so you just gotta ignore that stuff.
Is there a large
But
black
Diego,
community?
it's easy to say that when you're not the one being followed, when you're not the one that having people standing outside your house, when you're not the one going in the market and people are purposely coming at you. See, it's easy to say that. See, for most people, you know, as American, even though Americans like attention, we don't like attention like that. We don't want to be the one that's single out because we've been singled out so much. You get what I'm saying? We even do it to each other. We don't even want to be singled out to the point that, like, if I go to the club and people are like, oh, well, let's hang around him. He, you know what I'm saying? He drinks good. In America, see, anywhere else, some people out there are like, yeah, you know, I got all the bitches around. In America, we ain't trying to feed everybody. We ain't trying to goddamn get everybody goddamn look it up. You know what I'm saying? We want to sit. Most Americans will sit back and want to watch. And if we sit back and watch, and then we notice everybody staring at us, we're not going to feel comfortable in that situation. That's what I'm saying. So even though, for like my homeboy told me, he said it was a good thing, but he said he felt uncomfortable with kids standing outside. Because in America, people would start calling him a pedophile. Would start saying that he's coercing these kids some type of way. He's grooming these kids. See, you don't go to Africa and eventually give up all the tropes and the stereotypes that come with doing certain things. You get what I'm saying? If you're in America and you got kids hanging outside your door, you got problems. And they ain't no kin to you, you got problems. So even though he was doing a good thing, he still felt uncomfortable with it. It is nothing that you can do from it because of the fact that you don't know nobody. Now, this is the thing, as being an older person, you can get away with a lot more stuff as an older person because you ain't no spring chicken. You ain't went around trying to chase all the women around. You're not going in the club no more. So you can kind of hide. You can kind of hide a little bit. But see, when you're young and vibrant, you're the bee's knees, so to speak. You're what's popping. You know, the younger you are, the tighter your clothes is. The older you get, more loose your clothes is. The looser your clothes become. Because I still see some old bitches trying to squeeze into some shit. Now, me, I tell people that I'm not going to Africa to open up no business. It's going to be a real retirement thing. But for the young people that coming over there, they're trying to assimilate it, you will become a threat. People will follow you. People will add extra emphasis on you and your lifestyle. At the end of the day, you're a walking wallet. Let me put the link back in here, man. You know what I'm saying? I would love somebody to come up here and challenge this thing. I'm gonna read a couple of more of these things. I put them up. Black Americans were too impatient to haggle over. Black Americans, we too impatient to haggle over pennies. That's what I'm saying. But think about like this, West Coast 1990. I appreciate you for coming on. If we're too impatient to haggle over pennies, that might be the way we see it. But to them, we rich. We rich, bitch. This nigga got so much money, he ain't even trying to talk me down. He ain't even trying to talk me down to the final price.
Let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
With how much you will say it's a great amount for you to move to an African country? To you,
I would not move to Africa unless I got $200,000 in the bank, in my pocket.
Okay, so with that money, man, you need to understand
as a family, man. A broad could go there with about 20 stacks and be okay, because she gonna meet a bunch of people. Like, I can rock. I don't know.
He's not talking about going there. We talking about moving there. How can you move to Africa with 20,000?
I thought he meant like vacay.
No, visiting. You don't need no more than 2,000.
100. I need 100 racks, like, because I want an 80 grand house, maybe something small just for me and my boys, and then I can leave. Because I'm thinking I'm gonna travel. I'm not gonna sit still. I'm not trying to farm and open chicken factories or nothing.
Go ahead, Mr. Diego.
You see, with that sort of money, you need to understand you'll be around a certain circle that's also used to kind of having that money. You see, so unless you want to go and live around people making, let's say, $500 a month, which is it's good money out here. It's a kind of a middle class income. You might have those cases, but if you move to a place where you got people also used to seeing that sort of money, I don't believe that it will be a big problem. So it depends on how you position yourself.
But this is the thing though, Diego. I get that point. What I'm trying to tell you that black people are not going to be satisfied living like that. Like most black people are not coming to Africa to live like that. Like we want to. You get the way we get to know people in America. We like to know people from their base on up. We don't just want to know the rich people or the middle class people. You get what I'm saying? See, we in America,
if you want your hair braided by the shorty to do it for $40 as opposed to someone that's doing it for $200, I'm sure he could point me to a $200 salon. However, I think the best braids are done in the neighborhoods by the young joints, like the young girls, for real.
You're gonna want to know people by the base. You get what I'm saying? You don't want to just deal with. See, I can see Indian people, European people. I can see them going over there, just be like, okay, I got 200,000. Where the neighborhood that's houses are 100,000 and up. You know what I'm saying? Black people. I'm not saying that that's not where I would live, but that ain't where I hang out at. See, even black people, because most black like me have came from the projects, that ain't where I want to hang out at. See, we don't feel comfortable hanging around those type people. Do you get what I'm saying? We don't feel comfortable hanging around the elites. Because one thing about it, we ain't gonna laugh at their corny ass jokes. And if they say something out the way wrong slit, we're gonna punch them in their face. It doesn't matter where a black American is. That's just how we're gonna react. We don't feel like nobody is better than us once we reach a certain plateau. Now, when a black person is down and broke, they'll put themselves next to the broke rednecks and be like, man, I'm just as broke as a redneck. But once a black person get money, you know what I'm saying? He automatically got that elevates his own self up for his mind, body, and soul on a different level. And even though if he go to Africa and live amongst those people, he gonna still be like, you know what? It ain't that many black people around. That's why in America, Diego, you catch rich black people that hang out in the hood. That's why we're the only group of people that go get a brand new car, $150,000, and go ride around in the poorest neighborhoods, trying to pick up the brokest bitch and some goddamn $5 leggings and a goddamn $8 goddamn beauty supply shirt. That's what we do because of we like ratchet shit. We love ratchet shit in America. Shout out to Mr. Icon Fire. I ain't seen him in a while, man. I remember him talking to him on Not Measy show, man. Welcome to the channel, my brother, man. Go ahead, man.
Nah,
Drop your knowledge, my brother.
hey, can you hear me?
Oh, we definitely can hear you, my brother.
No, I was never on Not Measy show.
You was on Brandon's show? Or was it was you
I
on
was on
Brandon's
your
show?
show.
You was on
Oh,
my
one
show.
of,
Okay.
yeah, and Brandon's show.
My
Yeah,
fault,
Brandon's show.
my fault. You was on it
Mhm.
was on my show. I'm sitting up giving other people the credit. Yeah, you had
Yeah,
you had that bootleg Boost mobile phone, didn't you?
Hey, why you gotta do that, man? Why you gotta do that, man?
you crunk up my memory bank, dog. But how you doing today, my brother? Welcome back to the show.
Hey, respect. Hey, I'm gonna cut off for a minute, but let me just say this. I have the answer when I come back, but I'm gonna make an accusation. We all too thief, too much thief. We all thieves. That's the issue. We don't have no moral compass. We two thieves. We two thieves on both sides, Africans and African Americans and Jamaicans and all of them. Too much thieves. Give me a second. I'll come right back.
Do that, my brother. And let me tell y'all something, though. Y'all want to know something funny about what he just said? I agree with everything he just said. And that's why I say we are doomed as a people. You get what I'm saying? That's why we'll never come back up. That crab in a bucket syndrome, it go from the continent of Africa to Black Americans in the United States, to the Caribbeans, the Jamaicans, Aruba, to the Trinidadians, to Haitians, to goddamn the Afro Latinas in Brazil. You get what I'm saying? To the ones that go to the UK and London. We
Now you
don't
need
have
to
enough.
understand.
We don't have enough congratulators. It's always what I'm saying is, Diego, it's always half and half. We never get a majority of anything except for some fuck nigga shit. Go ahead, Mr. Diego.
Nah, it's what I was telling you. Is our vision. It's short sighted. You see, it's the same thing. When I see black folks talking about business and starting a business, they speak like in next week they're millionaires already. You see, this is how we look at things. So of course, this is how we will behave. You see, so it's something we gotta work on ourselves, man. I don't know how we can start grooming the next generation to start actually being serious about what they want to do.
Now, when you talk about grooming the next generation, by your own logic, are you saying that we are not going to we're not doing it so it won't happen? Is that what you're saying?
You see,
Realistically?
I believe that we can only lay the steps for the next generation, man. I don't believe we can do something. Our generation, I don't believe we can do much. You see, we gotta start laying for the next generation.
But by that logic, Diego, that means that the next generation is lost. They freestyle, what we call over here freestyling. You know what I'm saying? You're in the music business. You know when somebody got something, you know when somebody got a song or something wrote down and somebody just come in there and start yelling out shit and freestyling. It sound like they trying to rape a cat, you know what I'm saying? And three mice or whatever, you know what I'm saying? You know the difference between somebody got a plan and somebody just going with whatever.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all, y'all. It never looks like we're organized. That's why I say we're doomed as black people, because there's no organization. We still trying to figure out how to get along with each other. Some of the worst battles and the worst fights that we don't see on TV with white people, European people, Chinese people, even the civil war in each country. Look how white people get along to come together to conduct business. They might not like each other, but they come together to conduct business, Mr. Diego.
Now I'll tell you what's happening with us. I was seeing a video of white South Africans. They actually think a little bit like us in a certain way. You see, what's happening with us is we are not seeing an alternative to get out the situation we're in. So this is the things that happen. You see, I will send you a link to a video. You will see that the same talking points most black folks make when they're speaking about their situation, the white South Africans are making as well. So it's something with being in a scarcity situation that creates all these things that's happening to us.
Hey, let me say this. Can I get a talk?
First of all, man, you got to goddamn before you get to talking, you got to introduce yourself, man. You got to show some manners, my brother.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, introduce
Excuse me.
yourself and tell us where you at and where you're from, my brother.
Oh, I mean, real shit. Well, I'm Icon Fire. I'm Jamaican, living in Florida.
What
You
part?
feel me? West Palm.
Oh, yard boy.
Yard man. Hey, I'm on the phone on something.
Tell them you're on the goddamn phone.
Yeah. So I'm a patriot to Africa. You feel me? I'm a loyalist to the skin, to black skin only. You feel me? I think dirty Christianity and Islam and the rest of them, except for Rastafari and Kemetic cosmology, has destroyed us, and that's what making us thieves. You feel me? Because if you ever wonder why everybody's thieves, well, it's Christianity and Islam. You feel me? Two slave masters' religion that is the umbrella over all of us is making us thieves because they are thieves in the first place. You feel me?
So
And
traditionally, Jamaicans aren't like these Catholic, you know, how they try to paint most typical Jamaican yardie people we know from like the 90s and 2000s here in the United States are definitely super duper wokety woke Christian Catholic Christians.
yeah, and they're the biggest thieves
And
and all
hypocrites.
their shit.
Shout out to the shower posse.
Of course. Listen, all right, let me just say this. How come the shower posse not? How did you know that there was rivaling mafia and some gangs in America, right?
Yes.
Why ain't they are mean little bitches that has no loyalty, so Jamaica stays poor.
No
You see me?
loyalty, but plenty of guns, though. You see how they did South Florida.
Yeah, but the money was for no reason. They had made the money for no reason. They made the money and made no use of it. You feel me?
That's what the CA's Continental Africans are saying that the African Americans are doing now. We bring a lot of bread, but we making no use of it. So, kind of try to combine that with what we got going on in
Mr. Icon Fire, man, I agree with what you're saying, and I definitely agree with you on that religious shit. I think religion is the most segregated. I believe that I think race is second and religion is first for its segregation and racism. A lot of people are racist to each other off of their religion. You get what I'm saying? A lot of people look down on each other based on their religion. Now we do it with race too. But think about it. Those two things right there combined. The color of your skin and the fake ass religion that you anyway, We got Taxi Driver up in here, man. I don't know who this is. You know what I'm saying? First time I have seen him on the show, or her on the show. Unmute your mic, Taxi Driver, and come on here and say something smart. Taxi Driver, bring your ass on the show. Okay, they're gonna be mute. So
I was wondering if that's the taxi driver from the Al Pacino movie.
I know, right? You talking to me? You talking to me? I know you ain't talking to me.
Drew talking to me. Drew talking to me.
But you know, Icon Fire, man. You know, we can we a lot of black people like myself. You know, so my reason to move to Africa permanently to retire is because I'm tired of the fuck shit in America. Not saying that America is just bad. I'm just saying that the shit that I don't like, I can live without. Of course, the living situations are going to change. We're not discussing that. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna be all the way honest. I am so disappointed in black men in America. I'm disappointed in all these simps, fuck niggas, gang members, dope fiends, goddamn rapists, all these dumb niggas. And I know you got those same type of people in Africa, but what I'm saying is it's not promoted. See, when I hear African music, you get, of course there's a little rap or whatever, and they talk that, but not majority of the music. Majority of black men music rap in America is talking about killing, robbing, doing some drugs.
And they're totally trying to assimilate that now. I had never heard Nigerian music use the N-word, but yeah, Afro beats is with it. Wizkid, T.Y. Savage. What's the other one?
Do you know that?
I'm listening. I knew the words to these songs before I knew what the words meant. And my husband used to be like, yo, do you know what you're saying? Just dancing and listening, thinking I'm listening to reggae music. Nah.
Listen, Nikki Taylor, you see, the goal of every African in music is to make it in America. Is it so? Of course, these things will happen, man. Even when I was making beats, I wanted to move to America because there's where the big market is. There's where everybody will respect you if you make it.
So it's an economic.
They will start.
All right. Did you know that?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. The only thing I don't allow in the show for people to interrupt each other. You know what I'm saying? Just everybody is allowed to speak their point.
Okay.
When Diego Mate go, you know what I'm saying? Icon Fire, you can talk for 30 minutes straight if you want to. You get what I'm saying? It goes for me too. You know what I'm saying? I try my best not, and believe me, everybody is good at it, but I'll just make it out there. I just like for everybody to make their full point before we jump on. I mean, listen, I believe everybody over here got good memories and that they can remember what they said. I'm sitting up here eating blueberries right now so I can goddamn remember what I was going to say. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want us to get too emotional when we talk.
Right.
That we want to interrupt our brother because we got Mr. Icon Fire on here. Blessings to him. You know what I'm saying? He down here in Florida. He's a Jamaican. He's a Rasta. We got Mr. Diego Mate from the goddamn country of Mozambique, from the capital city of Maputo. And we got Miss Mickey Taylor up here. She from Chicago. She from all over. You know what I'm saying? You Somalian? You Somalian, Miss Mickey Taylor?
Yes, by birth.
By birth. So go ahead and finish your point, Diego Mate, and then Icon Fire. Go ahead and clean up. Come up with the
like I was saying, you see, Miss Nikki Taylor, it's not only economic, man. It's the first thing is the whole world got their eyes on America. Is the first thing. Is it the second thing is it will be cool if you in America and you actually got the American look. People will look at you as, yeah, this guy is a cool guy, you see. So is what's happening, man. So this is why they start using the N word and they start appropriating the Black American culture, like I say. So yeah, that's what happens, man. So I believe that it might get worse, the Afro beats with time. So we should just see it.
Go ahead, Mr. Icon Fire.
Yeah, do we all know the reason? Do we all know the reason why those music can get played though? Did you know that it is instructed to play? Because there is nothing done in America without the white people constituting it. So you you could have heard Buster the Cracker, you feel me? You could have heard it if they allowed it. You feel me? You could have heard all of that. Run in the bank or run over them Crackerville. You feel me? You could have heard all of that, but it's not allowed. You feel me? So ask yourself how these people play allowing anti-black music. You feel me? These people are purposely making anti-black music play and making demoralizing music play. I'm telling you, it ain't the little black people. It's
But it got to be the black people. It has to be the black
yeah,
people because the black people are the
it's
ones
them
that's
first.
making the music. It's that
All
old
right,
saying.
all right,
Have
all
you
right.
ever?
Hold up,
Hey,
hold
I
up.
can't
It's
find
not
it.
why I
Hold
say it's
on
not.
for a second. I can't find. Have you ever
Yeah,
seen the movie Boys in the Hood?
of course.
Hey, what I'm saying is that in order for white people to push something out there, it has to be the black person to produce the product. You get what I'm saying? Like a white person, if a white person tried to rap
What if
gangster
it's
rap,
what if it's requested?
and
I'm just saying this.
that's
I'm
my
just
whole
saying this.
point. That's what I
Hold
was
on.
getting
I'm
at.
just
That's
saying
what I
this.
was getting at. It's
Are you
requested by us. We're
big
the
man?
consumers.
Yeah, but big man, just listen to me, man.
Go ahead.
There are people with conscious music who go to the studios,
Mm-hmm.
which are not um embraced by the music industry who is putting out the music. So they choose what's going on. See, it's like this. It's like this. If you want, if it's like this. If the system was not promoting violence upon us, then they would choose the conscious players, and therefore everybody would see that, oh, they only accepting these, so therefore they would coordinate and configure, and assimilate. You understand? So because this is what is embraced by the music industry to put to the people, the music, the people don't have a choice. They have to assimilate.
No. People got a choice. See, back in
Yeah,
if you
but
would have
what
said
about the
that,
simple people
uh,
who have to who have to fight for their food, and who have to try to feed their, yeah, a lot of immoral stuff they gotta do because of the system, bro.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, I can understand if you were saying 5, maybe 8 years ago, I would give you that. But see, right now on the platform that we're on right now, YouTube, I
Yeah,
know plenty of brothers on YouTube that don't have no record contract, ain't signed to no studio, no production deal or anything. They get on here and make music on YouTube. I know brothers that make money, go do shows just off of YouTube, and that is all on them. They are sitting up in a studio in their own house making beats. They are putting out whatever music they want to put out today. Now, I would have
yeah, but
gave you that.
aren't they
I would have.
wishing for a deal? Aren't
No,
they
they ain't
wishing
wishing
for a
for no
deal?
deal. They don't want to be signed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. A lot of guys, I got a look nephew, I'll for to tell you his name. He don't want a deal because they make more money being independent now. See, that's one thing about trap music. You don't have to, you don't,
Yeah,
those producers are not from a big studio. Those from a dude that in an apartment that's making a beat on a 4 channel, a 8 channel recorder. You know what I'm saying? They don't want record deals. That's an old myth. These young brothers these days want to be independent. They don't want to put out no album because in an album they're told which route to go. Now a brother can make a song and get his iPhone and make a video on YouTube and get 5-10 million views and go do shows.
I'm gonna ask you this. Say the system is a moral system, right? Wouldn't they ban all of those boys? Even on YouTube, they would ban them, all of that, for speaking this way. What if what if the tone was set to say, if you speak frivolous things about women, or if you talk violence against your bro and all of that stuff, you will be banned. You only have to talk decent, you only have to talk appropriate, all of that stuff, and those music will go. So if there was those laws,
it cannot be that, because that would go against the First Amendment. You get what I'm saying? Now I understand what a lot of people know. It would go against the First Amendment, freedom of speech. You cannot tell nobody what they can't say. See, I remember back in the day when people thought Luke Skywalker was the worst thing in the world, and all he was doing was talking about pussy and ass and shaking ass. He wasn't even talking about killing people. And his shit went all the way to the Supreme Court. And even then, they told him it's freedom of speech. He's allowed. You can't tell people what to say. Now, what you can do is you can market it to say that, okay, you can say this on a different platform, but you cannot stop.
But even though you can say what you say, are you allowed to threaten?
Yeah, you can threaten.
You allowed to threaten a person?
You're not allowed to make direct threats at a person, but if you put it on the song,
you still have, that's the free. You're supposed to have
no. It's a difference, because now see, this is what you call conflation right here, my brother. I'm glad this is up, because I'm good at this. I had to teach my daughter about this. You get what I'm saying? See, when you're standing in front of somebody or you talking direct to somebody, there is a moral compass to that situation, because that's an individual. I am intentionally directing it directly at you. You get what I'm saying? I am morally talking directly to you. That is what you call a terroristic threat. But if I get on a song and say I kill everybody in the world, that is not a threat. It's not even realistic. See, that's what I'm saying. The threat has to be realistic. And when you're talking to somebody directly, if I get on the phone right now and say, all y'all bitches I'll run over with my truck. But if I start saying, hey, Mickey Taylor, you in Chicago, I'ma run your ass over. You got on the red shirt, you got on a jean jacket. I know where you live at. I'ma run your ass over. That is a direct threat. That is the difference between something on a record and something that's on. And sometimes with a record and an entertainer, that is not. That is entertainment. So they can always say that, you know what, I'm just making something.
So you really think we have freedom of speech?
Of course you got freedom of speech. You can say what you want to say, just like I'm saying what I want to say right now.
Do we have freedom of movement?
See, that's what I'm saying. You're pushing the goalposts. You get what I'm saying? Of course you don't have freedom. Of course you don't have freedom of movement, because somebody can literally come and stop you and put you in jail for moving in a certain way or going to a certain place. But nobody can stop you from talking. Now, it's repercussions in certain places like business. You get what I'm saying? You can't talk this way if you're at somebody's job, because everybody signs a piece of paper. Once you sign something to go work for somebody, you're under what you call a decorum. So a person can fire you based on what you say. But like me, I own my own business. Nobody can tell me, nobody can fire me. See, that's the one thing that people hate about Kanye West, and they call him crazy, because he don't work for nobody. He worked for himself. So it seems like, you get what I'm saying, when it comes to him talking, it seems like people want to counsel him. You can't counsel nobody that's self-made. See, that's why I don't got to the point now that when people cannot stop you from talking, they want to try to counsel you and get you fired from your job. They try to take money from you to shut you up. See, now we don't came to the point that somebody would try to sue you. They still can't stop you from talking, but now they feel like, okay, I can't stop them from talking, but I'll take money out their pocket. That's how low down we are as a society. Since the First Amendment is there, somebody came up and said, well, you know what? You can sue them. You know what I'm saying? But freedom of movement, no, it's definitely not no freedom of movement. It ain't even no freedom of movement or staying somewhere. If you buy Mr. Icon Fire, if you buy a house for $250,000 cash money, if you don't continue to pay those property taxes, they'll come and take that shit. That's not freedom.
True that.
That's my whole thing. So the freedom of speech thing is there. It's the point that as Black people, we gravitate to the dysfunction. It's the same thing with the movies and the shows we watching. Goddamn Love and Hip Hop of Miami, Love and Hip Hop of Atlanta, Love and Hip Hop LA, all the Bad Girls Club. Give me some more Miss Mickey. I know you watch them. You know what I'm saying? These ratchet ass shows. All this show is
that's why you're not at 15,000 views right now.
Of course.
Watching. That's why you're not at 15,000 watching.
I agree.
If you was bullshitting, you would have got there already, maybe. You feel me?
I agree with that.
Yeah. People don't really like hearing real stuff about themselves, especially Black people. And I think it's because we kind of ashamed. We're kind of ashamed because we not changing. We don't want to change either. You feel me? Or we don't know how to change. What I think is we need a rule with a moral compass, as we'd say. You feel me? So I think like on a government structure, club structure, everything, I think we should have this oath. You feel me? Where we have to swear in terms of like, because I have made up an oath. It says, I swear loyalty to the Black skin and patriotism to Africa. So I think that a lot of people is a man of their words, and most people is really skeptical about what they say, because most people mean what they say. So if we come up with this moral compass where you have to swear to your goddamn self and your origin, you feel me?
I agree.
I think that and you feel me, like from child stage, police, soldier, gotta say it, goddamn before the football start, you gotta say it in class, you gotta say it before school, you gotta say it after school. You understand? A rule of the nation. You feel me? So it even says what it means. So you're not supposed to be fighting because you said you loyal to the skin. You feel me?
I agree.
And you're supposed to die for Africa because you said you are a patriot to Africa. So I think these are the standards we have to sort of put, whether we on the club level and all of that stuff. You feel me?
Now this is the thing, Mr. Icon Fire. What you said was correct. Based by what you're saying that we need a code of conduct.
Yes.
Now, see, that's gonna be a problem with these shifty ass, punk ass, sorry ass, simp ass, dumb ass, hoe ass, buster ass, simp ass, husky hyena hoes. Can't tell them nothing, bitches. Only person can judge me but God. You don't know my life. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ain't paying my bill. Bitches and niggas. That's the problem, because the white man has already told them that, goddamn, you ain't got to listen to no goddamn Black leaders. You just come to us. Just write your name on this piece of paper and get these food stamps. Write your name on this piece of paper and get these government assistance.
Well, that sort of thing, what I'm talking about, is really for Africa, because Africa is not a nation as yet. Africa is not a governing system as yet. So Africa is so young in terms of structure. So this could be part of the structure for Africa. You feel me? Because if Africans start swearing to their skin, you feel me, and highlighting that they swore to their skin, and and start seeing color, because that's Africans' problem. They don't see color. They think that every color is quote unquote equal, but that's only in our eyes. You feel me? So we need to understand that yes, everybody's equal, but that gonna be put aside until we gather patriotism, loyalty to our color. You feel me? And start noticing the importance, or finding ways to make ourselves important to ourselves. You feel
You
me?
know,
That type of way.
the
You
only
feel me?
problem with that is that with black people, we so fucking stupid. This go for Africans too, stupid ass Africans, that it will always go with who's the one that's presenting the message. See, that's
It's gonna
one of
have
the
to be
big.
enforced. That type of shit
Thank
gotta
you.
have.
See,
It has to be
that's the
enforced.
then that's
It's
the
not
problem.
something we
See,
can just
who
say.
then who would do the enforcement?
You gotta have to go to the high ranks of the system. And
What system?
I'm saying it's something that should be at the helm of the Constitution, in terms of the Constitution says that first. You
I'm
feel
with
me?
you. I'm with you. See,
Yeah.
the funny part is, see, only reason why I'm pushing back on you, I'm just trying to show you that.
I
Uh,
totally understand. I
I,
totally understand. This, listen, people, listen, you say we done for,
yes,
and you see me? So I know what you're saying, because it's like, you go left, we done for. You go right, we done for. East, west, north, and south. We like, golly.
yeah,
You feel me?
yeah.
But you have to understand that all of those east, west, north, and south is Christianity that's afflicting the people in terms of confusion. They're confusing the people. So our job is to deconfuse the people, and they was born in it. So you gotta have a general understanding that
It has to
these
be a
people
general
was
understanding.
yeah, these people was born in bullshit. So they grow up and smelling like bullshit. What you think? You feel me? So we gotta like, hey, let's clean off your hand right there. Put some soap on it and smell it. Do you like that smell? You understand? And they might be like starting to get to like the smell till they just bathe and fucking start using soap. That type of stuff. You feel me? That
I
scenario.
get
So
it.
it's like we gotta go easy with people. We gotta make people understand. I counteract people a lot in terms of um where is your God? You feel me? Where is your this? I may I be like, that's how it is. Yeah, you feel me? It has to be a life in terms of these things, because it's hard to deal with a confused people who think they are smart. They actually think they're smart.
But let's
I
put
mean,
but let's put what you said in perspective real quick. See, this is why I like Diego Mate being on the show so much, and I actually like you being on. I love your outlook, because you have a like I tell everybody that somebody got to be
I
positive.
still have hope for my
Yeah, you
people.
got a lot of hope. See,
Yeah.
I'm a numbers guy. So I'm still a Pan African, I'm fighting. People say, "Well, you contradicting yourself." I'm like,
But you
no,
know,
I'm fighting for the day that it turns around.
yeah,
The day that
yeah.
it
And
turns around, believe me, I'm gonna be right there in the hunt. But I know for a fact, Mr. Icon Fire,
yeah.
is people don't want to hear that shit.
And
People,
let me say this to you, Hustle Smart.
go ahead.
I appreciate you for doing this, man. Man, you don't even know you're like um you're like raw. You feel me? You like
True,
you like you like Heru, big bro. I'm telling
true,
you. You feel me? You like the third eye that we all supposed to see. You
right.
feel me? Because these it's you rare. You feel me? You rare. And when we see a troublemaker like you coming into consciousness, you feel me? Man, I I I've been doing this from like the 90s, like 94. So I appreciate you my youth for to see this shit. You feel me? Because what I be talking shit about all the years, is showing by seeing you coming endorsing people consciousness and putting a twist on it. You feel me? Because
Right.
you ain't doing it on no goody goody. You going into the hood, bitch. So I appreciate that shit.
Yeah.
You feel me? You
Yeah.
speaking hood language.
Yeah. I'm going for the neck. It's the bow
Yeah.
tie flow. I'm going for your neck.
Going for the neck. You feel me?
Straight up.
With consciousness. Yeah.
And that's the whole point, and that's the whole point of my channel, because I think it's a mental thing. It's a mental thing for you not to see us the way I see us. I sit back sometimes, Mr. Icon Fire, and I be like, these niggas are trying not to understand that we're fucking going the opposite way. I don't give a fuck how much good shit you don't see and how much good shit you don't saw. We have more fuck shit going on. We have more people we have more babies are being aborted, babies being born. We should have been at 60 million here in the United States. But I digress from that point. That's another topic, y'all. That's another topic. Now, this is the thing, Mr. Icon Fire. See, the only problem that I see with what you're saying is that you're actually talking on some basic level, almost raising a child from birth type shit.
God damn. It's true.
Hold on. Now,
It's true, man.
it sounded good what I just said. Now wait for
It's true, man.
it come to whipping. It come to whipping. See, like the ego mate say.
No, listen, hold on. I'm drastic like that also.
Right.
But I don't have the power, so I can talk. I don't want to just talk it.
I got you.
Listen, I already told you. I would be enforcement also, because I'm involved in enforcement in unconscious towards consciousness also. You feel me? Because I don't reject bad. I know it's a balance. So you can't be too good. You can't be too bad. You feel me? And you got to know where to direct your bad energy, because bad energy exists. You feel me?
It's a bad energy is seductive. It's seductive. Yeah. Like it's almost like, have you ever watched one of them shows about, the devil or Medusa, or they tell you things about the mermaids? That they was killers, but they were seductive with it. You know what I'm saying? They make that shit sound nice. See, this is what I say about put your phone on mute. Put your phone on mute, Mr. Icon Fire. It's your phone. Okay, there you go. You're good now. Now, this is the thing. See, it's like what Mr. Diego Mate says all the time. It's a primitive mindset. You get what I'm saying? So we're still at the point just trying to teach each other the basic shit. Everybody else is leaps and bounds. They're coming together and be like, you know what? I'm a stupid ass white person, but let us come together and conduct business. I'm a stupid ass Asian, but let us come together and conduct business. I'm a stupid ass French, Italian, but let us come together and conduct business. Black people, I'm a stupid ass nigga and I know everything. Nobody can't tell me shit. I know everything about everything. Who is you? Why you over here? You ain't black. You ain't real African. You ain't from this tribe. You ain't from that tribe. You got 3% Nigerian. You 30% Ghanaian. You ain't real. That's us. That's why we're doomed. Because we can't even come together on the basic shit. We still trying to figure out how we gonna get along with each other. We cannot win. That ain't that. We need it. No other race of, that's why no other race of people take us serious, because they see that we still trying to figure out how to get along with each other.
The Jews from their diaspora came all together from 1949 to 1967 and just made it happen. And they totally didn't even speak the same languages. There were some Jews from Eastern Europe. There was a ton of Jews from America. and a bunch from, the HC that I'm sure they don't want you to say the word, but that part during World War II with Nazi Germany, they all came together somehow from 1949 until 1967 and created a nation, took over the Palestinians' land, like said it was ours. But we can't go and do that. We're not going to get along together from 2021 to 2022. So I'll digress.
Yeah, and this is the problem with us, man. Is our value system that's wrong. It's like we gotta remove the brain, wash it, and put it back again because it's very polluted, man. It's very polluted. We in a bad situation because the way we think.
About each other mostly.
Yeah, no, we don't think bad about nobody else. We only think that way about each other.
And we definitely have common grounds as far as getting bread, or like, well, not common grounds for the way of. However, the desire is there, and we just don't have the effort collectively.
We sit up here and not understand what this topic about. Do continental diasporan Africans that leave and go abroad and whatever see us as a threat? It's no way you don't see that, because we see each other threat in our own neighborhoods. We look at each other. I'm gonna tell y'all something that I noticed. I forgot. I think I was in the mall with my daughter, and I was just standing there because I don't walk around like that no more. I just stand there, so my old man thing. And I watched the way black people look at each other. Black people look at each other, excuse me, and look at each other from the ground up and down, back down.
And
You
be
get what I'm saying?
totally wrong in their assessments. Usually are wrong in their assessments.
But when we look at white people, we look them dead in their eyes and smile. Or don't say that at all, but we still don't look at them up and down. We judge people by what type of shoes they got on. That's how we judge each other.
Is it one thing I realized? Me analyzing here is most of us are still in a subservient position psychologically when it comes to white folks. You see, this is why we are this way with white folks. I believe that psychologically, most of us are still in a subservient position.
But Diego, by that logic right there, if we see another person, black person, that's living high off the hog, so to speak, like we say in the United States, or we see another black person that got way more money than we got, than I have, and all of a sudden this motherfucker just popped up in Africa. He just popped up in the village. We already in a subservient role, a way of thinking. How can we not see that person as a threat? That person ain't acting subservient like we is. He ain't dancing. He ain't dancing for Massa when Massa come to the village. He ain't hugging and smiling and asking Massa for $1. He ain't begging Massa for nothing. But that's what everybody else doing. Why he ain't doing it? He becomes a threat, Mr. Diego, because he's doing something different than what everybody else doing. See, that's the difference between them and us. See, the black people that when they come to Africa, they want to get to know the people. You get what I'm saying? It just because it's something that see over here in America, we ain't seen nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? We only see majority of black people when we go to the hood. See, we ain't seen no city or no country that's 90% black. We ain't seen that before, Mr. Diego. You see that shit every fucking day. You're used to that. See, This is what you talk about. This is what we talk about, Diego, when we talk about how rich people, we be like, why the hell did a rich person kill himself? I wish that I had that much money. But think about it like this. We got all the comforts of America, and most black people would rather be in Africa. But you'll get black people in Africa that's around 99% black people, but want to come over here and be around white people for money. See what I'm saying is the reason and the tactics are different. That's why you will become a threat. It's just the way that it is. Shout out to Mr. XDMC. I saw him in the chat a little earlier, man. He's called me ODB. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Mr. Untouchable. He in the goddamn building. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, baby, I like it raw.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? We are Slayer Jim said we are subservient to the point that we do each other the worst. Exactly. And that's why I say that when you catch a black person that's not acting that way, you're gonna look at them different. Because if you don't, it's gonna be some people that are gonna be stopping and be like, well, why he ain't acting like that? See, one thing about niggas, we're nosy as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna want to try to figure out why Hustle Smart ain't acting like us. Why he ain't goddamn dancing and shaking his ass, dancing barefooted in the dry hot sand in Africa. Damn, he got some money. You know, when he go to the market, he don't even have to haggle down on the prices for a couple of pennies. He gonna go ahead and pay the 25 cents for that mango. He ain't gonna try to get it for 20 cents. You know what I'm saying? Anybody else would be sitting up there haggling for 30 minutes.
Meanwhile, they dropping off the trees for free in the same area. I ain't arguing with nobody unless it's about some bread. And then that tends to be our standard, and we think we want. But I'm petty enough to say, like, wait a minute, I just seen you gave the Mazungo this certain price, and I was next in line. Why is it this for me? Yeah.
And that's when I was talking about the questioning, Miss Mickey Taylor. See, now it all makes sense. We're gonna ask those type of questions.
It should be asked. What about the black lady that's in the Gambia exposing them after their storm season? It's not even over for selling the chickens in the freezer. They're so frozen, they stuck to the wall without a wrapper, not in plastic, nothing. So of course, black people are gonna expose that, but they treating her over there like Art Kathy, like she done said something wrong. Gambians, I think per se, I'll say I don't know if it's just them, but that overlay for the underplay tourism, like, yes, I like to go to Dubai, but if I find out that they fucking our kids, I'm gonna let everyone else know that, boom, don't come here with your children, because they grabbing the shorties or the locals off the bus, like from the tour, the first drop off at any beach, any resort in the Gambia. Even if you're not staying there, it's a ton of mothers out front with their babies, like, let's just have a day picnic. I was like, they must sell weed. They got the smoke. I'm asking my husband, they must got smoke. He was like, no, let's just see. Because they don't. And that's not that. And it's acceptable amongst the locals until outsiders come in and start saying stuff. And then I'm not here or there about the issue, but the fact of the matter is, if you're promulgating this thing and this is your hustle, then go and start an agency. Do it in a better way, because this shit look bad right now. Like, what y'all got going on is real effed up. And it is not a good look, only on the strength of you expect Westerners to come here and not notice it. But we do.
The money G.
I will tell you something, Miss Nigga.
Go ahead, Miss Dingle.
It's a part of the cultures in Africa that a lot of people don't understand. You see, those things actually happen a lot across Africa. This is something that we are fighting right now in my country, because we got certain cases just like that in the Gambia, but it's not mostly like child prostitution like that. Is old people marrying, already having contracts with parents to marry their girls at 16, 15. You see, but that happens a lot in the north. You see, so it's something we're fighting. But I understand what you're saying. It's
It's
something
the
that we're
same
fighting at the
poverty
moment.
mindset, though. Like I
Yeah.
know they do arranged marriages in Hargeisa, where I was born. But like if we won't have a standard of living, then nobody else will think everybody else will think that's okay. And I get that. Like I see what you're saying. Like it is across the continent. It's not just the Gambia. It happens in anywhere there's a tourist area. It's going down in Zanzibar for real right now. Worse probably by number underreported than the Gambia. The reason why we know about the Gambia is because it's been a long-term British expat kind of location. Since the doors closed down in Ghana, everybody ran to TZ, and now they're noticing it. It didn't take Tiffany Banner to be able to say, yo, this white boy was holding hands with a young black dude, and it made me feel uncomfortable. Yo, that's the first time in Seychelles I noticed that. But nobody got Seychelles or Moros or Comoros on the map about this same issue. So I'm just thinking, like, yeah, it's a bread thing. Like, I know they can't manufacture their own resources. It'd be bothering me because I always want to use that as a defense.
Yeah.
These countries got more bread than us, and they behave less lowly mentally than even colonized slaves. So I be wondering where'd all the smoke come from, the ADOS, or I'm neither. I don't know what the fuck that is all about. But with the
Hey,
whole conversation with that, we made something out of
Empress.
nothing. What's that?
1 second. 1 second. Empress. And the panel,
I
Miss
be
Dr. M. Arcana, right? She's she's trying to raise funds. You feel me? 1 million person, $1. You feel me? To start uh, a project in Ghana where people can move, or and a university and stuff will be built. All type of stuff will be built, right?
But where is the oversight? Because if there's
But I'm
still no,
just saying,
it could
I'm
boom.
just
She
saying
can.
there's no support. I'm just saying
Oh,
that
okay. So
we
even
are
if
not
okay, let's
interested.
just say they raised the $1 million. If you guys raised the $1 million and decided to go buy 14 cribs on the front coastline of Kumasi, then what? What the diaspora can say? Nothing.
What you mean? I said there was gonna build a university and all of that stuff. I
I
think
said,
it's close
where's
to
the oversight from the government to ensure that these projects actually come to fruition? There is
well
none.
the government has supported it. I don't understand. There's big
I mean,
support from
as
Ghana.
in here in the States, if you start a nonprofit to build a university and just say it's that, or if you start a charity, say you want to open a orphanage, any
Yeah.
501c3 is going to be regulated by two governmental bodies here in the United States, the IRS and also SEC, because you're saying you're a
Mm-hmm.
charitable company. We shouldn't expect any profits, and said profits will be reinvested back into the company. That's the type of governmental infrastructure oversight I'm talking about. And I know that does not exist, not even in Egypt, one of the most modern countries, even Rwanda. They're doing big things. So I know they ain't got it going on in Ghana. So they can,
So
okay, so if we give
so
y'all
what's
the
your what's
million
your
bucks,
point?
then what's
What's
going to
your
happen?
point? It's not supposed to do. You're not. It's not legal. What's your point?
No, what she's saying
Ay,
is
Dios
that no
mío.
matter if they do it, what I'm saying is what I'm saying is that until you get the type of regulations like we have in the United States, it's always just going to be a one-off. So I understand what you're saying. Don't do nothing, because that's what a lot of
You
black
know
people
it's a.
tell me.
You
Don't
know
do
it's
nothing.
a. You
But what
know
I'm
it's the
saying is,
previous. You
no,
know
what
it's
I'm
the previous ambassador I'm talking about to the United States from the AU. So you think she's not you think she ain't past those boundaries as yet?
no, but no. What the point is that no matter what she is, and see, you know what the thing about it.
Thank you.
Say for instance, a congressman from South Carolina that's from the Geechee tribe, and he ain't got but 600 people in his jurisdiction,
Yeah.
right? Even if that lonely senator, a lonely alderman say for instance, if somebody fucks with him, he has the whole United States government behind him. You get what I'm saying? If push come to shove, the whole the military from California coming to his aid, the military bases from Nevada coming to his aid, the military bases from Pennsylvania, they're gonna put up a strike package to come support. This is what she's saying. So what I'm saying is it could be done and it's good. But that's what he's saying about a lot of stuff that we do. It's
I mean,
only
what I got to do with white people, though? I mean, if
no,
it's
it
us,
has nothing to do
what
with
I gotta
white
do
people.
with-
It's
what I
saying
got to
that
do with the system?
we talking
What
about
I got, what I got to
we
do
talking
with
about the
them? You saying
regulations,
that
the
you can't do
oversight.
anything?
You
Yeah,
was
but
talking about the
what the-
support, right? You was talking about the
yeah, but
support,
who-
right?
No, but why are we talking about that type of support? I don't understand.
No.
Because with
You're getting
support
it.
comes oversight. Nobody's
Yeah,
gonna give you bread and just let you run off on the plug, fam. That's
exactly.
not
That's
how
what I'm
the shit
saying.
works over here or nowhere that you expect to have any real accountability. For
That's
your
why
bread.
a lot of black people
And that's
don't
pure
donate and do
basic.
stuff over there in Africa because there's no oversight. See, even when you got Go Black to Africa, and that's what he was telling me about. You get what I'm saying? He was telling me about that he knew a lot of people that was doing good stuff in Africa, but he's saying that it's just something about when you give your money, you know what I'm saying? It's no checks and balances. You know what I'm saying? It's nobody that has something that like freedom of information. That shows every dollar, where every dollar goes, where everything goes, and if it's not going right, people have to answer to it. And that's why this is what he told me out his own mouth, right? He told me that when people give the money to him, say he makes sure it goes directly to the person, the individual, like that. He like anything that it get big like that in Africa, then people start getting roguish.
Yeah.
Because there's no oversight. You get what I'm saying? And it's then if people steal money, it's no type of, in the words of Eddie Murphy, it's no consequences or repercussions. They're just gone.
Look at Save the Children of Africa. Remember, any of us over 40 or just say over 29 could remember Save the Children at late night, BET, even on the box, just Save the Children. Google Save the Children with a fake Bitcoin right now and see what they did. After they went defunct as a non-functioning charitable organization in Africa after raising over $3 billion, boom, they tried to save themselves and went to the Swiss and had them make them an app and tried to say, okay, we ain't steal the bread, but we just gonna give it back to you in Bitcoin. And Google it right now. Wallahi, don't take my word. Google it for yourself. Save the Children got a whole I was gonna say Ethereum. What is it? Cryptocurrency to try to save their necks from the U.S. government. That's why I keep telling Quasi them you can still go to the feds overseas. It ain't like you exempt, nigga. As soon as you get ready to use your real passport and walk through anybody's airport, you boxed right then and there. Call yourself an organization raising money, and you scamming from other Americans and think the feds ain't got jurisdiction. Okay, well, again, back to the point. Save the Children raise all the money in the world, as we all know, on Christian TV here in the States all these years, and just now finally getting indicted in 2021. So don't tell me how the feds don't sleep on their bread. They looking for it.
Let me read a couple of more of these things before I continue on. Before I retire, I train new employee. This coming from the Muddy G. Every time I was training a white employee, if we were approached by a black person, they would think that the new hire was my supervisor. Yeah. It's some type of weird thing that when we see them, we automatically get to smiling and get the dancing, getting the shift and getting the moving, right? Like it's almost like we get happy. It's the weirdest thing in the world that we get happy when we see them. And when we see another black person, like, oh shit, here go that nigga. Well, I wonder what this nigga want. I wonder what he gonna do. You get what I'm saying? It's like it'd be the equivalent if they was always helpful. You know what I'm saying? Like like when they brought you Jesus, it's like nothing that they can do wrong after that. I mean, Mr. XDMC said, now hustle smart. You did say you were showing up that Africa butt ass naked. I said that I said that I should be able to show up butt naked because that's the way that my forefather was taken away from that bitch. Butt ass naked, chained to a goddamn boat. Shit, so I should be able to show up the same way. I shouldn't have to jump through no hoops. My forefather didn't have to jump through no hoops to get goddamn kidnapped and brought over here and work in the cotton fields, and then after a few years push some Jesus down our throat. African Americans are the predominantly subservient of all black people. Michael, oh boy.
Bullshit.
Michael, oh boy, you just say some shit, man.
Hey, I think he be looking for a fight.
Yeah.
He want to get his addy out so bad.
Let me tell you.
He want his
he know that
so
ain't.
Let me tell you.
That ain't true.
Let me tell you. I'm Jamaican, and as far as how I see it, except for the Rastafari movement, African Americans in majority is the most stand-up people. You feel me? In the black world.
Okay.
In the black world. I'm telling you.
We're just the wildest. We're the wildest is because
but y'all don't take shit either.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all don't really take shit. You feel me?
Kingston don't take it either.
Huh?
I said I know people from Kingston that don't take it either. They even run our streets in our neighborhood here.
No, we don't take that either. But we'll take it from white people. I'm telling you.
Exactly.
Jamaicans don't take it from each other.
Notwithstanding.
Jamaicans don't take it from each other. But they'll take that shit from white people. I'm telling you. You feel me? Except for the rest of man. I'm telling you. I'm not asking. Hold on. Let me tell you about Americans, right? They'll call each other bootlickers. But in the next parts of the world, you have people that actually will lick boots.
Yeah.
You feel me? In other parts of the world, you have black people will actually lick white people boots if they tell them to. You feel me? Americans ain't like that. You feel me?
It ain't damn black person in America that would go work for a white person, even though we kiss a lot of ass over here, that would let a white person lock the door behind them or lock them in a room.
Hey,
yeah, we scrap it off top. We fighting for no reason.
Yeah, we ain't going for that. We ain't going for that shit like that. Like,
or pick up. Hold on. Wait. Pick up a whip and tell you to turn around.
Yeah,
that just literally happened. I think somewhere
in Kenya.
I was gonna say. I think I said on some diaspora channel. The boy took the handle from his brother. The white boy, whoever was the owner, asked the kid for the whip. He threw it to his brother instead of the white boy, and that nigga got busy on him.
Yes. That
part.
I
was happy. I said, nah. If we gonna go down, let's just go down together.
Mm-hmm. That's South Africa.
I said he was ready though. You see how that happened? The Chinese. I don't want to say he was Chinese or Indian or whatever. Whoever the foreigner was that owned the company that was finna whip discipline the young black boy. Well, let a real nigga hold the chain. And he gave it to him. He told me, throw it to me. He threw it right to his homeboy. And the nigga already knew what the smoke was. Turned straight around. Just straight after the camera went off. I said, oh, they scrapping over there. I said, somebody probably got killed.
It almost went around the white boy neck.
They had him dragging him. That's why I was like, I want to say they was fat ass, soft, slow Chinese because they can't fight, but they got 1 million soldiers.
But Africans is waking up though. You feel me?
They're waking
up. I'm telling you.
I see it. Somalia trying to get a fucking real government. Can you think since they done killed, a boy down south in Tanzania, that something else might happen.
Listen,
so Kenyatta moving real kind of slow right now. Trust me, all them boys in East Africa really moving very timid in front of their white counterparts.
I think Africans love here when we say black power. They like that shit.
Well, because they never heard it before.
Like that shit. You feel me? All they need, I think Africans just need us as encouragement to show them that, hey, we proud of
We
who the
got
fuck
your
you
back
is.
and we like it.
We the best, and
Mhm.
we think you the best too. That type of shit. I think Africans just need that encouragement, and you gonna see, because nobody really not really endorsing their color, and they grew up that way. So
It's
if
not even
when
so much the colorism in Africa, it's just the youth. Y'all have 90
no,
million people
I
under the
mean
age of
no, I mean
35.
the
That's a lot of fucking.
appreciation. Listen,
Okay.
I mean the appreciation for their color and identify the
Oh, no.
appreciation of their color. I'm
Most of
telling
the
you
youth want to
that
be white and wish they live in the UK or America. They should stop that because that we wish we was over there. I'm telling you. I go
who?
through this debate. I'm saying a lot of the youth
Hey man, where my
in
motherfucking money at?
hey, that pussy ain't gonna pay for itself, y'all. My bad.
What?
Yeah, where my money at? How the hell you don't know where my money at, nigga? I knew where it was at when I gave it to you.
You're not muted.
No, you don't want to be. I ain't asked you to come get my bread. That's how it be when you looking for
What's
yours.
up? Sound like you on that powder? What's up?
That's shorty money
You
you holding
sniffing and
up.
That's
you
for kids.
sniffing and you sniffing and snorting and you sniffing. You know what I'm saying? What you over there at the Snorter's house? What's popping?
Not the slaughterhouse. Let's mute ourselves.
What you got for me? What popping up there?
Gwinnett County. Shout out to Lawrenceville. I like that
You
Chick-fil-A
say
right
what?
over there in Duluth. And Lawrenceville, Georgia is the shit. Gwinnett County.
But I
You
called
sound
you
like
up.
a badass from
So
Somalia.
what's up with the work though?
He said, was I where?
You sound like a badass from Somalia.
No, my
Same thing I
family
needed
are
last
full of
time I called
militants, but I'm not a badass. I did everything the right way. I followed the rules.
You did?
Diogo. No, Diego,
We'll
I'm
see
telling you.
what's up.
I
What
follow
time
the
is
rules.
now? It's
I'm
like
telling you.
5 o'clock. I hit you back
So
around 7 to 8. How long you gonna be out there?
Don't Maputo got a big lake right there?
I'm saying, how you get back to the east side?
Uh,
who?
I'm kind of hearing bad because how so smart you speaking? What are you saying? Sorry.
That's what's
No, I
up.
was saying,
Just bring
isn't
it
it
over
a
here.
big, large body of water? Isn't
I'm
like
still over
y'all
here.
got a
I'm
big
still over
lake
here
over
on
there
Moreland
that's
Avenue.
close?
So
Yeah, yeah.
just let me.
We do have a lot of
We'll see
lakes
about 8
and
o'clock. I hit you
because
about 8.
we just next
Got
to
the
the
traffic
Indian
down there.
Ocean, so even we have a lot of beaches and all the
Well,
stuff,
then we
man.
need
It's
to make
That's
a
what
it's
deal
it's a
then.
good place to visit.
when I googled it, I
Sound
was
like
like,
you ready to make a
damn, it
deal.
it looked like it was a big lake, looked like an ocean or something over there.
Yeah, we do have. Yeah, but it's full of crocodiles though.
Ah,
How much you got?
uh-uh. Oh, that's like New Orleans.
So
Oh,
you
Florida.
need 1,000. All right,
Yeah,
then. Well,
it's,
then
it's
let's make a deal
full of
then. You know what
crocodiles,
I'm saying?
man. But you gotta try the beaches if you come
It will
to
still be
Mozambique one day.
I
after
know,
traffic
but I
down
Yo,
at
don't want
about
no
7.
beaches
So
that's
let's
gone.
let's talk some serious business about
yo,
7
does the
o'clock then.
environment need
All
crocodiles?
right.
What?
Crocodiles. I think eat a lot of rodents, so those areas never really had rats and shit because the crocs eat them all. That's like South Florida. They got a lot of roaches, but they ain't got no goddamn rats like that.
Yeah. All right, y'all. I'm back. Let's see.
Yo, we heard the
I'm
deal.
listening.
No, we
Hey,
Yeah.
won't end on it. Can we all just try to see, like, if we make that same deposit, can we get double what you talking about?
hey, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm listening
Amen,
to
somebody. Let
I'm
the whole
listening
church
to
say
people.
it, man.
I'm
We
listening to
heard
the
everything.
people that just want to forget the Cullen Awards that we fought. I agree with that. What
Yeah.
up, though, Mister Kazam's way got his
Oh, that's
I think
LOS.
I think he got his little Ghanaian chick that he supporting up on
You
his
got
thing. He
two of
might have
them. He
yeah,
said he
he's
got
supporting
two.
he's supporting that one. You know what I'm saying?
Icon said he got two of them.
Might as well put on the first street if you gonna support him. What's up,
No,
LOS?
he said he ain't. Remember, he was the main one talking about, I don't want all them wives. Like, yeah, I could probably, yeah, I
No, he
mean.
can do 2. He good for 2 or 3
He
though.
said, I don't even want to do that much fucking like that. He just
No,
want
no,
to
no.
be
That was
by.
me. That was me. That was me.
Oh,
He knocking him
that's
down.
because
He
y'all,
young man.
you guys are truck drivers. Y'all stay on the road all the
Yeah,
time.
he young. He young. He'll knock him down. That was me.
Oh,
So goddamn, we
oh,
got
the one in the possible. Yeah, I forgot.
yeah, we got Mr. Pan African Strike Back. Man, I appreciate you for coming through. Goddamn Brandon
What
and
up,
Pan African Strike
Brandon?
Back. Let me tell y'all something, man.
One of the
Brandon's
realest,
always
man.
welcome because he's the one that put me on to this shit. Well, he didn't put me
Mhm.
on to it. I got my star from the show.
From watching him.
From no, he just let me come on and take his audience. You know what I'm saying? Like he let
Shit,
me
Brandon, that's
post my
LBC. That's Snoop little cousin. You know they talk anyhow, so he gonna let you rock.
Brandon let me come on and post my channel. You know what I'm saying? We talk when he in Kenya. You know what I'm saying? I direct his ass, pay him to goddamn go run
I
around
want
and
to
do
go
shit
with
or
them in
whatever.
November. You know that's our birthday. No, you November
Yeah,
26th. I
mine's in
mean,
October. Mine's will be done.
but still, you probably still be on your birthday shit if we traveling on the November 10th. You can still rock out.
Shout out to Mr. Kunguru. I ain't seen you over here in a minute. You know what I'm
He said,
saying?
"Simping ain't easy, cook."
You know what I'm saying? Now, this is the thing. I'm gonna read. Pat, I didn't read all the shit. Continental Africans wrote Black Americans off when they came to America, saw the opportunities we were passing up for handout.
Right.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I believe that once this is we're gonna take it to we're gonna break it down to the lowest common denominator.
Mm-hmm.
Once the slaves left Africa,
Change the starter.
Africans didn't give a fuck after he left. They just didn't give a fuck and they act like it didn't
Oh
happen.
yeah.
See, the funny part about us, since it happened to us, we're taught to remember what happened to us. So it
Yeah.
always shocks me when I hear the people on the continent always act like it wasn't taught to us. So how could you not teach about the people that was took? And we're always remembering the people that the action actually happened to. You get what
Even
I'm saying?
for an
See,
oral history, because they
I can
say, "Oh, it wasn't written down," but an oral history is just. How do you think we know about the Gullah Geechee? Because it was an oral history. Like we still get it.
I understand if we was taught to forget about it because it would be so much trauma, but I don't understand because most Africans didn't have to go through what we went through. Y'all, they should definitely be the one to remember. It's like a guilt thing. You know what I'm saying? That's what it feels like
I
to
think
me.
it
It's a
boils
guilt.
down to something like that. Similarly, because we got the African American in the one household against a continental American, and they still think the same way. Exactly what you're explaining. Talking about.
So, you know what I'm saying? This is the thing, man. Goddamn, we got Mr. Jose Gold. I mean, damn, Jose Bruns on here, man. Jose, let me ask you a question. Why did you pick gold instead of bronze instead of gold? I know it's an off the wall question. I don't know if anybody ever asked you that before, but why did you pick bronze instead of gold?
Well, actually,
See what had happened was,
it's a slave name
uh-huh.
that I can. There's no word for what I actually want to say because every word is dirty that I'm going to use, but I'm going to use it as example. I can I don't take it too literally, but I'm going to use words that are not 100% true. Here it comes. I can live with this slave name. That's it.
Mm.
That's my skin, that's our skin.
That's what's up, man. We got down. Appreciate Mr. Jose Gold. Come up in here, man. He's got down front. He's over there in the Netherlands. No, you in the Netherlands, right?
Yeah. But my intention was not to take part, but the last part where you were on, you mentioned something that I hear a lot, and that's Africans didn't go through what we went through. And let me tell you this: my father is just from 38, right? My father is just from 38. He passed last year in April. They said it was the C word, but okay. and he's from 38, and he have seen I don't know how you call it in English, but when people tie you to 2 horses or 4 and rip you apart. How is that called?
They just call some got them split a nigga in 2.
Well, my father has seen the canyon where he is from is very isolated. It's behind the highest, the tallest mountains on the island. So it's very isolated, and he has seen horrible things in colonial days. So there was close to cattle slavery in colonial days, and public executions for people with a big mouth. You understand? So it's comparable with your lynchings.
It's true.
There's a lot of things comparable. There's too much comparable, and I hear my brothers from the other side of the ocean look for differences and even defensive, but there are too many similarities even on the timeline. For example, the human rights movement and the Immigration Act and us immigrants coming in large waves to Europe, and maybe also in those days to the United States. I don't know, but in Europe in those days we came in larger groups, and all those similarities on a timeline. We should be talking about those similarities to find each other and to know our enemy and his steps, because we can tell each other our story and find clues. You understand? I wish we would use this internet thing for that purpose.
Now, Mr. Jose Bronze, I just want to call you gold for something.
Call me Jay.
Hey, JB. Hey, but check it out. The only thing that's not similarity is that it was 100% niggas that went through that shit. You get what I'm saying? Now, you definitely had those things happen in Africa too. So I'm not saying they didn't get the goddamn they didn't get the shepherd stick up the ass, you know what I'm saying, so to spep. But what I'm saying is that
the stick up the ass is a literal
it's literal
that he also gave.
Yeah. But see, I'm finna get it. See, that's the thing. See, that's another show for a different day. I'm gonna get to that now. We don't want to get these niggas too much information because they subject to go crazy, Mr. Jose. You can't give them so much. But what I'm saying is that, you know, the difference is that that when everybody came over here, you know what I'm saying, it was 99.9%. You know what I'm saying? They might have picked a couple of niggas that they like off the boat and said you ain't got to go through it, but 99% of everybody got it over here. But hold on for a second. Go ahead, Miss Mickey.
I wanted to say, Brandon, ask them what tribe are they the Kikuyu? Like, why did that happen? Like, let's understand the overall dynamic for what the content was at that time.
True, but this is the thing, y'all.
What does it matter?
This is one thing, y'all. That's what I was just going to say. See, this is the thing.
It always does.
It doesn't. What I'm saying, it doesn't matter to the point, because when they came over here in Africa, when they brought them over here in America, they ain't give a fuck what type of tribe you from. See, that's what I'm saying. Like that's the thing that we understand about what happened in Africa. See, a lot of stuff happened in Africa based off tribes. That's why when some people were selling each other, you know, we sell each other based off of tribes. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
I just want to know
our islands are proof that nothing was based on tribes. I think it's based on the tribal wars that Europeans had among each other.
I know the island. I know the island he's talking about, and I understand what he's talking about. Maybe only one tribe was on his island, or it was a.
No. I wasn't talking about. I was speaking in general. I had took it back to slavery. I took
But
it
look
back
at
to
it
slavery.
I
from
was talking about
Hold on,
slavery too.
y'all. We can't talk at the same time. I know we all got good points. You get what I'm
Okay.
saying? But
I
let
was talking.
Jose go. Let Jay make his point. Then I can fire go next. Go ahead, Jay.
I was talking about slavery too, because the Cape Verde Islands is at the coast of Senegal, and we don't know who we are. They say, quote unquote, that the majority of us are Papel and Manjak. But Manjak is on our island. It's a negative word for people from the continent, or for darker people, or for people for ignorant people. So Manjak is the word, is our word for nigger, while most probably a lot of us are descendants from Manjak. But it's one great mix from what is in the vicinity of the islands. And there are various forts where slaves were held before the Grand Passage, and the passage, most probably a lot, if not most, of the ships passed through or by our islands, because right there, and you can see it at the peninsula where Dakar lies, where right there the stream from the north and the stream from the south meet each other, and are diverted to the Americas. This stream ends somewhere in the north of Brazil, and those Guyanas in the south of the Mexican Gulf. You know what I'm saying?
All right, hold on for a second, man. We got two more people that just don't jump down. So everybody,
So
mute your
I was
mic.
talking about slavery. I was talking about slavery, and that they didn't look at what tribe people came from.
No. White people didn't look at the tribe. I'm talking about. We talking about the black people that we talking about the black. Well, I'll get back to that in a minute, man. We got LOS in the building. We got Mr. Pan African Strikes Back, man. Go ahead and unmute your mic, Pan African Strikes Back, man, and tell me what you think about this topic, my brother.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you good? You Gucci, man.
All right, I'm gonna do a show later today, so I'm not gonna stay on too long.
What time you doing your show?
I'm most likely gonna try to do it at 3, so I don't cross over with.
Come on, man. You know you on goddamn California time. You know most of us on Eastern time.
Oh, that's gonna be shit. I don't know what time it is Eastern.
It's like three hours different, right?
7 or 6? 7. I think it's 7 in New
Okay,
York.
California is 4 hours different.
In New York, East Coast.
East Coast, okay, 4 hours different. All right, 7 o'clock. You know what? I would tell y'all niggas that y'all need to go watch his channel, but I stole all of y'all from his channel anyway, so y'all will get his notification. But if y'all ain't, you know what I'm saying? Go on over there and check out his channel, man. Y'all know I'll be over there, man. Go ahead and speak your piece, Brandon.
Look, man, this is the thing. You know, like when you first came on my channel, you know, you had a kind of a harsh delivery, right?
True.
But I understood that sometimes you gotta pay attention to what a person is saying as opposed to just how they're saying it, because your delivery doesn't offend me, because I know I'm not the people you talking about, and you know that, and we talk a lot off behind the scenes. But we spend too much time looking at who's delivering a message and instead of what's being said, right? And so I always support this channel, because even though me and you, we do have a similar delivery, I'm a little bit probably like less abrasive than you, but I'm like, this is my brother, and he's basically saying the same things I'm saying, so I'm always going to support him and co-sign what he says. So I'll always be over here. But then when you see people who have a message that goes against what you're saying, you know, you can't sit up and be like, yo, just because he said it nice and sweet and nice, I have to accept it and swallow it down, because you know, there's poisons that taste very sweet, you know what I'm saying? And you'll drink it down thinking it's all good, and then you'll drop dead, right? But to the topic, what I want to say is Africans, they knew once they saw the opportunities that we were passing up to ask for handouts, they knew that we would not be a good group of people to align with in America. Had nothing to do with color, you know what I'm saying? Same reason you don't see Africans aligning with Native American Indians. They saw that they also were in a state of, you know, sanctioned powerlessness, and they were more worried about complaining about what the white man or the paleface did to them than building up alliances and strengthening themselves economically until recently when they started discovering oil and building casinos and stuff. When a Mexican comes to America, a Mexican can go to a Mexican restaurant and eat. He can go to the boss and say, "Hey, can I get a job washing dishes behind the scenes? Can I get a job waiting tables? Can I get a job cutting your grass?" He has a lot of options. He can stand on top of the foundation that his people have built. So he comes and he says, well, and also they have a common language that they speak to where they can talk about show black ass all day on the job, and you would never know what they were talking about. So he comes and stands on the foundation that his people built for him, and he can totally survive in America without knowing a lick of English. There's Mexicans out here making $100,000 a year working for other Mexicans and don't even know one word of English, right? Africans couldn't do that with African Americans because they came in. Of course, initially they experienced racism. But when they went to the black people who they thought would understand them and sympathize and empathize with them because they experienced racism, they were ridiculed. They were rejected. They were rejected because those black people didn't even see themselves as black or African. They saw themselves as temporarily inconvenienced white folks, like as if their blackness eventually will wear off and white people will open their arms and say, "Nigga, come on in here, we love you. Sorry, we just had to wait for that black to wear off your ass, and then we let you in with open arms." We pushed them away. We made fun of them and all that type of stuff. So Africans didn't go in and attack us. They didn't go and return what we gave them when they came here. They just said, "You know what? We're gonna do it on our own. We're gonna do for self," which is what, even when you see the Irish and the Dutch and the Scottish and all that, when they came to America, they were rejected by other white people. But they said, "You know what? We're going to take over the police departments, the public service jobs, right? The civil service jobs." And eventually it got to the point where even though other whites looked down on them, they had to come to them. When they called 911, an Irish person was showing up. You know what I'm saying? The Italians, same thing. They got rejected when they came here by whites. But then they took over the unions. They took over the refuse department and the union jobs in their town, the construction jobs in their neighborhoods. And then when a white person said, "Yo, I want to come get money out of the Italian neighborhood," he had to go speak to those Italians. So the Africans, they came in, they got rejected. They started to try to take over the security sectors. A lot of security guards you see are Nigerians. They started to try to go into the medical field, nurse jobs, you know what I mean? Nursing jobs, doctor jobs, and things like that. So then, even though you might have all these negative things against Nigerians, when you go and you meet with Dr. Mbagu or Dr. Obi, or you know what I'm saying? You're like, damn, this is a Nigerian. Now they're in a position of authority over you. So what we felt was, because they just went right past us, right? Because anybody could lap someone who's standing still. When they passed us up, we started to look and say, "Oh, they're a threat to us and we don't like them." Africans have never done anything negative to me. Has an African said something I don't like? I don't even remember, because I didn't engage with Africans enough when I was younger to even remember. But one thing I know is they ain't never beat me, lynched me, called me nigga, constantly marginalized me, shot me dead in the middle of the street. That was either the white police or my own people. So why would they feel threatened by me? If they feel threatened by me, they would be doing something malicious to me to deal with the threat. Africans just go on about their lives and raise their families and try to avoid, getting shot and killed by someone who looks like them. No, they don't look at you as a threat, but they're not dumb. They're not going to just go in and allow you into their spaces of confidence, knowing that what do? Soon we will go in with a smile on our face. Soon as they do something that we don't like or something we don't agree with, and they don't yield to our opinion, what are we going to then do? We're going to do exactly what we do to each other. We're going to start tearing them down, bad mouthing them, talking trash on them, and making a mockery out of what they do in their way of life. Same thing we do when we go to Africa. If everything don't go our way, everything ain't laid out in front of us like a red carpet, first thing we do we say, you know what, maybe it's me. Maybe I need to change my perspective. No, we don't do that. We just immediately go to the court of public opinion, the internet peanut gallery, and start bashing and trashing Africans, their country, and everything else. And don't let them bash us back, because then it's all hell gonna break loose. And we're gonna start crying about how they don't appreciate the sacrifices that our forefathers made and everything else. So no, they don't see you as a threat. Nobody does. Because why? You're not a threat. You're a toothless dog. Black Americans, me too. We're a toothless dog complaining because people won't hand us stuff. And I say me too because I could talk all I want to, but my words have no impact because I don't have any people behind me in my own group who will back me up and be like, look, if they do this to us, we're going to go do this to them. Or we're going to get together and make them feel sorry for not, giving us a chance or letting us invest in what they were doing. We're going to show them that we could do it ourselves, like guys like Nipsey Hussle and stuff. Instead, no, nobody wants to do anything because it's much easier to just complain and then attack people who have the audacity to tell us that we need to do for self. So do they see us as a threat? Hell no.
Now, this is the thing. See, when I said the word threat, I got an email today. Y'all know you didn't catch the first part because y'all know you had the 3-hour part. So I got an email from this African person. I don't came up in this word. Hustle Smart has been getting goddamn weird ass emails, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So, but I got this email from this African guy. And he wanted to speak honestly, and what he said was he didn't mean threat as far as physical threat. He meant he broke it down, and believe me. I guess the title of the show is a little facetious, a little bit, because he didn't mean it as the word of threat or fighting or whatever. He meant it as a threat of the status quo, to the point where he's saying that, when you get the Africans that's from the continent that move away and they go to London or whatever, and you get some of those Africans that don't never want to come back. You get what I'm saying? They're going to stay exactly where they at. And see, then you get these Americans that now they're saying, you know what? I want to go to Africa. You get what I'm saying? So now you have these people that, looking up. He was saying that the people in these neighborhoods, they look up to the people that left because these are the people that's bringing money back. But then when they see the actual Black Americans that come on the ground and they have a different mentality, you know what I'm saying? They're not saying that, you know what, I'm finna go to Africa, I'm moving out and I ain't never coming back, I'm moving out and I'm just gonna send money back. That the Black Americans come and put boots on the ground. You get what I'm saying? And that actually changed the status quo. You get what I'm saying? Because in the beginning, it's just the ones that left was getting the praises. But now it's the Black Americans. He's actually in the shit, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Oh, for the Tales of the Crypt, if any of y'all seen that movie, he in the shit. We so much in the shit. So once you see that Black American that's come in and he's not, so he's not with the status, the regular status that's going on, everything. It's some people that's gonna like that, Brandon. You get some people gonna be like, man, I'm happy to see that American coming up. But you're gonna have these some Africans that their family member was the ones that left Africa, that was sending them money, that was kind of like the big dogs of the neighborhood, or the big dogs of the compound, or the big dogs of the area. You know what I'm saying? But now you see this Black American come over here asking questions. You know what I'm saying? Where usually people are not asking no question. He said that at that point, that Black American becomes a threat to the status quo. And he used the example, or we used the example as we was back and forth on the internet, as gang culture. You get what I'm saying? So imagine somebody moving to a gang area and they're not with the gang shit. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, just say if it's a police officer move in a gang area, at the end of the day, even though he's not patrolling that neighborhood, Brandon, he becomes a threat to the status quo. People are gonna start doing something different. It's gonna be some people gonna like the police officer moving in the neighborhood, but it's gonna be some people gonna be like, oh no, he's a threat to our surroundings. This whatever dysfunction we got going on, we've been living this way for hundreds of years. And it's been going on. But now that he's come, he becomes a threat to the status quo. So if everybody was running around not giving a fuck, seeing people laying on the ground sleep. So this is what we were saying early. As a Black American, we just ain't gonna walk past no family of 3 or 4 sleeping on the ground. You get what I'm saying? Like, even if we had to go find a place to go get something to eat, to bring them something to eat, you know, we're not gonna just walk past them like a normal person that's been living and seeing that shit all day. You know what I'm saying? We, as Americans, we ask a lot of questions. You get what I'm saying? Question that we wouldn't ask over here, but we think that everybody, as American, we still feel like everybody should have just basic rights. And if we feel like that people shouldn't have the basic rights, but for a while, for centuries, the basic right is not been afforded to these people, you become a threat to the status quo. That's what he was saying. So actually the title is facetious, but he meant it in that way. How do you say on that, Brandon? You got to unmute yourself, my brother.
Hustle Smart. So yeah, so to speak to that point, and I won't be long in this one, African Americans represent something that is absent from Africa. That's called a middle class.
Right.
In Africa, the disparity between the rich and the poor is the widest on earth, right? You don't have a middle class. You just got poverty and you have like excess. And since the age of technology, the internet, computer programming, and all that, now you're starting to see a small middle class begin to grow in African countries. Somebody who can get their money outside of that country, bring money in and begin to spend money, you know, go buy a nice car, but they're not like, their family isn't connected to the government or anything like that, right? So when African Americans come to Africa, they're a threat to elitist Africans, because elitist Africans, what they benefit from is lack of information, right? Brain drain. If every African who gets a degree or who is very smart, all they want to do is figure out a way to get outside of Africa and go make that good money in Germany or the United States or the Netherlands, right? What happens is the people who have enough intellectual or cognitive ability to question what's happening to them and why things are the way they are, like you said, ask questions, those people are leaving. They're like, look, I asked that question, but I got to get on this plane going to Switzerland because I got me a job out there, right? So, or they're like, I can't speak negatively about the government or my surroundings because if I do, they might deny my visa, you know, my visa to leave the country or my work visa to leave the country and go get a job somewhere else. So when African Americans come back, we're not beholden to African governments. At the end of the day, if they tell us, oh, you got to leave, well, screw you too. I'll go back to America. So we can ask those questions that the public don't want to ask. Like sometimes I'll be talking about a political situation and me and my friends will be in like a coffee shop or something. My friends will literally like shush me like, bro, you can't really talk about that publicly, right? And I'm like, why not? We could sit in America, we could sit in the middle of Starbucks and just be like, F Joe Biden, F Obama. No one's going to do anything to us. They might give us some dirty looks, but they're not going to do anything to us. And 9 times out of 10, they're not going to say anything to us. We can talk about things we don't like in our society, and it's not an issue. In Africa, you can't really do that because the elites and the politicians, the political elites, they have made an agreement. Let's suppress the poor people's ability to even speak on what we're doing to them, to keep them from being able to incite people to ask, demand change. So in many African countries, you'll find that if you bring up things about politics that are highly debated points, they can arrest you. And they'll say that you're inciting rioting. If me and you Hustle Smart are just like in a coffee shop and we're talking about how the Nigerians split in Nigeria, right? Or we're talking about Uhuru Kenyatta and the BBI in Kenya, you can be arrested for inciting riots, and they can basically make a false charge saying that what you're doing is you're trying to get people infuriated, so they'll go riot and start destroying stuff and fighting each other along tribal lines. You're not doing that. You're just having a conversation, analyzing something that's not right. But now they figured out a way to silence you in Africa on political issues. They can arrest you. Oh, you're inciting riots. So really, in Africa, the only people who can talk about the things that are going wrong with African politics are politicians. So if you're not a politician and you talk on politics publicly, you're going to be arrested. Period. You can't have a town hall. You can't go have a city council meeting and talk about politics. You will be arrested. So of course they see you as a threat. You're the one who knows the real price of toilet tissue and stuff like that. So these elitists can't go take things back to Africa and sell it for triple the price, right? Like you go to Africa, clothing is like way expensive, but we all know that it only takes $1 to make a t-shirt in China. The average poor person in Africa doesn't know that. So when the elitist brings it back and sells it for $5, if you come over there and be like, bro, you pay $5 for that, that's just $1. Now you're hurting his business. So does he want to see you over there? No. Does he see you as a threat? Yes, he does. Does that mean you should stop going to Africa? No, it does not. You should go there, operate with situational awareness, and just inform your people low key, have these discussions low key, and plant the seeds until you build up enough power or enough influence, to go public, like my guy Julius Malema. That took time for him to be able to get up and say whatever he wants. And one of the reasons why you see him as the most vocal person in South Africa on ANC and stuff is because he is an elected official. So he can talk about that without being arrested. Now get a regular guy out there talking about that. His ass is going to jail. So yes, they do see you as a threat, but only the elitist.
Only the exactly. I mean, but it's a stir up to the status quo, and that is what the email was about, and that's why I prompted this conversation to the point that the problem will be because Americans, even though we think that we will come over there and assimilate whatever, Americans, we don't shrink. You get what I'm saying? We'll sit back and play I'm glad to be in paradise for a minute, but at some point, any American got any type of, especially a black person from America, got any type of backbone, eventually you're going to stand up. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, after the newness of Africa wears off on you, you know what I'm saying? You're going to want to stand up. You get what I'm saying? But let me read this right here, Brandon. The sub-police academy asking questions get you nothing in Africa politics. If you never remove a dictator from you, please try your hands at removing Al Sharpton from representing Black America. And let me tell you something, Mr. St. James, you must ain't been in America too long, because Al Sharpton don't represent Black Americans. Al Sharpton is what you call a ambulance chaser. You get what I'm saying? He only represent anything that's gonna get him some money or gonna get him a lawsuit where he can go up there and do his rhyming on time and sitting up there and he can get his homeboy Benjamin Crump faggot ass and they can sit up there and get some money. You get what I'm saying? They don't represent that. Let me tell you, let me put it on Front Street right here. Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, Oreo Obama does not represent Black people, period.
Jesse Jackson.
We don't. Jesse Jackson in Operation Dish, man. You got to unmute your mic, Brandon.
Hustle Smart, you can't really say that because we could say they don't represent us, but what was the percentage of Black people that voted for Barack Obama? 99%? What is the Black people let Al Sharpton get on stage at George Floyd's memorial service, his funeral, and talk about we gonna take back the White House and turn his funeral into an ad campaign for the Democratic Party? So we can continue to say these people, they don't represent us, but you can't, in this game that we play, this political game, you can't just say that person doesn't represent us. If you say that person doesn't represent me, well, who does?
Nobody. That's the problem, Brandon. See, now this is the thing.
We picking leaders. Some people think Tariq Nasheed represent them. Some people think Grandmaster Jay represents them. Some people think Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore represents them. We're picking leaders, but the leaders that we pick are even worse than the leaders that the white man picks for us. Because at least Al Sharpton got common damn sense. He at least knows to pick a side. We pick dudes talking about let's go reenact Black Panther marches. Grandmaster Jay, that's leadership. We choose dudes who sell Ogun juice. Nasheed, that's leadership. We choose people who are laid up with white folks, lesbians, and crybaby lawyers. That's leadership. So at the end of the day, bro, if you can't pick, if our people are too dumb to pick quality leadership, when they get the chance, they pick people who are buffoons. They pick celebrities, Puff Daddy and T.I. and a fat bastard Killer Mike. Then guess what? You better off with Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and all them, because at least they got the good sense to know when the opportunity comes so they could get them some money. At least they got the good sense to say, look, this family got a person who got killed. We know we can't help niggas collectively because we too goofy. Let's at least see if we can get that family 3-4 million. We get a couple million and we all come up. If they're not the best choices for leadership, Hustle Smart, at least they're smart enough not to fuck up the money like the dummies who we choose. So guess what, man? We could shit on them and say they don't represent us, but guess what? They're a lot better than the people that we're picking for ourselves at this point.
Well, I agree with that, but it's still at the end of the day, they don't represent that. When Al Sharpton is called upon, he's paid. You know what I'm saying? If he showed up at the George Floyd thing, he was paid. When he show up, wherever he show up, he either got paid before he come, or you better be goddamn getting that check together before he leave. You know what I'm saying? So he don't show up pro bono. You know what I'm saying? He ain't showing up for free. So, that's the difference in that. See what we have
he's giving us game, Hustle Smart. He's giving us game.
I agree. Al
Sharpton, he's a bastard. I don't like him either. But let me tell you something. Sometimes when you done said so much to people, because if you go back in the day and listen to Al Sharpton, what he was saying to us back in the day when he was fat, Al Sharpton was really trying to tell black people stuff. But when Al Sharpton saw that black people rather operate on emotion than intelligence, he's not perfect. Like nobody is. He said, F that. I'll give my people some bird whistles, some dog whistles, but if they don't see that, I'm going for my bread. Al Sharpton has showed you, look, man, it's about the money. If you can't see that, why you think he get paid to do everything he do? Al Sharpton not walking around talking about I'm broke. Al Sharpton not walking around talking about we need reparations. Al Sharpton living in a mansion. Minister Farrakhan is living in a mansion. And they're all telling you, nigga, shut up about your feelings and start using your talent to get what you want. And once you use your talent to get you some money, right? Same thing Ice Cube said. Ice Cube said black people get mistreated in America because they don't have any wealth. They don't have any money. Now, all your leaders is not only showing you that, but they're also telling you that. When are you going to stop trying to cry for equality and acceptance and start going out here and working to get you some economic foundation so you can use your money to accomplish the things that you want? They're telling us, but they just can't keep on talking plain English because we don't understand that. So they just say, look, I'm gonna get mine, and if they want to have some rights and freedom, they'll do like me. So it's not their fault that we're too goofy to understand the message that they're trying to give us. I'm not gonna knock them. I'm just gonna knock us. Collectively, we don't want that. We want acceptance from white folks. That is our modus operandi. That is our primary objective. We will walk past a suitcase with $10 trillion if a white person say, hey, nigga, I think you did a good job. Come over here so I can give you a hug. We'll walk clear past the money just to get embraced by white folks.
May I add the similarity?
Hey, man, let me get in, dog. I ain't saying shit. I've been here for an hour, ain't said a word.
Okay.
Let me get in. Let me say this. You'll get no reparations. I don't know if y'all seen that movie and shit where this white dude was talking to this African doll and shit. He was telling me he wouldn't get no reparations. But y'all talk so fucking much, I done lost my fucking thought.
Nah, you just don't forgot what you said, nigga.
No, I had like a whole essay of shit that I wanted.
Well, hold on. For you think it up real quick and let me read this comment while you think that up. You say James say Black Lives Matter took your 90 millions and ran away. What have you done yet? Let me tell you something, St. James. Out of that 90 million, I would love for you to guess how much you think black people actually gave to that 90 million. But I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna help you give you a little clues in the process. Out of that 90 million, 89 of that, change that. 89,900,000 came from white people. That
But
shit was dope.
that was the point, Hustle Smart. They were getting that money from white corporations because the white corporations pledged to give it to them.
Yeah.
But they were supposed to use it for black interest in black institutions and black Lives Matter projects. It was supposed to come from white folks. The white people promised it, but it's never gonna make it to us. It's gonna stay with the Black Lives Matter organization and the purchase leadership. They shook down corporations for $90 million saying, we need this, you owe this to black folks. They literally got reparations for black people from corporations. Now, those reparations will never make it to the average black person. Why? Because they gave it to one nigga, and that's like your job giving your friend a check, but your friend your check, but your friend still. You're never gonna see it. So it was supposed to come from them, but it was supposed to be managed and distributed properly by Black Lives Matter to black people.
Yeah, but what could 90 million? What would 90 million would have done? I mean, I understand
90 million can build some after school centers in Chicago.
True.
To keep these little dudes out the street.
True.
It could fund. Look, 10 million could build 5 centers and fund them for the next 30 years.
True.
Easily. 90
I mean, you can buy over 2,000 homes, but it's meant to. Black Lives Matter is a promotion type of program. You get what I'm saying? They're not into building anything.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
Hustle smart. Let me give you $1 million idea that I thought of. I never shared this with nobody. If you ever get it for 90 million, this is what you could do. You could take 90 million, start a program that will not only use the 90 million, but it will generate you millions more. Let's start relocating black families out of Chicago. Let's start relocating black families out of the ghetto.
Those niggas ain't leaving Chicago.
Listen. Yeah, they will. If you give them an opportunity, they will leave. My cousin moved from Chicago. She works in downtown Chicago. I go see her every summer, every winter. I go visit her in the snow. I love her to death, my favorite cousin. My cousin's son, 2 boys tried to jump him at the basketball court. Good kid, man. All he wants to do is be a basketball player, right? 2 boys tried to jump him at the basketball court because he didn't want to play basketball with them. He said, man, he just does drills. He's a serious basketball player. So he don't go out there playing 2-on-2 and 5-on-5 so niggas can start arguing and he get killed. He goes there, he puts up his cones, he runs his drills, he shoots 200 shots a day. I bought him the Steph Curry master class for his birthday so he can watch that and learn what drills to run even on his own, right? They tried to jump him. My sister got her ass up, moved out of the projects, moved away from that good Section 8 housing, right? She got up and moved away from there, right? She moved to Indiana. She moved to a place called Griffin, Indiana. It's about 20 miles outside of Chicago, goes out of Illinois, goes into Indiana. She still works in Chicago, downtown, in a nice big rich building, but she moved. Many people in Chicago will move out. But when you understand that a lot of people are imprisoned by the fact that, one, they don't really have any money to move, they're living on welfare, it's hard to pay a deposit plus the first month's rent in another state. Then you got to pack all your stuff up, move there. I had a cousin named Jayla. She was living in Detroit. She wanted to move. She couldn't afford it. But we got together, put some money together, our family, and she was able to move from Detroit. She's living in Sacramento now, right? But take your 90 million, go to Chicago. Say, hey, who wants to just move out of Chicago? We'll help you. First and last month's rent, and we'll pay your rent up for 12 months or 6 months in another state. Give you a new start. You know how many people will be signing up for that? Because nobody wants to get shot walking down the street. Nobody wants a bullet to come through their neighborhood and kill their kids. The only reason they stay in those situations, most of them, is because they have no other alternative, and that's all they know. So I think that would be a good program. Donate, use 5 or 10 million a year just to relocate 20 or 30 black families from inner city Chicago to a better place. Send them to Idaho, #1 fastest growing economy in
Oh, them niggas ain't going to no Idaho, man.
But listen, niggas go to Texas. Niggas, man, listen, bro. We say that black folks go to South Dakota to work on the pipeline. Black folks is moving to Oregon. Black folks is moving anywhere, Nevada, to get away from high rent. Black folks will go anywhere where the rent is cheap, bro. They will.
Well, that's the working class, Brandon. Like they had a thing. See, I can tell that I'm a little older than you. Back probably like 20 years ago, they had this thing because you know Memphis is right down 55 or 57, leads you straight to Chicago. And they had this thing to where they was trying to relocate people from Chicago down to Memphis. Man, the people came down to Memphis and said it was too slow. They came down there and moved back. And let's go with the people from New Orleans. Even when that Katrina thing happened, they tried to relocate them down here in Atlanta, in Texas, and everywhere. And they just didn't like it. And they was giving them free house. The government, FEMA, was giving them free rent, free everything. They just didn't like it. It's just like the people that in New York City. You get like now, it's some people that like to move down from New York or whatever. But for the most part, when people live that fast lifestyle so much, it's engraved in their DNA. If it ain't,
but we not talking about fast lifestyle, Hustle Smart. We talking about people whose kids is school getting shot up. People getting shot. They done lost a brother, an uncle, and all that stuff. A lot of these people are good people. And the reason why I say what I said is because I'm close to that type of situation because of my cousin. My cousin's a single mother. She has one son. She works every single day. Her brother babysits her son. He's a little bit disabled, but he's cognitive and coherent enough to babysit, right? Kind of has the mind of like a 15 or 20-year-old guy, right? But he's like 40. But he watches her son at night when she goes to work. Do you know how many people in Chicago are like that, Hustle Smart? They work, but they work their hand to mouth. And if they had a better opportunity, they would take advantage of it. My cousin had me to help her. A lot of people don't got the cousin to help them, the family member to help them. They want to go. You mentioned all those cities. All those cities ain't got shit on Chicago for the past 5 to 10 years. Chicago is literally a war zone, bro. It's literally like a war zone. People don't want to live in a war zone. When people stay in a war zone, Hustle Smart, it's because they have no other option monetarily. They are stuck there. And that is our people, Hustle Smart. How many people you know right now, even in Atlanta, who could get up and move out of state right now? Probably just barely a handful. Most of them won't be like, bro, I got to buy food and I got to pay my rent and I got to put gas in my car. And by the time they're done, their money is gone. And then they got to find a job, another job. If you have 90 million, Hustle Smart, you can help people do all that. Help people establish lives in other places. If they go back, that's on them. But I don't think anybody's going to walk away from a good paying job, a nice, safe place to live in a much better neighborhood when they was living in a neighborhood where people was getting shot down every single day.
Well, see, those companies that you're talking about, they pay for you to for the moving. They give you a moving a voucher. It's the same thing with my company. When they bring with the people that run the rail yard, when they have to go to another state, they pay them. They'll give them like a $2,500 to $2,500, $800. You just have to give them the receipts, and they'll pay for the movement. You know what I'm saying? Those jobs up there in South Dakota, those pipeline jobs, they worth it. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times, our people just want some free shit because even though it's a war zone in Chicago, these niggas still run around in the hood in the latest Jordans, the latest iPhones, the latest hairstyle, the latest whatever. They spending big bread because most of the people in Chicago, they still, even though it's a war zone, they hustlers. You get what I'm saying? So for the people that move out of that, want to move out of that, can move, because you can transfer your Section 8 to anywhere. You get what I'm saying? And one thing I know for a fact, and when you're in a war zone like that or them bad projects, no, they help you. They got programs where they'll help pay for a mover. You get what I'm saying? They got those programs. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people just don't want to move nowhere that's new.
But look, the governments, Hustle Smart, the state governments, they don't incentivize moving because they still want your taxpayer dollars.
Oh yeah,
they still want your money going into their economy, so they don't incentivize you moving, bro. So like, even look, any program, it only can be made available to people who want it, right? Just like what Donald Trump was talking about with the 500 billion platinum plan. You don't just force people, hey, you gotta move, right? Welfare, to be on welfare, smart, what you gotta do? You gotta get your ass up and go down to the county office, right?
Niggas ain't doing that.
Some lazy niggas, boy.
Right. No. To get on welfare and food stamps, you got to show up to the county office
Right.
to go apply. You have to. You got to sit down and meet with a worker. You make the program for the people who want it. And I guarantee you, you will see a large influx of people who are responsible, who want to go sit in there and fill out paperwork and do what they got to do because they want to leave that bad. If my damn cousin hit up the family and was like, yo, I need $2,000. Hakeem, he got these boys trying to jump him. And I'm ready to go to a motel right now because I ain't gonna let these dudes kill my baby. She was ready to go. She was ready to go. She didn't give a damn about nothing. She took a whole month off from her job just to make that move and just make sure he was set up in school and stuff like that. You got people with families, Hustle Smart, and you know once you got a family, fast life, hustling, and convenience be damned. You gonna go anywhere you can. You got black folks moving to Arizona, dog. Arizona. Because they're just trying to get away from high rent and violence. You got, even when you talk about middle class, that's not true. Because every broke nigga in California is moving to Nevada. Every broke dude moving to Vegas. Every broke dude in California moving to Texas.
They outpricing you out of California.
Phoenix, everywhere. Bro, outpricing. Yeah, because California ain't looking like Chicago. If you think a person to move because the rent is high, I guarantee you a person to move because people get murdered by the dozens every week. People are ready to get out of Chicago, but Chicago has trapped those people in that city, man, because they don't want to leave. They don't want to lose the revenue.
That's true. Go ahead, Mr. LOS.
I ain't got shit to say, man. Y'all done jump
you
subject.
You can remember?
Man, y'all done jump subject so fucking much. Well, you know what? I got some shit to say.
Go ahead, man.
One of Brandon's points where he was talking about, well, you and Brandon was talking about it, about how we don't choose our leaders and how we do choose our leaders and shit. I think we choose our leaders by pretty much supporting what they do. People might not say, you know what, this is my leader, Jesse Jackson is my leader, Al Sharpton is my leader. But if you support everything they do, you know, you're silently saying, this is my leader and I support everything that he does. If you watch T.I.'s expeditious podcast and, you know, shit like that, you're supporting what they do. And a lot of our people do that. And to the other thing, man, about black people not having any power or not having any respect from any other groups, which is true. Prime example of what I mean is this. You heard about what happened with Stephen A. Smith, where he said some derogative shit about the Chinese and shit, and they forced him to apologize, but he said the exact same thing about Nigerians, and he didn't say anything about that. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I heard about it. He had to apologize. I ain't heard what he said about Nigeria. What did he say about Nigeria?
I don't even know. But that's just a prime example.
He'd have to apologize for it. Now I understand that because but at the end of the day, they have no you know, they own you know, you got Disney that owns ESPN. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, when he apologized because, you know, go against us. We don't own nothing. See, we got a lot of black, just like Mr. Untouchable came on. Shout out to, I think I saw Mr. Uganda come in here earlier. Shout out to Kunguru. Shout out to Miss Alexis Flowers. I know she was in here. Alexis Sky. Miss Flower. God damn, I don't know why I want to pronounce her name like that. But you know what I'm saying? We don't own anything. We got individual successor, just like Mr. Untouchable said. You know what I'm saying? If you put shout out to Eric B, you know what I'm saying? If you put Jay-Z in, he'll get goddamn a lot of support because we like to be entertained. You know what I'm saying? We don't want nobody that's that's putting up, that's doing real work. So Al Sharpton, like no black person know anything about Al Sharpton. Don't tell me we see Al Sharpton when a nigga get killed. That ain't no leader. He ain't no leader or nothing. You know what I'm saying?
But
Go ahead.
but he's the one representing us when it come to like public situations and shit, man.
Yeah,
When
that
they
ain't no
need-
leader. If that the case, Sean King is a leader.
He might as well be a leader, man, because he's the one representing us on these news stations and shit. Like he's talking for black people, so he has the influence. So he's the leader, pretty much.
If that
according
the case,
to
then
white media,
Eric Dyson is a leader. Then,
according to Western media, according to
but that's
Western
what I'm
media,
saying.
he's our leader.
But according to them, no matter how much we think that media tell us whatever, it's still up to the individual person. You know who you follow and who you don't follow. And the average black person don't follow nobody.
That's true.
Well, these people have an impact on our everyday lives and shit in regards to like politics.
Tell me how any one of them have an impact on how we operate as black people.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. All of them told us to vote Democrat, and 80% of black people voted Democrat. That's how much influence they got.
They would have voted if nobody would have said nothing. These dumb niggas would have voted Democrat anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And they helped with that.
Yeah, it would have been the same.
They helped influence that. I was just watching this thing with Brandon yesterday, man, with Yvette Carnell with the ADOS movement and shit. These motherfuckers said, we spoke to every party and about getting reparations and shit. And these motherfuckers said they gonna vote down again and vote Democrat, man.
Yeah,
they have influence. They have influence.
But what I'm saying is that was no influence. What I'm saying is even before that was anything like that, they still vote Democrat. Black people have been voting 80-90% Democrat since the 60s. It's no type of way. What I'm saying is that I get what you're saying, that they did come out and say that, so that is the truth. But nobody makes people vote Democrat. You know what I'm saying? That black people gonna vote for Democrat anyway because black people are low information voter. That's why they call us that. They call us low information voter. But go ahead, Mr. Jose.
Yes. It's call me Jay. But okay. I wanted to cut in on this subject earlier on because I agree that there was a lot of jumping, and earlier on there's a thought train that I have, and that is that people are being snatched from under their leaders. I have this thought from way back when I was under ICT and I saw Microsoft in worldwide nations. I mean, in Russia they use Microsoft, in China they use Microsoft. In Iran they use Microsoft, I can go in details, but I'm not in that ICT example. But people are being snatched from under their leaders, and the same is in the African American diaspora, and the same is on the continent. So you have these BBC Africa and the Portuguese RTP Africa and the French TV5 Africa and France 24. So people, it's like the word democracy is like a curse. So in the United States you have the I can't even pronounce it party, and on the continent people are all crazed about democracy, and they're confusing it with capitalism and a care society, and they are demanding for something that they don't understand, and that the nation and especially the citizens are not ready. They're not ready, and I assume that us in the diaspora, we ain't ready also. We don't even understand ourselves and take time to understand ourselves and heal the Hotep word, heal. I'm sorry that I have to use it, but we don't spend time with self. It's like we have no self. Sometimes we use the word, we use the expression self-hate, but you need a self to hate it, you know.
Yeah.
The population, us, every individual, what do we expect from the next black man, especially, but also the black woman? What do we expect? Do we expect cooperation and patience and a conversation, or do we expect a beef and a struggle and you know? Check yourself before you wreck the next man.
You know what? I appreciate that, Mr. Jay. But you know, it's see the difference between me and other Pan African LOS and Mr. J, that I don't give black people an excuse. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's either we gonna stand up and goddamn put our back against the wall, cause we ain't got nowhere else to go. We already in the corner. You get what I'm saying? So we're definitely at the stage where it's fight or flight.
Bro, I'm supposedly negative. I'm supposedly a woman hater. I'm supposedly I don't even know. There's a whole lot of gossip around me, I'm always there where the problem is. Why cheer what's going good when we're not going good as a whole? You know, when there's a lot wrong with us. So why act as if we made it and we're the greatest on the planet, etc.
Yeah. Come on, man. Speak that.
Yeah. I mean, 7,000 years we built pyramids. Okay, show it. Show me that we are those people. You know.
Let's build something today.
Yes.
Where's all that intelligence today, Mr. J?
That's me, and I actually have made it. I have proved. You know, my slogan used to be building skyscrapers with a stick and a stone, and I would. That's after my ICT thing. I crashed. It's a long story. So I decided to give myself to our boys like me and my brother, to the streets. You know, and my slogan was building skyscrapers with a stick and a stone, quote on between brackets, the African way. So I wanted to express and show that we are creative enough that with a stick and a stone we can do great things. So street culture and street rap was in, and like me and my brother, some kind of intelligence. I don't know, you know. I still have a hard time with, and that's what I mean. We don't have a self. I have issues with self, with saying that I am good and I can do things, you know. But anyway, I was showing that with mom's camera and with mom's laptop or PC. You can have your music studio, and you can have you can make your video clips, you know.
Yep.
And I actually showed that you can do great things, because great things were done and achieved. But when either money, fame, or white people get involved, we become dusky hyenas, even the males. You understand? I swear, it's the story of my life. I swear, I did the first hip hop project in our language. I lived in a suburb, and work was I reacted in the chat. I missed the boat. Instead of moving with my employer, I stayed, and there was less work. the economy wasn't going well, and there was a little work. So I moved back into town, and I found dudes with talent, rapping and freestyling in our own language, and I did beats. So I was working 2 jobs and volunteering, so we could record the demos, and shit was never appreciated, So in
It never is it?
in the dusky hyena shit, the history that we actually wrote is nowhere to be found. You understand? So when you're too important, you must die. When you are actually building those pyramids, you must die, because you're showing that people must stand up and just do it. And you offend people with actually doing things. You're showing that
you got some feedback, Kanguru.
Hey, what's going on? My bad. Is this better?
What's going on, man? You good to go, man? Goddamn, appreciate you jumping on the channel, man. But you gonna stay on for a minute, right?
Oh yeah, no, I'm good. I took the day off, so it's just me, Hennessy, my gun, and my cat right now.
Hey, that's what's up, man. That's what's up, man. Sound like a plan. Hold on for a second. Go ahead, Mr. Jose. Go.
Yeah, and that became the whole theme of the rest of my career, actually. So after that ICT shit, a lot of anti-immigrant and racist things were going on in politics here, and I wanted to leave, and I was done with society here. So while I was here, I choose to only work with our people, and what I just described became the theme. The moment that the train starts rolling, people get nervous, and I got tired of it. I am tired of it, actually. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. We have issues, man. We have personality disorder is the real pandemic that we should give some time. And I've been ringing the alarm, and in the beginning it was cautious, and I'm done with that, and now I'm solo. People hating me, gossiping me, and I must admit it gets to me. It has gotten to me, but hey, my life is ahead of me, and Africa is Africa is my goal. I'm a repatriate. I choose to leave here, and not everyone needs to leave. We need Africa must produce, and we need someone to sell those products in the diaspora. You know what I'm saying?
I definitely get what you're saying. Hey, y'all, let me play this video right here. Y'all stand by. Put your thing on mute, pause, and for to play this video. Man, I want y'all to check out this video right here. I know it's a little off topic, but I'm gonna play this video right here, y'all.
Hey, come on. Enough. Don't behave like them. Don't behave like them. Don't behave like them. Don't behave like them. Stay down. Don't behave like them.
Now, did y'all see that shit? I don't think y'all saw that shit. Let me play that shit one more time. I'm playing one more time, because I know how y'all niggas like that, like y'all don't see nothing and be like, what happened? What the context of the story? I wonder what happened beforehand. I wonder what they did. I wonder what they did to make her. I wonder what they did to make her do that.
Hey, come on. Enough. Don't behave like them. Don't behave like them. Don't behave like them. Don't behave like them. Stay down. Don't behave like them.
Yeah, I got one more. I know how y'all is. Y'all black people, y'all like proof, don't you? Y'all like proof, don't you? Everybody all cool. Everybody kumbaya. Let's invite them over. I ain't got no problem with them. Gonna argue with black Americans about some citizenship. But you ain't got no problem with them, do you? Hold on, I got one more for you.
Yeah, they're doing right, lah. Indians are burning the squatter camps. Jesus.
They burn every fucking thing here.
Wait here. Let's just take care. Hey, what is it? No, wait here on the side. I want to see what is happening.
Go ahead, Mr. Jose Brown. I mean, Mr. J. Come on. Anything about that.
Yeah, there's that same shit, you know. People have been snatched from under their leaders, from under their culture, from under their quote unquote Hotep ancestors, you know. We tend not to understand propaganda, not when it attacks us, and let alone make propaganda.
You know what, man?
Go ahead.
Watching them videos and all that, yo, people give Pookie and Ray Ray a tough time, but Pookie and Ray Ray at least, well, you know, if they believe that they gotta protect this block or this op, like, you know, violated, they'll go do something about it. It sucks that they do it to our own people, but at least they, you know, however warped their thinking is, they believe that they gotta go take care of their business, even if it involves taking out one of their own people. Watching this and seeing our people just getting violated and they're just watching themselves get violated is kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we gotta, there's a problem. Like there's a global problem when it comes to black people, in my opinion, that like we just feel helpless and it don't make any sense to me. You know?
Well, can I say something? I'm guessing the first video was in North Africa.
No, sir.
Maybe Libya.
No, sir. That is in Johannesburg, goddamn South Africa.
Okay. I thought I saw Arab clothing.
Oh, you did.
Well,
you did.
There's Arab clothing all over Africa, though. So
okay, I've been watching some, but I not these kind of. I skipped these kind of images, but I have been watching some media on YouTube. It's of course worldwide, and those were Indians complaining about their people being killed. But I understand that Indians have been killing blacks also. Yeah, it's horrible what happened there, and it is the bubble bursting, the rainbow bubble is bursting, and if this type of shit would have been handled at the end of apartheid, it wouldn't be as gruesome as it will be, because this people ain't going to here comes the Hotep word, people ain't going to heal quickly over this, you know.
Hey, Mr. Jose, could you give me your definition of what Hotep is? I have no idea what Hotep is personally.
No, I'm sarcastic because we ourselves, there is this book or this movie that speaks about a term, newspeak, and supposedly the government would change language and confuse the people, but the people themselves now in reality, us the people ourselves are attacking words and taking off the value of it. So I was being sarcastic around certain words, For example, healing. Because there's a certain niche in our global woke community that uses that word, and there's another niche in our community that attacks people that use that word. So I was being it was kind of a humoristic self-defense by using that word.
See,
I mean, one of the things you gotta be aware of is a lot of times, you know, in black in America, in black, you know, a lot of folks outside of Black America, let's say like certain white folks and certain coons, they would use certain words like the hotep and all that to kind of try to make fun of things that we try to say in order to discredit us.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that that's not good because language are anchors. We have to keep the value of words. I'm very into words. For example, let me give you one example, referring to what we are touching right now, and that is living too long in Babylon makes us babble on and on and on.
I like that.
The language English is a curse, and I live in the Netherlands, and they speak Dutch here, and there's a nasty coercion between those two languages. And let us not forget that the multinationals that rule the world today are the grandchildren of two British English multinationals, and that's the East Indian Company and the West Indian Company. We should be exchanging information. Did you know that the Dutch Marines call their bases in the Americas? They still call them the West. You understand what I'm saying? We should be exchanging information, because we could look at the world as having it colonized and switch everything. So you are our Trojan horse in our Africa. I am our Trojan horse in the Netherlands. There are Trojan horses in Brazil, France, Portugal. You understand what I'm saying?
You know what? It always shocked me on how, you know, that you only see a problem when you're on walking to your neighborhood. See, we do this thing in what part? Where you at, Kungu? You in Baltimore?
Yes, sir. West Baltimore.
West Baltimore. You know, we don't look past when we see them walking down the street with their big ass ugly dogs. You know what I'm saying? Skateboarding and riding bikes or whatever. But when we see each other, you get what I'm saying? We goddamn want to know what they doing, what they saying now, where they going, where they whatever. But when you show them beating on you, you know what I'm saying? It must have did something bad. You know, shout out to Mr. Tunaja in the building. Shout out to Mr. XDMC in the building. Shout out to Mr. Joyce Bogues or whatever. But you know what? I don't believe these niggas know who the enemy is. So let me play it one more time, man. Cause maybe the confusion to get past. Go ahead.
Before you play it, you mentioned these Beckys and them walking around with their dogs. Right? So the part of West Baltimore I'm at, right, is like right at the edge of Bolton Hill where the projects is, right? So you got the projects, and then up the block is Bolton Hill, where it's like $800,000 houses. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, the way gentrification works is it's like if you spill some porridge on the floor, it just kind of like spreads out, and that's what's happening, right? So you got these D-boys on the block, right? They hard as fuck, man. All these niggas got guns. I know them. And, you know, so if the wrong nigga walk by, they ready to see what's going on, right? But you let Becky walk by with the dog or whatever the case. Let Chad, you know, like just throw by with a skateboard. Hey, bro, what's up? And just keep it moving, going up to his Bolton Hill crib. Them niggas don't pay him any mind. And the thing is, that's the problem, right? We got all this, like, and the thing is, if you ever been to Baltimore, you have all these areas that have like all these abandoned houses and shit like that, right? And you could have purchased these houses, a lot of them for like $500. I mean, it'd be
go ahead and continue to talk, man. I gotta order me something to eat, so go ahead and talk, and then Jose, you go up to him.
it'd be a shell, but you could have bought a house for like $500 up until like COVID hit. Now you can't find those no more, right? But these cats are just gonna stay there, mean mug their own people, poison the neighborhood, and not even make an effort to buy shit and own shit in the area. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was speaking to one of them and I was like, yo, he was telling me how much money they make doing what they do out here, right? And I said, you know what? Why is it that you don't just use some of that money? You can launder it. I could teach you, allegedly, and then you can go out there and you can buy some things, some legit, own some legit businesses, own some legit properties, and then you can like move away from this now. You know what I'm saying? Because and the thing is, okay, I'm just speaking about the niggas hustling, but the hustling niggas represent a lot of how we operate in the black community when it comes to like careers, right, and work, right? A nigga will stay at Walmart for like 15 years making $10 an hour, and they keep shitting on him on a raise, giving him like 10-cent raise a year and stuff like that, and feel like, yo, this is what I need to do. This is the only thing I got to do. And and for whatever reason, we're just unwilling to look outside of what we can do, and the kind of progress we can make. And this is why this is why Black Americans are not taken seriously. I mean, I'm a Jamaican. I mean, I was born in Jamaica, but I grew up in Black America. So ain't nobody could tell me I'm not a Black American. ADOS, whatever, I don't give a fuck. I'm a Black American. You know what I'm saying? That's my culture. But a lot of us Black Americans, we allow ourselves to be ran over, and then we complain when we get ran over. Like, we have all this opportunity and we don't take any advantage of it, man. Anyway, let me stop rambling. Go ahead, whoever want to talk.
You good. You're speaking what I'm saying is, the reason why I allow you to do that and then I want you to do it is because you're speaking your truth of what you see. See, sometimes when I talk, they always like, oh man, you got to get away from Atlanta, Hustle Smart. This shit is going on all over.
Look, I grew up in Mount Vernon, New York, right? Lived in Yonkers. Also, when I went to college, I lived, my mom had, bought a house in Monroe, New York, which is quite affluent. And, now I live in, I've lived on different spectrums of this whole American dream. I've done it all. I've owned like 35 cars. I've had few businesses, you know what I'm saying? The house, like, I've done it all. I've done the whole American dream, which is why I'm moving to Africa now with my family. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen it all. I've done it all. I've been there. Ain't nothing nobody could tell me or talk to me or show me that I ain't seen here in America. You know what I mean? I done had friends and family get murdered. You know what I'm saying? Walked up in the houses with dead bodies. Like, I've seen it all. You know what I mean? And the thing is, what I believe is, I really don't think that Black people should focus on America. Yeah, we need to stay here. The money is here. Some of us got to stay here, right? But at the end of the day, there's so many other places where we can take our talents and we can build a global network, just like these Chinese and Indian motherfuckers, and get it popping. But people, like, a lot, like, just like I said earlier, I posted, I offered, to pay for my neighbor and her daughter to move to Africa with us. My kids just, play with the daughter, whatever the case, we became cool and all that. But, they on Section 8, and I'm like, yo, we got a house in Africa. We got extra rooms and all that. You don't have to worry about any of that. Only thing you would have to worry about for the time being is putting your daughter in the same school our kids go to, which is $1,000 per kid. And then we could work on figuring out how you can get some money, and we can work on how to get you some residency and get it popping. And she didn't bite. You know what I mean? It's like, fam, I was like, who, like Brandon was saying, we can, the Black Lives Matter could use the $90 million or whatever to get people to, leave. But a lot of motherfuckers, it's Stockholm syndrome. They don't want to leave. They don't believe that they can do any better. And that's really and that's one of the main problems is, and that's one of the main reasons why we're not taken seriously. And we should be taken seriously because, a lot of, like, Hustle Smart's a truck driver, right? I know how much truck drivers bring in. Hustle Smart got money. And there's a lot of Black Americans too that do that. And but the thing is, the buku bucks y'all make, it could only go so far here. But if you take it to Jamaica, you take it to Haiti, you take it to Africa, that shit will multiply like a motherfucker. You will never believe what the fuck you could do with that. Like you'll be living like fucking Kanye West out there, off of like $200,000-$300,000, no cap. But people are just stuck in this rut, and I just don't really. I mean, okay, I understand where it comes from. It's programming. You know what I'm saying? Like all of this, if all of the things that we consume, like on TV and on the internet, and and all these different streams of entertainment and
That's what I'm talking about.
That comes in is conditioning niggas to believe that the only thing that they need to do is stay where the fuck they are and buy shit, and it's crazy. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
No. Just hold up, man, because you know what? All that gonna come into play. Because I got this video I want to show y'all.
Oh, yeah. Let that rock, man. Let's see the video.
Yeah, let's let that play again. Let's show how we ain't worrying about them. We worry about black people trying to come over here and get citizenship, getting automatic citizenship. We ain't worrying about them. They giving us jobs. You know what I'm saying? They hiring our brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, they don't cause no trouble. You know what I'm saying? But y'all black Americans want to come over here and get some citizenship. You know what I'm saying? Off the rip. We got a problem with that.
Before you go to the video, right? The problem with black Americans in this whole citizenship thing is, right? Why do you want citizenship, right? You can get residency. That's what you need. You need the residency. That's it, right? This whole citizenship thing, it don't make no fucking sense to me. I'm not gonna get like, okay, my kids, they're gonna have dual citizenship or whatever in Tanzania because my wife is a Tanzanian. Me, I don't want citizenship. I want residency because if I take citizenship in Tanzania, I got to give up my American citizenship and I got to give up my Jamaican citizenship. I'm not doing that.
But that ain't every country though. That ain't every country you have to get that up. No. See, you're in a certain situation because you're in Tanzania, and see, actually, you're in a good situation because your wife is shout out to his Tanzanian wife also. You know what I'm saying? But your wife is Tanzania. But it's some countries like Nigeria, you can have dual citizenship. You don't have to get a Tanzania one of them. I don't give a fuck what nobody said about Tanzania. That's fucked up. You want to make somebody give up their citizenship, which is fucked up. But you know what I'm saying? I don't think that's cool.
But the thing about it is, even with the whole, I don't see the point of like expecting to go there and get and just have them make it easy for you to get citizenship. Nah, man, just follow the rules. Like you have to follow in America. You have to follow the rules to do everything. So
yeah, but if you can show that if you coming from even in America, if you got lineage to America and you was kidnapped and took away, we talking about under those stipulations. We got what you call a moral clause here. You know what I'm saying? If you was kidnapped and took, you know what I'm saying? Say if a child was kidnapped from America and was taken to another country and, you know what I'm saying, stayed over there for 40 years and they had kids and everything. When they brought that person back, they will have that person on the news and call that American resilience. You get what I'm saying? Like they would be accepted with open arms. You get what I'm saying? They're like, you might have been, but you got American blood running through you. So these are the people that had the DNA test can show that, you know what, this is the country where my people was taken from, where they was beaten from, where they was drugged from, where they was raped from. You know what I'm saying? Like that part, that's the part. I ain't talking about nobody that just run up and talking about they want citizenship. But if you can prove that you was took, not nobody that left on their own, you get what I'm saying? But if you can prove that this is where your people was kidnapped from, you know what I'm saying? That's a different story. What I'm saying is that in every law, just like the laws in America, you have those provisions that asterisk to it. You get what I'm saying? Like DACA students. Look what they doing for DACA students here. You know what I'm saying? These are what they say. These are people that had no idea that they was brought here illegally. You get what I'm saying? But yeah. It don't change the point that it's illegal. They giving them an asterisk on it because they said, well, you didn't know. You know what I'm saying? You didn't know. So like Africa, we didn't know, but now we know.
But the caveat here is, all right, so America, will make those provisions because they realize that. And all right, I'm treading into some waters where I might take some fire here. But okay, but America realizes that Mexicans and them niggas bring value to America. We can't dispute that, right? But here's the thing: a lot of these granola wearing, granola eating, shea butter wearing, dreadlock wax, hair wax using Black Americans going over to Africa, and they ain't really doing shit. So it's like, all right, so how the fuck you gonna try to expect these motherfuckers to give you anything when the people that is asking for it ain't really providing no real, ain't really providing no real value. Like, okay, niggas like me, I do HVAC, I do plumbing, I do electrical, I could build computer servers and all that. If a whole bunch of niggas like me or you do trucking, I'm not sure whatever you do, but you seem like a very intelligent brother, so I'm sure you got some more skills up your sleeve. If more of us,
I drag these bitches for fun. Go ahead though.
if more of us were like the type of people with the types of skill, I mean, even not only just us, like with the hands, like nurses and doctors and that sort of stuff, acupuncture, whatever. Black was going over there like, yo, we're bringing these skills and this is what we can give to your country. What's good? I think they'd be a little bit more receptive. But the people that's going over there, at least what I see from the internet, are just Mickey Mouse in it, and you can't take them seriously. I don't take them seriously. I could talk about some experiences I've had with a couple of YouTubers over there. But I don't want to expose myself.
Yeah. We don't do no exposing ourselves. Yeah. That's against the law. But this is the thing though. Regardless of the point of what I'm saying is that if you're in a situation where abduction was in play, it doesn't matter if that person is profitable or can be better for it. The point that they was abducted, that's it. It's the same way when somebody is locked up for wrongdoing. They do 5-10 years in prison or whatever. Still they'd be like, okay, if you can prove it now. I know it's hard, but if they prove it, they still will pay you for that. You get what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to prove like you're gonna do something good with the money. Well, what you gonna do with the money? You know what I'm saying? What you gonna do with it when you get out? They don't give a damn. They're gonna pay you because they was wrong. What I'm saying is it should be at the end of the day, right is right, wrong is wrong. And at some point, wrong has to be rectified. You get what I'm saying? In its most simplest term. So I get what you're saying, but at some point, you just got to show, you know what? We ain't did shit. We never sailed 1 hour ships over there to help. We ain't followed not one of them ships. After y'all left, we was like, fuck y'all. Let's get back to walking in dirt and flip-flops and carrying buckets on our head and peeing in holes and shitting in buckets and shit. So let's get back to that. And then let's get to singing and dancing and shaking out stinking ass massa. You know what I'm saying? Let's get back to that. You know what I'm saying? But when the people come back over, it just should be some provision for that. That's all. I'm just saying an asterisk. I don't agree with them screaming and yelling at what somebody should do. What I'm saying that it should be an asterisk. Just the same thing with a constitution in any country. There are amendments that they can add to it. And I'm saying asterisk, but let me use the proper term. You can use an amendment just to add that in. It could be just for so many. You know what I'm saying? But the point of not doing nothing, that means that you're not even accepted to be, congratulatory about people that has left those conditions where they received no help and they was able to, even though they passed go without $200, they still made their way through the mud, so to speak. But let me play this video, y'all, because I know how y'all think that your own skin color.
Hey yo, Elijah, hop on, man.
Tunaja think I'm gonna jump on him, man. He ain't gonna jump on, but Tunaja's definitely welcome. Let me play the video for y'all because I know how y'all like everybody else coming to your country except for black people. You want to argue us down. So let me play the video for y'all.
Hey, come on. Enough. Don't behave like them. Stay down. Don't behave like them.
Pulled them out of their truck. Pulled them out of their truck. Laid them down on the ground. And just beating them, and they ain't doing nothing about it. Just laying there. But let a black person start talking about citizens. Oh, let's get a petition. You want to get a petition on some shit like that? Let's rile up the crew. Let's, huh? Y'all ain't seen enough? Hold on, I got one more for you.
Yeah, they're doing right, lah. Indians are burning the squatter camps. Jesus.
They burn every fucking thing here.
Wait here. Let's just take care. Hey, what is this? No, wait here on the side. I want to see what is happening.
Look at the black people just standing out there looking. Look at that shit. But hold on. Let me show y'all a video, and I know y'all ain't seen this video before, and this is gonna be groundbreaking. This is gonna be brand new. This is exclusive right here.
Damn. Hey, calm down. Enough. Don't behave like them. Stay down.
Well, Quantavious and Gervonta and them niggas would have definitely bust off on. That's one thing I could say for damn sure.
First thing first, y'all. Goddamn, we going on 4 hours and 30 minutes, man. I had a few donations in the beginning. I appreciate that, man. But y'all see that cash out and they goddamn PayPal up in there, man. You know what I'm saying? I need y'all niggas money. You know what I'm saying? I really do. I'm starving over here, man. I'm sitting here eating goddamn old ass bananas, black spots everywhere, but they say them the good ones though. You know what I'm saying? They make Matoki out that. You know what I'm saying? We got the cash app in here. We got the PayPal right here. You know what I'm saying? They got a cash app right here. We got the PayPal right here. We got the cash app right here. We got the motherfucking PayPal right here. And if you got Zelle, it's FIVE, the number 4, D as in dog, A as in apple, D as in dog, U as in umbrella, B as in Bobby, and B as in beat them niggas ass on the side of the street. Why they lay there and don't do shit. But you want to argue with people that look like you. You want to tell us what we ain't and where we ain't from. That's what you want to do. You ain't 100% African. You ain't 100% this. You was so. You go. All that shit. But see, I understand it because we're soft targets. You know what I'm saying? We're soft targets. We're descendants of slaves. See, now don't get it wrong when I say ADOS because I don't follow the movement, but by definition, I am. Yeah, we the ones that you sold. We the ones that you didn't want. I know how it went. Yeah. It was a few little sneaking and geeking, them coming over there and steal some of us, but a lot of us was sold. A lot of us was your enemies. And you was happy. You was ready to get rid of your enemies. And then even over here, see, once you consider people your enemy, you ever been in a situation where you'd be like, I don't like him, but I don't even know why I don't like him. See, sometimes it's in DNA, that shit get handed down. Like those ratchet white people that would sit up there having feuds for 30, 40 years. That shit go down. And tonight, man, if you want to come on, man, you can come on, man. I will drop the link up in here. But I'm just telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't try to find a reason, try to find out what the context of the story or why that's happening. And you see those black brothers playing around there ain't saying nothing. They ain't saying stop, you wrong, nothing. Nobody ain't standing around. And after they don't got beat upside the head for 20 minutes, then the motherfucker gonna tell them, don't be like them. How the hell you gonna tell? How the hell To the guru. How you gonna tell somebody that don't be like me, don't be like them after you done bust me upside the head 20 times? Now you want to be like, don't be like them? What you was being like when you beat me upside the head 20 times, man? Shout out to motherfucking Nigel. You know what I'm saying?
They took a wrong turn in the wrong neighborhood.
The wrong neighborhood in Africa. How you take a wrong? Hey, to Nigel. How you make a wrong turn in Nigeria and end up getting your ass whooped by white people? How does that happen, to Nigel?
Rainbow Nation.
What happens is that, greetings, by the way, to everyone. This type of stuff, my South African friend sent me a video about this too, and they were in the video they were shooting at black people that were basically pedestrians in this suburb area, and they were just walking around, and then they showed a video of them stopped. That some of them have got a young boy in the car, and they're complaining, "Why are you shooting at us? Why are you shooting at us?" And in the video, what I saw was almost all the other groups, like white people or maybe Indian, they are all armed. The black people, none. They're not armed at all. And that is why this type of stuff can happen. Because our people are too complacent. And I don't know why the others are like paranoid like hell, why we are not. We're always like, yeah, it's okay. That's why they are easy for them to lie down. Because how can you be in a country where you are the majority and this is how you get treated? Can you even imagine that? They are paranoid in South Africa and they are paranoid in America where they are also majority. It's crazy. It tells you that we have always had that problem from the beginning. Why they came to Africa and they were able to do what they did to us? Because we don't have our threat assessment is completely off the charts. We don't have any sense of threat, which is weird. Because these people, I just saw a documentary recently, which I already knew, but this African guy was narrating a documentary about how human beings spread all over the world. And what it will show you is that in the last 10% of human history, the white people appeared on the map and they are dominating the map right now. And we are facing an extinction event and we just sit there and act as if it's nothing that is going on. They appeared barely 20, 50,000 years ago, while we have been around almost 200,000 years. And they dominate the map now. They have been this guy actually described. He described the first genocide of black people that happened in India. That happened, God knows how long ago, thousands of years ago. They wiped out the first black group from that area. I think that's where they first appeared. This European race, and that's how since they never looked back. They started spreading all over the world. It took them a long time before they were able to get through to Africa the way they got through recently, but they did. And then they even spread all over into the Americas even further. So what we are looking at here is a totally different kind of mindset of people. These people are more paranoid than us. And it's even if you look at it at the individual level, they are more paranoid. They don't take threat lying down like we do, which is strange. I don't get that.
To Nigel, see, I heard you on a show yesterday, and I heard you use the word that we're doomed, my brother.
Yeah, because when I hear people arguing over immigration and who is supposed to be called who, when we are facing a massive problem,
it's almost like that. You're in the bottom. You're on a rope, and somebody else is lowering you down the rope into a volcano. Instead of y'all figuring out how to try to get up out this rope, y'all arguing about goddamn who who's swinging the rope. You know what I'm saying? Y'all start arguing with each other like, man, your feet stink, man. You know what I'm saying? Move on the rope, man. Why your feet smell? Like we find a reason to not want to confront the biggest threat.
It's scary. I couldn't contain myself that day, and it just, I just was like, man, this is frustrating. I can't believe grown people can do this.
Grown ass people, man.
Grown people can do this. All people are saying is, let's figure out our way so that we can do better. But you said, you know what? the best thing we should do is let's argue about other things
Let's
now.
fight by some dumb shit. Come on,
How does that even happen?
See, too, Nigel. See, I knew it. I knew he was going. See, I knew the first time I heard you that you would see it the way I see it. You only can be diplomatic around rational people, to Nigel. You cannot be diplomatic to irrational people. They are irrational. They're not using the part of their brain that's thinking about self-preservation. You cannot be talking about self-preservation by arguing about dumb shit.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. See, that's why people always try to make me look like the bad guy. Oh, I'm too rough. You know what I'm saying? You got to give people a chance. Again, to Nigel, at your own mouth, they grown people. These people got kids. They raising up kids, to Nigel.
Yeah. And like, how, I don't even understand. How is that even possible? It's like somebody saying, it doesn't make sense. It's like somebody saying, you know what? You're going to get this car, or you're going to argue with your neighbor. And the person chose, you know what? I like arguing with my neighbor. That's the one that makes more sense.
Right.
It's crazy. The mindset, the level of, I just couldn't contain myself. I was like, how is it that we have so much and we just are wasting it away? And I think it's just mindset. It's like there's something in our head that doesn't feel like we are under threat. I don't understand it. For the life of me, I don't get it. I really don't get it. I have seen people that have been oppressed before and they get out of it.
Yep.
But our people we don't seem to want to even. It's like, let's just leave it like that.
A couple of good things happen, and it seems like you forget about the rest of your body that's on fire. My finger, my thumb, and my pinky finger ain't on fire, but the rest of my body on fire. But you know what? I'm gonna argue, goddamn, because I'm gonna float on fuck the rest of the body. I ain't worrying about that. You know what I'm saying? Let me argue about my fingernails. You get what I'm saying? That is what it is. See, all I do, I'm a little bit more cutthroat with my assessment. See, I go by the numbers. See, you saw it in real time. See, I didn't have to see it in real time to get that. See, the numbers let me know that we're doomed. You get what I'm saying? So the individual success don't make no difference. But see, that's what was promoted. But see, after a while, to Nigel, they can't keep talking about individual success because that dumb nigga fuck shit is gonna come out. And the funny part is, to Nigel, they more emotional about that.
Yep. Emotional, really emotional. And you tell them, this is what we need to do to just, because there's no harm. You see, when there is no harm in doing something, it's a no-brainer. You just try it, isn't it? Even every lady will tell you that they can try something once. Try it. It's not, they're not telling you to sell your soul here. They're not telling you to sell your soul here.
They ain't asking you to give up. They ain't asking you to give up a liver or a lung or a kidney. Nothing.
Just work with your own fellow human beings.
Basic.
And sort yourself out. Hopefully, you might just like the outcome.
Basic.
In South Africa, what is going on in South Africa just tells you everything you need to know. There are minorities in that country. You can excuse them for being a little bit paranoid in South Africa because they are minorities. Why they will feel like black people are going to take revenge, so they should arm themselves. You can excuse them. Okay, South Africa is one case, but why the US? They have been majority from the beginning till now, and yet they are still, even if they are the superpowers in the world. Even if there's superpowers in the world, they control the country. The white civilians still arm themselves to the teeth.
Yep. But think about it like this, too, Nigel. See, think about what you just said. See, any other time you ask them why they ain't got arms. How the majority don't got arms, but the minority got arms? How did that happen, to Nigel?
Because they are paranoid. That's why our people are just asleep. They are totally asleep. If you look at their defense budgets in sub-Saharan Africa, that I use that word sub-Saharan Africa because when you look at North Africa, they are alive. The sub-Saharan Africa is like we are just there, existing. And this is why most people don't hear about Africa, because we are not basically taking care of business, really. We are not secure. We just what you see on that street is what is happening to our people.
Yep.
The
In a
whole nations.
nutshell. That's why I played it so many times. Because you can sit up there and see that they ain't even get up and try to run away or nothing. You'll lay there and just take that from them. But when it comes to working with each other, boy, you emotional. See, Tanaja, they always try to make hustle smart. I'm the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm out smoking. See, I think that if I never would have said something about women, if I would have never came up with the term husky hyena, you know what I'm saying? But they'll use that. Oh, he said something about women. How women's? What you talking about? They the right hand of white supremacy. The black man is not giving black women jobs. It's the white men. So who you think she's gonna be dedicated to in America? That is. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but then on the back end, y'all are so discombobulated in your brain matter and brain activity that y'all want to argue and fight about the dumbest shit. Y'all want to get praised about. Then you want to fight each other. I tell people all the time, Mr. Tunaja, that all the shit I talked about, you ain't never heard me say I want to fight another YouTuber.
Exactly. I've never heard you do that, actually.
Never heard me threaten to whoop nobody's ass. None of that shit about what somebody said on YouTube. Because I know what I'm saying is right. It's a little harsh, but it's right. And no one wants like to say we're doomed. But I'm just going by the numbers. See, the thing that makes me upset, Tunaja, that a person like you know what I'm saying? That try your best to be diplomatic about the situation. Try to find the good out of the situation. Try to just be even. What we call over here, we call it even kill. You know what I'm saying? You want to just be even about it. I'm not going to try to be up. I'm not going to try to be down. But see, then when they get you out of character, you know it got to be some fuck shit.
Yeah, it's really sad because even I felt a little bit embarrassed for myself because I feel like, wow, if these people can get me to just start losing patience with them, it's like unbelievable. How can you come into this world, you raise your family, and somebody says, you know what, let's work together to build a better community for ourselves, and you think, oh my God, you want to take control of me somehow? I don't get it. You need to see some of the arguments they make. Like one of them said something which was quite funny actually, because he was like, we need to separate ourselves from Africans, and we want to be our own. I was like, it's funny because that's what the exact same behavior Africans portray themselves, which means you are now a qualified member of the African family. Right. that one drove him crazy even further. It's like they just feel like our people always feel like we have to separate ourselves.
Yep.
I don't get that. When you look at the world, everything is based on race now.
Everything
is divided based on race. And you are busy worrying about whether you are. See, let me tell you, it's not even religion at all. It's race. Religion is just covering the truth. Look at it clearly. It's race. That's what it is. Because if it was religion, believe me, they would not put our people in slavery at all. Because we're Christians. When they were chucking us into in slavery. So it doesn't. All that doesn't matter. It's based on race. At the heart of it, people protect their own. That is what people do. And when you are in the US, when you're in Haiti, when you're in Africa, it's the same. That's what you're going to. That's why we are always the ones suffering.
Yep.
It's not by coincidence. We are always the ones suffering.
Ain't no coincidence at all, man. You know what I'm saying? If it walks like a duck and talk like a duck, it ain't no goddamn giraffe.
The Haitian president died the other day. For me, it reminded me, it's just like taking a barometer of how our community was. Not one African president that I've seen release a statement for his death. Yet, European Union, they released a statement. The UN released a statement. The US released a statement. Not the Black Caucus. The US released a statement. It's like, is it only our enemies that mourn us now? Is it? What is wrong with our people? What is wrong with us?
I'll take it a step further too, Niger. So the Haitian president got murdered, and Haiti is, like, in my opinion, the crown jewel of the diet. They set the standard for reparation for Black folk, right? But now but I've gotten more I've seen more posts about what's going on in Cuba with a bunch of these white Cubans, black people out here. On some liberation. We want democracy. We want drunk white kids to pass out in our streets. I've got more black people that seem to care about that fuck shit than what the fuck just happened in Haiti, and that does not make any sense to me. The only conclusion I can come to is we're doomed.
Let me pose this question to everybody. And first of all, man, shout out, because I know that was you that donated, man, Mr. Kunguru. You know what I'm saying? Donated to the Simple Police Academy. You know what I'm saying?
Gotta support, man. Gotta support. Everybody, passing the collection plate around, man.
I gotta pass that collection plate around, man, because you know I need y'all niggas money. You know what I'm saying? But let me pose this question to you, man. This goes to everybody. Do y'all really think that black people as a whole, do y'all think that we deserve to be on top? Do we think that we deserve to be on top, or do we deserve to be managed? Answer, please, y'all. Don't give me no it depends. Give me your full, unadulterated, straight drop, clean, pure water answer, man.
I'll take the talking stick first here, right? So in my adult life so far, I mean, I've held several management positions, and then I own my own business, right? If we were going to go off of performance, right? No. I mean, we got, I'm not going to give black people right now in any facet, right? It don't matter if you're from America or Canada or Jamaica or anywhere in Africa. I'm not giving you a management position right now because your resume ain't up to task. Fuck what you did when you was in middle school, my nigga. You're not. You have to learn some shit first before I can trust you with the keys to this damn store. And that's how I look at it right now. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Tanaja.
Yeah, man.
Do you think? Let me say the question one more time. Do you think that as black people that we want to be on top, or that we deserve to be on top, or we should be managed by other people now, not by us, but we should be managed by white people? What do you think? Now don't tell me how you feel. Just go off the actions one time for me. The actions. Not how you feel, because I feel like we should. I feel just like in the movies, kings, queens, and we the queens and kings and kings and queens and kings and queens and kings and queens. That sounds good, but you tell me based on the actions.
Most of that option, we don't even have any say in it. Okay, let me give you one example that happened just this week that tells you that. I'll give you the answer of what I'm trying to say here. After the Haitian president died, you know what happened now with the mercenaries and all the rest of it. Guess what the Nigerian this in Congress passed? They passed a bill to bring mercenaries to come and fight people in Nigeria again. If our people can't learn, man, we don't even deserve to be on top. Why would you deserve to be on top if you cannot even hear what happened in Haiti last week, and this week you're passing a law to bring in mercenaries to the country? And you know what one of the commentators was saying on TV then? He was like, oh, I support it because after all, America uses mercenaries. And one guy in the comment was like, they use it overseas. They don't use it at home against their own people to secure their country. You bring mercenaries in, you open yourself up for all kinds of compromises. You can't bring people, or you can't teach another breed to kill your own. You teach them to kill your own, they get the scent of your own, and that's what they will be feeding on. Why can't you take care of yourself? Our people sit there. A commentator was happy that they were asking for mercenaries from overseas without even sensing the dangers of that. After what just happened to the Haitian president last week or so. That tells you everything you need to know. Why would you deserve to be on top? You're not awake.
I have a tab open somewhere of an NBC or something like that, CBS news item, and it was like they were summing up. It was on the first or second day. It was like they were summing up their plan, and it smelled like they were going in via churches and NGOs.
Yeah. They don't. Our people don't just. They don't learn. And what I did, guess what? This should give you some signs that maybe there is hope. Look at 3-4 weeks ago, I decided that okay, I need to start engaging with the Nigerian side. You know, there's this show they always do every morning, you know, on the streets, and you see these Nigerians calling for the dissolution of Nigeria and threatening the president and calling their own fellow people. Just like, you know, if you think African Americans are, you know, some of these Edo people are being funny. Believe me, when you go to when you get to hear some of the things Nigerians are saying, it will make them seem like they are docile. So, and I started engaging them and talking about. But today,
hold on, the two Niger. I actually, and again, I'm probably treading into territory where y'all gonna shoot me. But I think that the Nigerians kind of deserve the right to say whatever the fuck they want, because it don't matter wherever you go in the motherfucking country. I've been to quite a few. Nigerians is there holding shit down. All right.
yeah.
So Nigerians, I mean, if Nigerians are talking, it's like the old nigga, the elder in your family that is like, you know, he's 90 something and he just talking shit. But it might come across as abrasive, but his experience allows him to be able to say this. So
Yes.
I mean, I don't really see an issue. Like I said, I posted earlier, I'm a Jamaican, right? I think the best thing that happened to Jamaica ever was that there's direct flights from Nigeria to Jamaica, because Jamaica needs them Nigerians to come in there and clean that motherfucker up. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. You know, you have to be careful. Nigerians are troublesome people. I know my fellow Nigerians, man. You know, just some of the things they are saying. They are training their president, their own president openly.
Yeah, I fully agree. You see, and I correct me if I'm wrong, but specifically Igbo people, you see them dominate technology and biology and medicine. You see them dominate universities worldwide. So there's something special happening there over there.
Yeah, so I started engaging them, and guess what? One of the guys today was like, "Oh, because he thought because I said something about because one of their person died, so I said something. He said, "Oh, he thought I was the one." He said he apologized, but then he addressed some of the points that I was making. He said he agrees with the idea that we need more security. So he started, but yet he get what he said. He said the government need to pay for it. You see, they don't understand that they own these things. He said the government needs to pay for it, and they need to kind of decentralize it, because Nigerians don't trust anybody. Instead of them to pass a law to fix anything, they'll like leave the law. Otherwise, somebody will get power to control us. So they will leave anarchy in place. That is the kind of conditioning we have been given, so that we don't progress anywhere at all. So, but the point is, at least he got the message that security is at the heart of our problem in Nigeria right now. And I think there's a change, a slight switch in their approach. They are beginning to think that, okay, maybe we should be spending more on defense and all the rest, but it's not moving anything quick enough. That commentator on TV that was supporting the mercenary, that they should hire mercenaries, he was like, oh yeah, we should recruit more people, that we should increase the numbers by about 5,000 every year. Or like, you are in deficit of about almost 500,000 or 1 million soldiers compared to that of Algeria, and you are here talking about 5,000 every year. What is wrong with this? I actually stated it in the comment. I said, can you do your maths? You know, he has done Algeria, of a country of about 43 million people, has a military of 800,000. This is not Africa. Has a military of about 800,000, and they're just 43 million. Nigeria, 200 million, have a military size of about 300,000. That gap, he is saying we should be recruiting 5,000 more every year.
All right, let me
When do
ask
you think
y'all
you're ever going to close that gap?
let me throw your question out with that military thing. I'm glad you keep bringing that up tonight because I think that's out of all the conversations on YouTube, if the security is not established, then we're just like we're like a big dog with a bigger leash on us in a little small yard. But do you think that we actually need more dictators?
See, you know what? At this stage, I don't even care what we need, what we have. As long as we have strong. Because you know what I have discovered is that it doesn't even matter. As long as you have this militarily strong. Let me give you an example why I think that is the case. Soviet Union, when it collapsed, Boris Yeltsin was one of the worst presidents ever. He was a drunk. Most of the Soviet Russia's economy was being run by the mob. I don't know whether you remember, this guy used to come to Washington to beg them for money. Say, if you don't give us money, we'll sell some of our nukes to North Korea or whoever we like. So because of that, Washington will give him a lot of money, billions upon billions. He goes back. And he comes back again. The same thing, he does that until Russia people were on the news, they were describing Russia. I wish people saw those news. They were describing Russia as a third-rate nation, like some nation that is just rubbish and all the rest. Guess what? This guy, the night he retired, he put Putin in power. Within 4 years, they were back. It tells you everything you need to know. That it doesn't matter. Dictatorship, whatever you have, communist, North Korean kind of style, if you have military strength, at least you can determine your destiny.
What you got to realize about how Russia operates is they play the long game and they know how to do it. So this guy saw that he fell into a role of being looked at as a clown, and he played that role up, and niggas got caught off guard because Putin was in the shadows getting that, getting built up, getting the intel, and Putin came in. People were sleeping on Russia at that point. So that was a tactic. Don't sleep on the Russians. If you know anything about Russian history, these guys are sharp and they're very good at deception. Anyway.
But they recovered easy. That's the point, is that they were able to recover because nobody can go in there and disrupt their recovery because they had security. If you have security, nobody can come in and mess with your government or blackmail your politicians and stuff like that. They won't be able to do that because you can't defend them. Look at the Haitian president was murdered in his own house. Do you know what signal that is? That might actually be the reason why African leaders didn't even comment. It's a signal that tells you are not safe anywhere.
Yep.
That's why they pull back. I'm just suspecting that's why they pull back, but still, I still think it's cowardly that these same African leaders, when the French church was burning, they were releasing statements all over the place, even donating. A church was burning, they donated to it.
Yeah, they donated to rebuild the church. I remember that shit. Keep talking, man.
And yet, they were silent when a Haitian president was murdered in his own home. That tells you where we are.
Did you see when the wife got out? She was protected by white people. She had white people protecting her when she got out of the hospital.
Man, it's sad, isn't it? That picture looked like the picture that they took in the 1920s when the Americans, the US went into Haiti and took over Haiti and just installed. That picture just looked like that.
Yep.
Hey, how old are you guys?
I'm 40. I'm 46.
Okay, I'm 30.
At least I'm 3 centuries old.
Tonight's a little bit more seasoned. You know what I'm saying?
that question came from nowhere.
No. But
yeah,
we have to understand that in order to see things the way it really is, you cannot talk to black people in no other way but to get their attention. Any type of softness, any type of wavering, you know what I'm saying? Niggas get the bucking up, man. Like that's why I talk the way I talk tonight. Tonight, let me tell you something. I am a funny, charismatic guy. I could get on here and get to talking about, vacationing and make it big. My channel could be way bigger because I'm a natural talker. I choose to talk this way. I can go the other way and just tell black people what they want to hear. But see, it's just like the religion thing. I'm not gonna play with it. If I'm not all the way in it, I'm not gonna play with it. And the last thing our people need to be doing is playing. Thinking something funny, think joking about shit, arguing about dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? And now we got Icon Fire on here. He's from Jamaica. We got Kunguru. He from Jamaica. We got Nigeria. I mean, we got Tunaj. He from Nigeria. Go ahead, Icon Fire, man. Add your 2 cents, my brother. Icon Fire. He's on mute. Go ahead, Kunguru.
Badman forward. Badman pull up.
Oh, my bad.
There you go.
That was my bad.
Now go ahead.
What I was saying behind the scene is we need dictatorship. We need dictatorship, man. Somebody got to tell us what to do.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? And it's real and it's right. It's just that if someone is stupid, there ain't no way I'm gonna take no dictatorship from you. You feel me? If you're stupid, you can't. That's what it's dictatorship that run the world. Even democracy is dictatorship. You feel me? You have to do as they say anyway. Even democracy. So people is just the intelligent form of animal. So you can be herded. You feel me? Just like America did, they said, get over here and we gonna censor you from the rest of the world. So only what we teach you, you gonna know. You feel me? So Africa, to me, as Tunai just says, we need security. But we don't need security for Nigeria. We need continental security. I think all of those immigration centers in the middle of the goddamn country, they all should be bulldozed down. All of the borders should be bulldozed down, and all of them be transferred in the at the oceans or at the external borders. You feel me? I think all borders and border centers should be just extended to the external borders, because Africa don't need internal borders. It is costing too much money right now. You feel me? That's a lot of what's costing Africa money, because they got to spend so much time to be fueling money for internal borders. You feel me? And their external borders ain't even correct.
The bureaucracy got them caught up.
Yeah. So Africa needs one airline, what you call it? One air, what they call it, a air hub, or and Ethiopia could be where everybody in the country have to report when a plane is coming in. They have to report to Ethiopia, and Ethiopia tell them yes or no. You feel me? That's how it should go. So all airports should be coordinated, and and through computer, everybody should say, hey, Ethiopia, this airline is coming in. Okay. And Ethiopia says, okay, that's how it's supposed to go. I think dictatorship have to be like good in terms of what you call it. If you run in a government, then if you a thief, then enrich your people that they can have money to steal from. So African government ain't that smart. Because how come you don't try to say, okay, I'm gonna advance my people, and when they get rich, I'm gonna rob the shit out of them? You understand what I'm saying? Because what does it make sense you have people on the street living in gutters and try to rob them? You feel me? So I think that's part of it, where I think that the oath that I'll be telling you about, like I swear loyalty to the black skin and patriotism to Africa. I think soldiers should get work where soldiers or police or whatever should go and drill people, especially young men. Go on the street, go anywhere you find them, you drill them. I think young men should be incorporated into the army at a young age in cadets and scouts, mandated for discipline. You feel me? For the reason of discipline. You feel me? Learn how to spread your bed, learn how to clean up your place, learn how to act right, learn how to think right. That type of stuff.
I agree.
You can't be just go ahead.
I agree with we need a dictatorship, but I suggest that it's not a person, but it's an idea or a plan. And may I suggest even further? Let's copy the Chinese 5-year plan. So we set a plan and facilitate it, and each 5-year plan is a step to the next one. And that's I mean, who even believes that China is still a communist nation? It's I forgot the word, but they go for the best person at the position, and
It's
that
a totalitarian. It's a totalitarian government.
no, China is not that totalitarian.
Not that.
And exactly, but you yourself just came to say we need dictatorship, and I believed you meant our people need a dictatorship
Africa.
Exactly.
I'm talking about Africa.
Exactly. Me too.
And I don't want a little zone dictatorship. I mean dictate to all Africa.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And a 5-year plan could even be that dictatorship, and then nation, if they want to play the political theater, they may do so. But what the people will be choosing is the man or woman that is going to follow the plan in the best way possible. So yeah, we need a dictatorship. Our people need a dictatorship, and let's start in media. Seriously, propaganda is really important.
True that. And the one of the main things we should dictate is the love for our skin and our hair. And I'll be like, disrespect whoever oppose. You feel me? Tell them
Yes.
they are piece of shit bitches, and they should get out the fucking race, having the hair, having the color, and you're not proud of it. You feel me? That type of shit. Who the fuck are you?
Another example in the Portuguese, and I forgot to do it. It's in the Portuguese sphere. I threw an idea up, and maybe it's a good one for the Anglo sphere also. You on social media, you see these movies, you see these videos of working Asian people. Just videos of working Asian people in factories, in agriculture, etc.
Yes.
And our videos, the videos that circle in our
we comedians.
We are comedians. We're showing the worst of each other, fighting women in the streets, all types of nonsense. And if we want to do something, you know, each and every one can make those kind of videos and share them, you know.
Yeah, we also got to dictate to the media. You feel me? Any media in
we
Africa.
are media. We are media, brother. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm talking about in terms of the dictatorship. I'm talking about. You feel me? Because the media gonna make it easier for you if you dictate to all the media in Africa. You feel me?
Yes.
No matter what. That's it's like if you don't do it that way, you gonna get hurt. Because none of them should be free to speak what they want to speak. None of them should. In fact, I'd mandate that nobody browner than a paper bag a brown paper bag could be on TV. That's what I would. That's what I would mandate, and I would also mandate that no wigs or cream hair should be allowed in the what you call it the business circumstances
May
of
I ask you
Africa.
something?
What
You feel
about
me?
married to a white girl though? Like I follow what Umar Johnson is saying. Like he's saying like okay, when he was saying something about reparations, like nobody, if you got a white wife, you don't get to get reparations. What say you, sir?
Well. Listen. Well, listen. You know how I view that? I view it as when it comes to you and a woman or black, it's supposed to be business. You understand? Marriage is not really love. A relationship is not supposed to be about love. It's supposed to be about really business. So you can't go marry no white woman. And what if you get rich and then die? All of your money goes to the white bitch. Also, she can rip you off in the middle of everything and get half. You see me? So he's saying that allow the black woman to do that. Allow the black woman to when you get rich, allow her to rip you off and run off with half the money, like Tiger Woods. You understand?
Facts.
Allow these. You should allow these things. Make you and her fall out, and she get half the money, and go share with her cousins who is black. You feel me? So this is the business about our blackness we're supposed to deal with. You feel me? Because what if? You understand? So you should look at it at the business level where if success comes, it gonna go to all your cousins. You understand? And enrich the black world. So that's what Mr. Johnson is talking about, in which I admire. You see me? But when it comes
let me
to
ask y'all a question. Let me propose another question to go with this thing, because I actually like that. I mean, it's unrealistic, but I still like it. You know what I'm saying? But how many out of 54 countries, how many countries, we ain't talking about the Arabic countries. We'll let them stand. We'll talk about the one that majority black people. So we'll go with, let's just say 50, let's say 51. No, we'll put it at 50. Let's consolidate. How many of those 50 countries, should it be broke down to? Should all these countries stand on by their own, or should there be some consolidation? That's the question.
I think there should be some consolidation. Like a country like Burkina Faso can't stand on its own. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's too like Gambia. There's no reason why Gambia should be its own country. It doesn't make any sense, right?
Agree.
So, well, it's like it's like we have like all these different fragments of economies, and then there's littered like they all have like different allegiances to different colonial powers and shit like that. We got French and German, and like in Namibian, I think the Namibians is like they're kind of a German-ish kind of country, and but they next to like Zimbabwe and Botswana and all that. Like, so we got way too much striations and fragmentation going on.
Yeah, you're right.
To make any
You're
sense.
right. And I also got an answer for that in terms of if I was upholding a dictatorship. The Central Bank of Africa is there, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is no way we should have foreign investment in that bank. You feel me? That bank is supposed to get yearly, annual, what you call it. Every country in Africa should give half their annual amount, annual income or annual revenue to the not give but save it there or bank it there. You feel me? So that way they can borrow from there. You feel me? So instead of doing it with friends, that's how they should do it. All of them should give half of their yearly revenue to install it in the Central Bank of Africa, where the central bank gonna guarantee agriculture, in which that it is its trademark right now. They can guarantee loans for all things. You feel me?
You see,
So
the problem you're going to have with that is whenever you start moving in that type of direction, you start having the type of problems we're having now.
what you
We
mean?
this type of do you know how many black presidents have died in the last 1 year? 6.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, but that would also guarantee security, because the central bank, the, are in my dictatorship, right? All right, look what I was looking like. Look at this. To me, every president that becomes president should ascend to the African Union. And to me, every president should spend their 4 years at the African Union, only leave for vacation. So you get to run your country from the African Union, taking notes from the chairman of the African Union, which is essentially the president of Africa. You feel me?
I can't fire.
It,
The problem
so
you're
it
going to have is how do you move from here to there? We are talking about real time now, where people are getting knocked out of the way. The moment anybody brings their head up, they want to do something, they get knocked
man,
out
the
of the way.
only thing
That
we
is the
can do
problem.
right now, listen, the only thing we can do right now is like try to finance history teachers. So if you're talking about now, all you can do is like finance history teachers to go teach in the Congo, or to go teach in all type of places. Because and what else we can do is finance governments, and what you call it, financially dictate to governments. That's stuff we can do right now.
And
You see me? Like, okay,
I suggest now is agriculture real estate.
They won't listen to you because
all
they
right,
will
look,
listen to the people that
all
can
right, look,
actually
what I'm
dictate to them
saying.
so
in
hold
All
on.
right,
power, not finance.
I got something to say real quick. Right. All right. So we need to look no further than how all these other Western countries handled this COVID-19 thing. Right. Nobody gets in until we figure out what the fuck going on, and that's what we did. We shut down. Like a lot of these countries, Canada still got their borders, I think, close to the United States. Like you're shut down the borders because we have no idea what's going on. There's a threat. We have to assess this threat. So we go. If you're in here, we're keeping you in, and if you're outside, we're keeping you outside until.
Hey, bossman, I was thinking the same thing a long time ago, that this is Africa's chance, right?
Yeah.
This is Africa's chance to close all external borders. There's no telling when you can open shit. Everybody knows. So all you gotta do is say that Corona is devastating Africa and the border is closed, and we have an internal functional, and we try to get our planet functional, our own little planet functional.
Yes.
Close that shit.
See, there was a
You see
time
me?
I was saying in theory what you are saying, but you have to transition it somewhere along the line to what is actually. See, they will not do it because these people that are there right now are captured. They will not listen to
Yeah,
you. They will not listen to
yeah,
their
yeah,
people because they are answerable to a different master that has
yeah. So
bigger power over them.
Look, at the
that's why
end
I
of the
had this
day,
point.
all these old niggas, all these old leaders, all this old hat people, they all need to die. I'm sorry, it might sound crazy. These niggas need to get buried.
They tend to live
And
very long, actually.
let the
Hey, that's
generation.
why I was saying, right? That's why I was saying this, right? Look, we can actually come together and say, okay, we gonna throw a funding to do something in terms of like say the Gambian government, right? So we could do things in financial aid of the Gambian government, in which we could say, okay, we gonna give the soldiers and police uniforms. So we will we will get dressmakers. We can get people over here and make shot, or we could finance it. You feel me?
Brother,
And then they will like say thank you, and they will like say thank you. You feel me? So we could do it a couple times until we can say, what if you make we want you to make African studies mandatory from from kindergarten stage up to tertiary level. and we would want it to be what you call it, a general subject in all schools, and the government would, and then you would say, or else we stop doing what we're doing. You feel me? So the government would actually do it. It's just what the US or any one of them is doing. You feel me? I'm telling you, it's called it's financial manipulation.
I
Feel
would
me? So
suggest
we could also do that.
I would suggest another priority: finding each other in fulfilling each other's need, and a lot of people are far away from African studies, and so I really suggest that agriculture and real estate is a win-win situation for the only continent that has a growing population in a couple of years. Even China will have aging issues, and we will have a population capable of working. It's agriculture, feed the people, and house the people is I think that those two are a priority.
Hold on for a second, y'all.
I
Let's
don't
get
think
real.
that's the
Let's get
priority.
real about. Hold on for a second, Ms. Fight. Let's get real about the situation for a second. Now, I understand everybody's proposal, but until you get foreign people out of Africa, you get what I'm saying? Until you at least break it down to 54 countries to maybe 30 countries. You know what I'm saying? It'll never work. And the reason why the United States was so easy, because y'all got to remember the United States used to be the North and the South.
Bro.
It was hold on, let me finish real quick. What I'm saying is that it wasn't until they said that, you know what? Okay, y'all be the North and the South, but what we want to do is we want to build a grid. We want to build railroads that can go through everywhere, that don't have to stop nowhere, not just through each state. We wanted to go from north to south, east to west, the Mason-Dixon line, parallel, however you want to do it.
That's going on right now, though.
That's going on, exactly.
But what I'm saying is, it's just what I'm saying is it's still being built and it's still structured through foreign goddamn powers. You get what I'm saying?
Listen.
So hold on. Let me finish. I'm gonna let you go.
I want to answer that.
I got. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish the last point. You definitely can get it next. What I'm saying is that with all these countries separate, with all these countries having borders, you get what I'm saying? And we all know the borders is only another reason for the government or for people to get money. It's not really, ain't nobody trying to sneak nothing from Burkina Faso, from Ghana, trying to get nothing in there. It's just a makeshift bullshit ass border. I mean, I have seen the border that Burkina Faso. It ain't nothing but a goddamn. It ain't shit.
Bullshit. It's bullshit.
Yeah, it's bullshit. So it shouldn't even be there. It's just a road. You know what I'm saying? You got half of the road taking francs and half of the road taking Ghana CDs. It's dumb. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is you're keeping other people that look like you out your trying to make them pay you to go in another place that look like you. At least with all these other places with the United States, they said, you know what? We're all the same. I know we're beefing. I know we're fighting. But we got to get this electrical grid up. So, you still can be in control of your South. We're going to have the North, but we still collectively need to get this electricity. Let's get this railroad done. You get what I'm saying? We're going to let JP Morgan.
Yo, fam, okay, so I'm moving to Tanzania, but I also have interest in Gambia, right?
Right.
So I'm checking, cross-referencing flights from Tanzania to Gambia. Fam, it's cheap, way cheaper for me to fly from New York or Baltimore to Gambia than it is for me to fly from Tanzania to Gambia. This makes
that's crazy.
0 cents. It's like $1,500 to fly from Tanzania to Gambia. Makes no sense.
Come on, Jose, go. It's your chance, man.
Okay. Say it, Jay. What I wanted to say was it's not a case, and that's where we go wrong. We are focused on the other people. It's not a case of throwing foreigners out. It's a case of competing all of those motherfuckers off the map. We should be focused on competing on the world stage of power, economic, military,
Sure.
spiritual, whatever. We should be focused. We the how do you call it? The initial point should be we are the parents of all these others motherfuckers. That should be how we see ourselves. I mean, Iranians, they are conscious about their 7,000 year history, and no one can touch them. Chinese, same thing. India, same thing. Okay, South America, those people there are really crushed, but yo, we should see ourselves as the gods that we call each other, and the kings and the queens and whatever. We should take that serious if we want to reach the goal, the task at hand.
I think that's a very good point actually, because we what we lack sometimes is an overriding message that says, okay, we have a mission here, and we want to fix things, we want to sort things out, and for so and so reason. One, Africa is basically the repository base of human genetic diversity, and we are one of the first people to exist on this earth, and we have a massive history that we haven't even started telling at all. Okay, let the jumper finish what he's doing. So yeah, so we have a massive history that we haven't explored at all. Recently there is even a report that has come up now saying that even the so-called lost city of Atlantis was actually in Africa, there in Mauritania, and if that is correct, it tells you how far back we go, and
Yes.
it's not surprising too. And because when I was in Nigeria, I've always said it, that this place looks like a prison. It doesn't seem right. It's because too many groups live in that small space. In one state in Nigeria, they have about 40 languages. But it's only like in one state in Nigeria alone. Not Africa, Nigeria.
I mean, we could make the argument that, I mean, in any state in America, there's got to be like 20 different languages spoken.
No, but those ones, they moved from somewhere else to that place. But why are they concentrated in that region for thousands of years? And why did they not decide to give up their language? To say, you know what, next door neighbor, because they used to occupy a larger space, which was the Sahara Desert area that you see there. And this is why West Africa has about 1,000 languages, while other parts of Africa doesn't have that many. Because it's clear the Sahara Desert used to be green once. It's a scientific fact. So that history has not been told, because nobody wants to tell you the history of Africa that tells you that, oh my God, these people have been around for thousands of years. What is 20,000 years is nothing. They've been around. They've been doing this for forever. And their history is being destroyed and regenerated over and over again. If you want to see an example of what the Sahara Desert does to African civilizations, look at the Kingdom of Kush. The Kingdom of Kush was once the kingdom that actually defeated Egypt, signed a peace deal with Rome, and if I'm not mistaken, actually outlasted the Roman Empire. But look at them now; they are under the desert. It tells you the desert was killing African civilization one after the other, destroying them. And this is why you see West Africans gathered all over in that spot, and you have one state with 40-something languages. It doesn't even, I can't even start thinking about how that happens.
You know, may I say something? A thought that came up. It's not about the continent. It's about the people from the continent. You know what I'm saying? If we focus on the continent, I've noticed that a certain part of us ADOS FBA may feel some kind of way, but it's actually about us everywhere that we are.
Yo, piggybacking on that, yo, if ADOS and FBA was serious about wanting to, do their own shit and shine, what they should do is go to Senegal and be like, yo, could we get some of that, some of that desert? And they could do what these white folks did in fucking in Las Vegas, or what these Arabs did in Dubai, and they can turn that shit up. Like, yo, just give us this desert for free, and we'll figure out. You know
well, see, the only problem with that is that ADOS don't want to leave. They don't want to go nowhere. They want to stay up under. See, now I understand when Brandon said this. I didn't agree with him in the beginning that they want to stay up under white people nuts, but they do. They don't want to go nowhere. They want to get their check and then find somewhere in America and build up. No, like America is, it's nowhere in the world that America bought all them slaves over there for them slaves to ever get more than what they want to give them. You get what I'm saying?
They have an opportunity to do exactly what happened with Israel, right? Maybe not with the kind of funding.
They would have to leave though.
Yeah, we do. And
no. See, that's where the point stops at right there. These niggas don't want to go nowhere.
They don't want to leave.
They don't want to leave at all. That ain't even but they don't even discuss the fact that they don't even discuss even the option of leaving.
But they could invest though.
Second and third generation immigrants have that problem too. I guarantee you.
You mean people that want to separate from Africa, want to invest in Africa? They would not want to invest in Africa because they don't want to have anything to do with Africa. They see themselves as Americans. They are patriots. They want to go the direction of America.
But they themselves will tell you it's just business. So why you can't just do business?
Yes,
you feel me? It's just business.
Hold on, y'all. Let Guru go. Go ahead, Guru.
Yeah, Tunaja, it's fine. They could be all about the B1 and all that. That's fine, right? There's a whole region where they can probably build like 4 or 5 countries in Africa that ain't nobody using right now. The blueprint is there. Just copy what Dubai did. Just copy what we did in fucking Las Vegas. They're deserts, and now they're popping. That's
okay.
Hold on tonight. Let me take this one real quick. Let me take this real quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
Guru, the thing about it, ADOS are not builders. They just beggars. You get what I'm saying? If you gave them the money, they ain't going nowhere. Like, this is the thing. They have no type of appetite to leave. You get what I'm saying? They want to go and take an area out the United States that's not done. They want to build some farmland. They don't want to build a goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? If ADOS got that money and moved to a little city, it'll look just like some shit in Gambia with no tall buildings or nothing. They just want to build some houses. You get what I'm saying? They still gonna go. They still would bring a Ford, Cadillac, Chevy, GMC, Honda. They're gonna bring all them American made and foreign cars over there to drive. They're not gonna produce anything. See, that's the only point I'm trying to tell you. They're not gonna produce nothing. So they ain't finna go nowhere where they built, because they feel like they built this. They feel like, hey, Kangaroo, they feel like they built America. Even though they ain't built shit.
They told your ass what to do. What you gonna tell? You gonna tell Jeff Bezos that you built Amazon, my nigga?
I don't understand that logic too. It's often said, and okay, you see, the first time Brandon often had a go at ADOS, I've always said that I don't get it.
The way how they build America is because it's with the money.
Finish, please? Can I finish with the campfire? I was
Let Tunaja go, y'all. Let Tunaja go. Then you next, Icon Fire.
Yeah, I was like, why are you having a go at these ADOS people? They have not done anything to you, because I've not heard anything they've said about Brandon. And Brandon was having a go at them. I was like, man, come on, stop having a go at your own constantly like this. It's not edifying and stuff like that. You see, the thing about ADOS is that I will not even have 1 ounce of issue with them at all. The only thing I have issue with them is when they say they don't want to have anything to do with Africa, that they discourage every African American not to have anything to do with Africa, not to have anything to do with diaspora, that you just want to do America. What I see in that is people that don't understand what is happening to them, except some of them have actually made their peace with the fact that they're going to swell to extinction. That could be an option. But if they want to survive as a community, you can't exist in a situation whereby you keep getting attacked and keep getting marginalized, keep getting maltreated over and over again, like the Jews for 2,000 years. It never ended until they decided to create Israel. Now look at them today. If you keep doing that over and over, when is the suffering going to end? They will never stop. They did it to the Jews for 2,000 years. We have just started for 400 something years. You want to do this for another 2,000 years? You have to sooner or later say you have to build your own. Right. And the only way to build your own, you have even far more assets than the Jews.
Hold on. I can't fight you next. You not let Nigel finish.
And we have far more things going for us than the Jews ever did. We have continents. We have islands. We have people. We can work together and create something magnificent. We have a very rich history, and you know what, they see it and you're like, you know what, I don't like that. Let's just do America only. That is my single only problem with them. I don't have any other issue with them. This thing where everything else, if they want to stay in America, they can stay. If they want to be patriots, why should I question why they want to be patriots for America? They feel patriotic to the country that has protected them from a young age. I don't have any problem with that. It's the fact that they turn on their own. That is the one I have problem with. An African comes into the US for immigration, you blame them for everything. One of them said we should be taking the order on the form of identity. Like if they say you are white, African American, or other, you should take order just to make her happy that you don't claim that you're African American. It's like, is that your biggest problem? Seriously, all the things you are facing right now, the kind of stuff you're facing, is your fellow African American African person is the one you want to pick on. How about the Hispanics that are coming in every day? How about the biggest overstayers, which are the Europeans that come to America and just stay, and nobody bothers to chase them? They can come from Canada, do whatever they like. Nobody chases them around. But yet, the ones that come from Africa are the ones you are picking on. That is the only issue I have with them.
I agree. Go ahead, Mr. Icon Fire, drop it.
Hey, so to Nigel, these facts that I was telling you about, like, what can we do now to make positive impressions? You feel me? So I'm just saying that even us, the small minority African Americans and Caribbean people that is in activation towards the move towards Africa and the love towards Africa. I mean, what we can do now is try to use money for manipulation in terms of having some say in because of your contributions towards individual African government. You feel me? Would you think that would make an impression where we can have a say?
You know what? I think one of the biggest areas we can make a difference. I agree with you. Money could help, but one of the areas you will make the biggest difference is when, like this, our conversation we're having now, Africans are hearing it, because you'll be surprised how important this is for them to hear. Because many of them don't think like this. They don't even think we have rivals or enemies. Seriously,
yeah, I know.
Africans don't think we have enemies.
True.
How asleep can you be? When one of the guys was like, "What is he talking about that we have enemies?" Today he actually said to me that, "What am I talking about that we have rivals? What rivals am I referring to?"
The people that killed you over the years, bitch.
This is why it's conversation. They need to be hearing it. If they hear this conversation, they will start understanding. Whoa, and believe, and the impact is going to be greater because we have greater than 1 billion for crying. We have 1 billion black people in sub-Saharan Africa. That's where the number is, and the impact will be greater. If these people start hearing these things, they will start looking at any European with a side eye.
Hey, look at the Biafra war. Did you know the Biafrans don't really blame white people for their demise?
Imagine.
I don't think they're blaming the French. They're
No,
not
they don't.
blaming the French. They're blaming North. They're blaming the North. They're not
Exactly.
blaming the white people.
They don't blame the British for anything. Anything the British say is what they think is okay.
Yeah, but that's
And
almost
it's them
everywhere.
and it's the British caused them to starve and die.
And the
It is
Dutch.
the British. The British had a hand in it.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? And they're there making all of these references to the North, like it is the total North that tried to do that. It's like they never. They're not looking at North had support.
Don't get me started about where I come from, Icon. It's
Yeah.
it's sad. It's sad. You know what I'm
We're
saying?
not pointing fingers to the real people. It's like somebody gonna say, "Oh, he's the murderer, get him." But don't the person that told him to go kill somebody, don't look for him. Well, in the court of law in America, that person that told him to kill him is more important to in front of the judge. The judge need him. So we have to get the conspirator. Because without the conspirator, the murder always goes on because somebody's always there to do it. You feel me?
Yeah, but worldwide we do this. When we speak about corruption, who is buying these leaders? And we actually don't realize that the money that on this side, sorry, on this side, they call it development help. But it's actually
and
bribe,
aid, and aid.
it's bribe money, and I
Yeah,
can
and
give
aid.
you an
You see,
actual.
aid.
I can give
Hold
you an
on, hold on,
actual.
hold on.
Hey,
See, that's the same thing I was
I
coming
can't
on
fire
to.
you. I can't fire you. Let him finish.
I
Let
can
Jose finish. Then you go next. Go
I
ahead,
can
Jose.
I can give you an actual example from here in the Netherlands. This dude Wilders. He got a short period in government in the coalition, and one of the first things he did was cut the help from 5 billion to 4 billion, and in no time big businesses were at his doorstep demanding that
Return.
yeah, because they were missing assignments. You know the Dutch build dikes everywhere, and so they were losing those kind of assignments to new players
Contract.
in the field. So the help money is bribe money. Lobby. It's at least lobby money.
All right, yes, sir. So that's what I was saying. You understand? So we could try to lobby, or what you call it first. You feel me? So we could try to lobby in a positive way. You feel me? With the little that we have. Sometimes it will be appreciated, maybe more appreciated. You feel me? So that's why I say we using the American dollar also is a, because look, even in America right now, if black people was like we gonna make
No,
up and finance this local government, right?
I think
So
from
if because right now white people finance local governments,
yeah,
right?
but something is
And
wrong with counting on the dollar, brother. Something is wrong
huh?
with counting. There's something wrong with counting on the dollar. We should be
No.
we should be
I'm just
relying on
saying.
each other.
No, I'm just saying right now,
Able.
it's to make an impact, right? I'm just because we have to deal with today and now, not our dream. You feel me? So Tunisia was saying it. So we're not dreaming right now. I'm talking about what we literally can do to see future impressions. And
Right.
we could
Right.
I
Understand.
think we should try to point on the educational system for major impact, especially long-term impact. So what I mean, try to facilitate black studies and mandated from the government and what we could do is that's the way we are financing that government, and that's the only, and we'll tell them that's the only reason why we are financing this government is because we want African studies taught in schools, and we'll tell them how much goddamn times they should do it. You understand?
I rather believe in engineering and coding.
No, boss man. No, boss man. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. You feel me? If you ever make a stupid man rich, he will wipe you off the map.
Excuse me?
If listen, just
I
listen.
agree with that. I agree. Go ahead and expand on that. Go ahead and expand on that. I get what he's saying. Go ahead.
If you all you want to do is get idiots rich, man, that's like a nuclear bomb. What you doing?
Right.
You have to coordinate.
This is not about money.
Listen,
It's
can I
about,
get a talk? Can I speak?
Let him finish, Jose. Let him finish.
Yeah. Listen, it's all about getting people in a right frame of mind and trying to get everyone in the frame of mind, in that frame of mind at the same time for full functionality. You feel me? So if you are getting rich and you stupid, you dysfunctional. You feel me? So that's why Africa is dysfunctional, because a lot of people getting rich and they stupid, like some of the prime minister, the presidents. You feel me? So it don't matter how rich you get if you stupid. I'm telling you, it gonna make no sense.
The
If people not
Let him finish, Jose. Let him finish. But let me wait. Hold on. Let me interject real quick on that point. We got this chick that was right in South Carolina, Mr. J. This chick won $353 million. She was working at Walmart. She spent $6 and bought 3 lottery tickets. She from country South Carolina. She won $340 million. She was a dumb chick, and she ended up losing it all, getting herself locked up, doing all type of stupid shit because she wasn't mentally prepared to handle that money. And everybody that knew her put a lawsuit against her trying to get the money from her to try to say. So I get what he's saying about that the people have to be knowledgeable, because right now with some of the people in Africa, just like Tunaja said, they said before that, they're sitting up here going with these British education system. In Nigeria, they sitting here wearing white wigs in the what they called it, to Nigel, where they be at, where they wearing the white wigs at?
Rwanda.
Yeah, wigs. In Nigeria,
they do it in the Nigerian.
Yeah, it's so annoying. I tell you.
So think about it like this. Mr. J.
Richest women.
Think about this, Mr. J. Say for instance, those guys was to be billionaires and they sitting up here wearing wigs. It's nowhere in the world they're gonna do the right thing with the money. Those guys gonna be going over there to wherever they from, where Britain, wherever they got that mind state from, and that's where they're gonna invest their money at, because they're gonna be talking about where the white women at. You get what I'm saying? I get what both of y'all was.
I don't oppose it.
Hold on, my brother. Hold on, let you go next. I got what both of y'all was saying, but I still understand when you want to talk about which one is the most severe. Saying the money is second right now. The education level and the mind frame should be first, because it's true. It's an old saying that we say in the United States, is that you should never give them niggas money. You get what I'm saying? Because a wrong nigga with a lot of money can be a detriment, can tear down and destroy. You know what I'm saying? But I'll let you go ahead, Mr. Jose. Go ahead.
The proposition, I agree. The history, the knowledge about self should be there, but where the battlefield, that battlefield is in propaganda, in media. When you go to school, you are 6 to 8 hours at school, and then you go home and you watch 6 to 8 hours television, and you listen to the radio. I don't know how many hours, and that's where I see it go wrong. I have seen it go wrong in Senegal and in my home country, Cape Verde, it's very wrong.
As I was saying,
Gambia, I was there in Yama days, so I don't know how it is today, but I liked it in Yama days. All the billboards in the streets were black people. I like that.
as I was saying, real big man, right? We need a de-brainwashing
Yes, sir.
government. We need de-brainwashing institutions. There is no wealth without de-brainwashing. Wealth, listen, you see people joining, you have black people. Say a country in Africa is going to war with our Africa is someone is annoying the United States and the United States wants to send troops there. You know that black people coming too, right? You feel me? So that's what I'm trying to say to you, that if we are not de-brainwashed, we will shoot each other until not one of us is left.
But here's the thing, man. The enemy ain't
Hold on, let him finish. Guru, you next. Go ahead, Akon.
Yeah, and especially if you rich. You feel me? Some of us are really nifty. Some of us are really goddamn devious. And I know they are warriors, but their energies is directed in the wrong path. So they will kill you in the night and walk in front of your mama and say hi in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
They are them real dangerous people. So can you imagine if we had those people on our side fighting for us, being nifty and crafty for us? You understand? And not against us. These are the things I'm trying to say. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Kunguru.
Yeah, so this enemy has studied us, right? They've studied us way more than we studied them. They know they know that we got people that's ready to go, but they just don't have any direction to point them guns at it. Like they don't know where to point it. But so the enemy, instead of coming at us with like an overtly physical threat, or military threat, they're coming at us with other tactics. They're bringing LGBT in, they're bringing feminism in, they're bringing in like they're poisoning
vaccines,
all that sort of stuff. So this is kind of like some like asymmetrical warfare. Like they know that if they did bring the fight to us, they're gonna run out of bullets at some point. You know what I mean? They're gonna run out of missiles at some point. But we've got more bodies. So they don't necessarily want to go in on a military front. So they come
and that's why a mental transformation.
Hold on, I can't follow you. Let her finish. Let her finish.
Yeah, they come in with all these. They come in with all these different tactics to destabilize us and to weaken us and to like feminize our men and masculinize our women and get us chasing our tails. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So that's kind of the 2 cents I wanted to bring in on that. Go back to you, Mr. Iron Fire.
Go ahead, two notches.
Yeah, I think the gap still remains, because if you want to change minds, I'm sure quite a lot of leaders wanted to change minds. There is no space. I think in practice, when you want to do this type of things, you move and generally tend to move relatively quickly. Because if you look at nations like Cuba, when Castro came around, you know, they were capitalists and everything. Before you know, it just flipped almost overnight. And things like that, you can't. There is no room, because by the time if Tabin Castro was like, you know what, I need you guys to consider socialism. Let's change minds slowly. You think the US will let them do that? The US will be like, get out of here. Who are you trying to change minds? That is with the situation we are facing here. We are facing a situation whereby we are saying we need to change minds, because when we go in there, they're gonna use this stuff against themselves. I think all you need is, you don't need that many people. You need the right kind of people to gain the kind of consciousness they need to get, and like the people that contribute to the policies of nations, and the people that influence others, that will be able to say, you know what, our problem is not just corruption. Our problem is maybe we should recruit more people. It's not so hard. After all, if we recruit more people, we give people jobs, and the country becomes safer. Foreign investment pours in. We create more jobs. So it's a win-win. Those sort of people are the ones you want to really influence. When you influence those ones, it's harder to break it down. Because when you go through like government, the government listens to certain people. And if they don't think that they should listen to you, because the others, they don't just have financial power or diplomatic power, they also have real power. Because some of all these leaders are the black leaders that just died a year ago. Some of them were physically killed. Influence didn't work with them. The youth had to be taken out. So how do you deal with that kind of force except you approach it in a way that they cannot stop? And that is through the people. When you start educating the people and you start forcing them to start thinking of such policies, because even the leaders, I believe the leaders themselves, they want security, but they can't make the change themselves, because they know if they secure themselves, they can be more independent. They can make their own statements. You know, the Iranian president, when he wants to say something, he doesn't worry too much about what the US thinks. I can tell you that the Nigerian president will calculate and ask questions here, go to the American embassy before he does something like that. That is the problem. If you don't keep your leaders secure, they will not be your leaders. They will be leaders for other people that holds their safety in their hands. And this is where we have to start moving slowly, because from my point of view, when I say slowly, it's not that slowly. You talk to people, because we can reach thousands of people. Like I said, this whole discussion, if Nigerians hear it for 1 month, you start hearing a switch in their head. Because I saw it with my own eyes just a couple of days ago, where the guy was talking about the security stuff that I spoke to him about, because they don't see things like that. Till today, he actually said, we don't have rivals. He doesn't understand that. So if you talk to them, they start understanding. These people, they have big mouths. These are the kind of people that can threaten the president on TV, on live feed. So they don't fear. Those are people are the kind of people you want to be current or messy, because they can tell people and they can tell them, you know what, this tribalism, we need to forget about it. Let's start organizing ourselves. Because when it starts happening from the ground up, it's harder for them to influence. Because who are you going to go and stop? You can't stop anybody. And before you know it, one of the leaders will just gain backbone and end up in power. And when they end up in power, it's too late. You can't change them anymore, because now they will just start securing themselves over and over again. And before, who knows? Maybe there will be a catalytic event. Because when all these other things tend to happen, what you will find is that these people will get desperate and they want to take one action. They might unfairly decide to sanction your country. And you find that even people that didn't pay attention before will suddenly pay attention. Now, why are you sanctioning? They didn't do anything. Or, something that you don't expect will just happen. And that will even give people more consciousness. And people don't care too much whether you rationalize, you tell them their history, things are good, they have a great history. All they know is what they are seeing before their eyes. They don't think too far about their history. They are thinking, oh, that white guy is the guy that is building the refinery. The guy that is owns the TV channel is a white guy. He's paying my salary. The school my children are going is an international school. And one of my daughter wants to go to study in Oxford. And all those sort of things is what they are thinking. They don't see the calculation that, hey, all these things people are doing is what is leading to your demise. Until it starts from ground up. I believe that's the only way you can get to these people. If it starts from ground up, because now they will start asking their leaders for certain things. It will become
As I'm saying, to Nigeria, you correct. You feel me? But I'm saying also that we should try it on both fronts also, because it's like, this forum and also other forums that we interact, and also that is great. You feel me?
I spoke to somebody today about this, actually. Sorry, I'm for interrupting you. I spoke to someone about it in Nigeria, and he's quite happy to host African American, like this our talk shows. They are quite happy to host it, as long as one can probably sponsor their StreamYard and all the rest of it. Because this guy,
I think you should tell us our with stream that we all can go
Yeah,
interact. You
they've
feel
got
me?
200 and something thousand
Yeah,
subscribers, so they can reach quite a lot of people. And
yeah,
if they start hosting these thing shows, like, or some of all these other discussions, you go there and they start contributing and everybody start exchanging ideas. Before you know
yeah.
it,
People got yeah.
minds will change.
It's true
Minds will
because
start changing, and this will have
we
influence.
gonna cuss, and we gonna make up and cuss and make up. I think that's what's
Exactly.
gonna happen.
Hey, could I
That's
ask
that's what you want.
a question?
Go ahead, my brother.
All right, so I mean, I frequent a lot of these different discussions and a lot of with a lot of various different YouTubers in this type of space. You know what I'm saying? And one of the questions I ask myself is, are we giving up too much to to other folks that that's not us that might be watching what we're saying? And
Now,
We don't care.
hold
We
on,
don't
y'all.
care.
Let me get that some real quick.
Yeah.
I think that we ain't giving up. We need to scare them, dog. We need to tell them whatever we think about because they think that we scared to talk. You get what I'm saying? See the thing about it.
I was
see,
saying fuck them.
now, see, now check it out, Mr. Kunguru. Just like you said early, they already don't study and size them up. You remember you said that?
Yes, sir.
See, so now they know that if we think that they watching us, we usually just shut up and go on about our business. No, this is one of those things to where we say, well, no, we ain't got no strategy. We going through the motherfucking front door and let them know. You get what I'm saying? Because the only thing they know is violence. And until we get to the point that we are willing to die about it, see, that's the problem. See, that's the one thing I give white people credit for. White people sign up to go to the military to die. They sign up for the benefits too. But the white people sign up to die for their country.
To die. Yeah, they sign up
to die. Now, some black people that go, but usually it's a last result. You ain't got nowhere to go with it. No, don't get me wrong. Now, it's some black people that have skills that go in the military. But I know for a fact because I stay right here in country ass Georgia and country ass Atlanta. A lot of time it was just about some money for black people. But the white boys, they bring them up, they breed them up to go to the military. Now, so to answer that point,
it's for honor too.
It's for honor too. Well, I mean, that go what I said, but at the end of the day, they're willing to die about this. See, when I go around and look at what happened at the state capitol when the white people rushed that and killed, all I heard was scary black people like, what would have happened to us? You know what would have happened? It would happen to us. You know what would have happened? It would have been way worse for us when we would have did that. If it would have happened, if we would have happened. No. It's the point is we wouldn't even tried it. We don't have millions of niggas at the Capitol plenty of times. Million Man March 2 times. Goddamn doing Martin Luther King 3 times. And you know what niggas start doing instead of bucking? They start cleaning up and throwing trash in a trash can like some fucking slaves, like some good old boys. You know what I'm saying? So we want to let them know everything that we plan on doing. We ain't got nothing to hide. We can't hide nothing, Kunguru, because we ain't got no system to hide. The only thing we know is we can talk to enough brothers and enough people because it's more us than it is them. You get it's more of us. We need to wake up the minds and let people know that you know what? Even if all of us do die, at the end of the day, we'll make enough mark to the point that we'll be left with the survivors, left with the soldiers. The same way hold on, y'all. The same way they did with the slaves, that they killed off the weak ones. They worked the weak ones till they couldn't. So the strong ones they kept and they breeded. See, in America, United States, we're just a product of the best of the best of the best slave. That's all we are.
Two things on that. You see this thing about those people, those soldiers and kind of mentality, that kind of people in our community. What I find is that they are there. This is why you get all this gang violence and all this fighting and misdirected aggression and stuff like that, because they're not being utilized. The same thing happens in Nigeria. Most of our youths are not being utilized for what they are meant to do. They are designed to just sit at home, do stuff, and maybe go to school or get into trouble. They are not really being allowed to express themselves the way most other groups allow theirs to express themselves. And when we start channeling it, you start seeing all those, really, really militaristic minded kind of people and tough people that are willing to put their life on the line. And somewhere along the line, we've lost that part of ourselves. Because historically, it's a fact that, the Europeans make a lot of effort to come and recruit soldiers from Africa because they consider them very great fighters. So where did that fighting spirit go? It's still there. It's just latent, hiding in plain sight. So it's just somebody that needs to tap into it, and you'll find that we'll be able to defend ourselves. The second point is, like somebody was saying that, why we are saying this here and on the rest. You know what? One thing they know that 99.99999% of what we talk about is complete garbage. They are not going to let them try to filter through whatever means anything and whatever doesn't mean anything. Leave that trouble for them to worry about. And besides, if you don't use any chance you get to discuss, you do what you can with what you have.
Yeah.
And who cares? Let the dust settle wherever it may. We talk and we do whatever we feel that we need to do, because one of the calculations these people make is that you can talk, but if you don't have the resources to do it, they don't take you seriously.
Right.
If you don't have any opportunity to do it, it's, as a matter of fact, it's not even a crime. Is when they see that, okay, you talk, maybe you can actually get things done, and you are actually getting things done. That's when you start getting attention.
Let me say something real quick, y'all. Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Guyana, Guinea. It's got to be Guinea too. How is it? So how is it? How is it?
Guinea.
Okay, it's got to be Guinea. I'll just say spelled just like Guinea-Bissau. Senegal,
Guinea and Guinea-Bissau.
Okay, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, how you say it?
Cote d'Ivoire.
Cote d'Ivoire, and Burkina Faso, Ghana should all be one country. There's nowhere in the world that all those countries should be saying. Togo, Benin, and Nigeria should be one country.
Yeah.
It is no reason for Togo to be sitting right there looking like a goddamn bald head stripper.
What about Ivory Coast? What about Ivory Coast? Ivory Coast in that too.
Right. I'm just going down the line.
Africans are the craziest, especially West Africans. They are some of the craziest people ever. See, if these people, they are in one small, a region of Africa. They have 1,000 languages. None of them want to give up a language. And you're expecting them to give up a nation. They'll be like, hey, are you serious? We don't want to give up one language. We'll give up a nation. I think the way you go about this is individually, the nations have to see. Let's face it, Nigeria dominates many of them, like Cameroon, in terms of decision making on big things. Nigeria Republic, or Togo, or Benin Republic. Nigeria does dominate those areas, even up to Ghana, and as far as Gambia. So for all purposes, you can argue that they're already together. They even have ECOWAS. They have ECOMOG, which is a military outfit that is used to quell any insurrection in the West African region.
Good Lord. I saw how they went in there and did Sierra Leone up there in McKinney.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. I can find. Hey, y'all, listen, Leon. We finna get ready. I'm gonna have to close this thing out, man. You know what I'm saying? It's going on 6 hours, man. Look, it's been real. It's been real. Yeah. Y'all came on at like the 5 hour mark. We've been going on for 6 hours.
Wow, 6 hours. Wow. Oh my God, man.
6 hours, 6 minutes, man. So this is what I want to do, man. I want to let everybody get their round. I don't do no type of minutes or whatever. Take as long as you want. And I want to start with I Couldn't Fire.
All right, boss man. All right, listen. I think Africa has a good arrangement right now, and if I was a dictatorship, I would work with it in terms of the money. I would maintain two currencies in Africa. You feel me? For competition reason. Africa is big enough for two currencies. So I would have I would enforce the ECOWAS, and I would also enforce the SADC. I would call it the SADC also. You feel me? So the SADC is for the SADC region, and that's for East and South Africa, East, South, and part of Central Africa, like like Central African Republic, and then the ECOWAS would be also for the Brazzaville, Congo Brazzaville. You feel me? And also Angola, um stretching right there. You feel me? So that would be like the ECOWAS, and those two would eliminate all other nations' money and compete with each other. You feel me? And I think that would make our those both money stronger, or maybe the two strongest in the world. You feel me? So that's what I was saying. I think I'm uneducated, and I'm thinking Africa is easy to run. You feel me? Because it's like a uneducated man supposed to be able to run Africa as long as you loyal to the people. You feel me? You got educated people who don't know the hell what to do. You feel me? And all it is you was not trained to be loyal to your color, and you also was not trained to be a patriot to Africa in general. You feel me? So to me, anybody who has those, whose mind is focused on these things, there is no way you could sell your dirt. There is no way, man or woman, there's no way you could sell your the- you gonna want something in order to benefit your people first. You feel me? Out of anything you in Africa. So that's what Africa needs. Africa needs people, because the people is the government and the government is the people. So anytime, anyway, how the government is behaving, that's the way the people are thinking. That's how they really is. Because those people that's in the government came from the people. They was birthed from the people. So without a mind without a mind, without a de-brainwashing, anybody that come out of the people who get installed in that government structure is going to do the same thing, and maybe worse. You feel me? So we have to, to me, we have to like, we in present, we have to coordinate ourselves, find our financial solutions, and like start a business. Too much thieves. We have too much thieves. The reason why we can't do things is in America and in Jamaica together is because we have too much thieves. So anytime somebody start contributing to anything, somebody steal the shit and then act like it's nothing. So we want to, because we can easily formulate a money and start a business in Africa. We can start some production of something. We can master labeling. We can go there and do labeling. So anyone wants their shit to be labeled. So we already have these type of infrastructure. All we need to do is like transfer it and be the owners of it somewhere else, because we can't be the owner for it here. So all we need to do is get our little Princess shit and start doing labels. So everybody product would come to you for labeling. You feel me? And we could also go forward in distribution. So we could start bringing trucks over there. You feel me? And fucking, we could start bringing our heavy duty equipment over there and start doing our things. You feel me? These are the things we have to do, and we needed some organization, because people too, we too thief, we too thieving, we thieving people. That's why we have to have organization, because we're not gonna just say, oh, let's be honest. You feel me? So just like the lady said, we need oversight. You feel me? So I think the Nigerian, he's just stupid. You feel me? He can be a sort of police for us, and I think it's great. But he accusing too much people of frivolous things, so he's not mature. You feel me? To say, okay, let's go after these because I don't like scamming and all that shit. Nobody likes that, and I hate it too. When people feel strong enough to scam each other, but they behave themselves in the US or wherever. You feel me? But you feel safe to scam a black man because we powerless. You feel me? I don't like that stuff. You feel me? Same with people who doing violence in their own neighborhoods and all that shit. What does it make sense when everybody around you rich and you preying on poor people? So I don't like that stuff. So these are the things that's messing us up. But I see we can do it. You feel me? I see where we can do our little small organizations and make it work. We can't be righteous about it. So sometimes we have to because if we run in a government, it's not about righteousness. So that means sometimes we have to mix some bad with it. You feel me? And for good. You feel me? Because a lot of times in order to win this war, it can't be about doing good, really. Okay, sir. Blessed my people. I
Appreciate
appreciate
that,
you,
man.
Yeah.
man, for making me have this long conversation and
No,
shit.
no, there's no problem, man. You know what I'm saying? I got to fill up 6 hours, man. I need people that's long-winded to talk, man. You know what I'm saying? My throat have been on fell off by now if I did all the talking. So I like that shit, man. Pause. So, man, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take you out the channel, man. You're welcome to come back in. And do you have a YouTube channel where you put content out, or he's gone? So let me just go on to the next person. Now I'm gonna say something real quick before I go to the next person. You know what I'm saying? We have a lot of wishful thinking, you know what I'm saying? But I'm definitely on the Tunaja side. You definitely got to get the security down pat before you even thinking about trying to teach anybody shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna have to show that as a people, we have strength in our military first. You know what I'm saying? That will boost up the morale and boost up the boys to think that, okay, you know what, I can disassociate myself with this British, you know, schooling system because we got our own African military. You know what I'm saying? And whoever Jose, you go next, but I want you to talk about a little bit in your closing remarks on that. How do you feel about, you know, not only consolidate? Kanguru, you're gonna go last, my brother. It's gonna be Jose, Tunaja, Kanguru, you know what I'm saying? But how do you feel about not only consolidating, because Africa is so undeveloped, just making one of those countries a military state? You get what I'm saying? Just a military state that can build on this military, where we talk about stashing and putting everything down, and to the point that you know, then from there you can go out and build just like the Army Corps engineers do in the United States. Go ahead, Mr. J.
Wait, man, you was asking me something?
No, I'll ask you, do you have your own YouTube channel where you put out content?
Yeah, man, I got one content on my YouTube channel, man. Y'all go check it out.
Y'all got one. He got one video on there, man. So that should be easy.
Man.
Y'all go check out.
Check it out, man.
Y'all
it's
go
Icon
check out
Fire, man.
Y'all go check out Icon Fire, IKANFIRE. And matter of fact, if you jump off when this thing is over with, just put something in the comment. Not the chat, not the live chat, but the comments after it's over it, and then people can go directly to your channel from there. You got to make it easy for niggas.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
All
man.
right, man.
I have a song that I done on it. Go listen to my shit, man.
Okay, man. Make sure you put a comment. Put that in the comment after the show is over with. Go listen to my shit.
All right.
All right, man. All right, Mr. Jose. If you heard what I said, man, go ahead and close yourself out, man. Mr. Jose Bruns is not in the building. Go ahead, Nigel. What do you think about making one of these out of one of these 54 countries?
Sorry. I was
Okay,
muted.
okay. Go ahead, Jose.
I was muted. Sorry. I took some notes about the brother was very long. So before I forgot it, I took some notes and
take as long as you want, man.
And it somehow touches your last question. So I'm gonna start with the first one. I don't believe in government. I believe that the government should be tamed to administrators of the population is actually entrepreneur, and that spirit should stay alive if we don't want to repeat what the Western society became, and that's a puppet government of multinationals. And they have spread that with their military might over the globe. And to prevent that, the population we should be craftsmen. We all should be entrepreneurs, but going along with world developments. And so our dreams should be larger than at this point. And I want to make a little reference to the YouTube repatriates. Most of them are small scaled, and I frequent a certain area in near Gambia, I must say, and from the start, I in the beginning it was we were pushing for wholesale and pushing the region to trade on the world market, and thereby pushing the harbors in the area to competing on the world stage. I grew up in Rotterdam, and Rotterdam has been the one of the largest or the largest transshipment ports, and they work together tandem with Antwerp. And here in Rotterdam, they do the bulk, the juices, the pulp, and the standardized maritime logistics. And in Antwerp, they do the rest, so to speak, the non-conveyables. And I believe Cape Verde and Dakar could play that role. I'm afraid my people are going to miss the boat because they also think smart. They are fully focused on or fully too small focused on maritime logistics. Well, look at the map where we are situated. We could be 10 times larger than Rotterdam because we are in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. But I'm afraid my people are going to miss the boat. But Dakar is doing great things. And last week I heard some good news about a location where I possibly could build my office, and where I could receive guests in the middle of a bulk port, a standardized port, and the new airport. So yeah, maybe whatever. The larger thinking that we should do is indeed competing on the world stage, and we are not on that frequency, and it's notable on how we treat propaganda, how we treat our image. We're not working on our image. We are proving, if we are working on our image, it's a response to so-called white supremacy, between brackets, I don't believe in white supremacy. It's all about black subjugation. But anyway, we should believe that we are kings and that we are pyramid builders, and because you need to, when you wanna restore our position on the world stage of power, and the world stage of power is on every level, meaning well, every level, and I want to name military, because I believe the issues that we have with our females is that they don't feel safe. Women cater to the actual men in power. It's a natural law, and who do our women have to cater to if there is a earthquake, or in one of the diaspora nation, our sons are being shot in the streets. There's no navy appearing at the port with a finger in the face of the leadership of that particular nation. So military might to protect the what we have, but also who we are anywhere where we are on the planet. That's it. Do I have a page? I have several pages. I have several pages, but the one that I want to mention, and I want to name, I want to draw Kunguru's attention. The one that I want to mention is theledgegroup.com. www.theledgegroup.com. We are also in Tanzania, and well, I had some hiccups along the way, but I intend to do something in either Gambia, Senegal, or Guinea-Bissau.
Okay, why won't you put it in the comment section also, my brother? You know what I'm saying? Drop it in the comment after it's over with, and then
I don't know if YouTube will take it, but
take the www. I'll put it in the chat. Put it in the comment. See if just don't put the www. Just don't put the .com behind it.
Okay, here it comes.
Try it out.
Let me see. Yeah, both of them are .com.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it went through. It went through, and then both of them at .com. Man, appreciate you coming through, Mr. J. You know what I'm saying? Coming through, man. You know you're always welcome, man, to come through and drop your knowledge, man. And like I say, man, this is real helpful. I know this day was helpful to a lot of people, because what we don't want is an echo chamber, because ain't nobody goddamn right. Because if we were so goddamn right, we'll be doing something right. We'll be right. You know what I'm saying? So I like the deal, because that's how colonies, that's how countries, that's how empires, that's how goddamn militaries are built, with different mind frame. If all the people that had advanced knowledge of tanks, then that's all that it was. It had to be somebody talking about, let's do something from the air. Let's do something from the sea. Our ideas are good if you come to one goal, but the one goal need to be is the black power. That's what it should be. You get what I'm saying? And anything other than that. See, and I'm gonna tell y'all another thing, man. We need to have some goddamn consequence and repercussions. You know what I'm saying? I know we like everybody and everybody what I know. Some people just, if they're not following that mantra, you know, they need to go. They don't need to be no parts of it, man. So, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Mr. Jose, go. I'm finna kick you off, and then let the next person go, my brother. And then we'll talk to you on the next one, all right? Anything? Yeah, that was all you had to say anyway, right?
Exactly. Thanks for having me. I always my intention is to share what happens in the brain of another diaspora.
10-4, man. Appreciate you, man. Make sure you come back anytime, and if you want to leave one of your many channels in the comment section, man, just come through and say something for one of your channels that you want people to pay attention to. Okay.
Get it.
All right, man. Let's kick him out. We're not gonna ban them. We definitely ain't gonna ban Jose. All right, man. So we got Mr. Tunaja in the building, man. We appreciate him coming through. And let me tell y'all something. I don't feel good about people pushing Tunaja to the point where he had to say what he said. You get what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, we don't need 1,000 people talking like Hustle Smart. We need those diplomats. Because I can't go in there and brokerage no deal. Like I started a motherfucking war. We need people like Tunaja to go in there and take the message and put it in his own words. You get what I'm saying? Put it in his own lingo, but it's our words. We need those type of people. We cannot frustrate the diplomats of it. You know what I'm saying? I have a warrior spirit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to talk a certain type of way. And my way is kill, kill, murder, murder, and let's move on to the next. You know what I'm saying? You know, Tunaja, he will present that in another way. I guarantee it won't be those exact words. So I don't like that he was pushed that way, but that tell you about the situation that we're in. And that's why the Simp Police Academy is here, because my channel is all about the mind. My thing is to change the mind frame to the point that we'll think differently. And if we think different, we'll raise our kids different. And then it got to start somewhere. We just can't have this wishful thinking of what Mike could have. We got to start with the basics. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Tunaja. Unmute your mic, man, and go ahead and give your 30 cents.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for having me and for the kind words and everything. You know, I try to hold myself to a standard, at least not to always have a go at my own, because, you know, in the end, sometimes when you say certain things, you end up doing what you are trying to negate somewhat. So we said a lot of great things today. A lot of people said a lot of things, and one of the ones that I didn't pick up on, I heard it, but I just didn't address it because something else distracted me somewhat. It was about technology, so it's something that I think whoever mentioned that is quite worth mentioning, because technology is important to whatever you are trying to build. And then there is also the lobbying. Somebody mentioned lobbying too. And I think lobbying, in Africa, it will work a little bit, but I think the key areas you want to lobby is where you really can move things. And like places like the United States and in Europe, that's where you can really, move the dial in terms of allowing Africans and this in the diaspora to breathe. Because what is happening to Haiti shouldn't have to happen when we have so many people. You know, we are going, if you look at the black population in the world, we are going to about 1.3, 1.4 billion at least. So, and yet, look at the kind of stuff that is happening to us. We need to start becoming a little bit more, start recognizing our own, because everybody does. How do we miss this? It's everywhere. Look at the Americans. You look at America. Do you see the European Americans deciding that, let's defend all the world? No, they defend Europe. They are joining NATO for a reason. If anything messes with Australia right now, you mess with America. You mess with Europe. They are not going to say because Australia is in the other end of the world next to China, we should just leave it alone. No, they will be involved in that too, because this is what they do. They support exactly their own. In that South Africa now, if something kicks off, it affects the white people, they will show up because they know where their own is. And how is it that our people miss this? And we see this happen all over. That's the very foundation of the world. The reason why Asia is relatively peaceful now is the powers that are there. China is there, making sure that nobody messes with the area. That is, if you don't have a power in your region, like in Africa, we don't have any power there, you're going to have problems. We have to be just as paranoid as everyone else is. If we are innately not designed to be paranoid, then copy. If it's so hard to copy other people. If you see them buy a gun, you buy yours. If they buy two, maybe think about buying three. They have technology. We don't have that much technology. Probably you need 3 guns. If they buy 5, you buy 5. It's 10. We should just be as paranoid as they are. How is it that they are the ones on top and they are more paranoid than us? They are even more paranoid, preparing for the rainy day than we do. How crazy is that? It's upside down. We should be the one that should be more paranoid. Then it comes down when it comes down to this in the when I came online, one of the first ideas I had was that the African Americans we're probably one of the key reasons America hasn't used the tactics that the British Empire and all the others used. Because you can't invade the continent like the British people did when maybe 15% of your military is African American. You're going to have problems. This is the kind of stuff, like you said, also smart. You're going to cause war. War inside another war will start, because by the time you get on the continent, you see that the people you are shooting are like, they look like you.
True.
You think twice. You think twice, because I've seen that happen before in Europe, in the UK here, when the British people, they go into Syria at the south, and you see students, they will leave school, skip school, escape, go through the airport, and go to Syria to go and fight against the British government, because they feel that the British government is treating their people badly. So can you imagine that kind of stuff? Americans went into Africa that way with soldiers and everything. African Americans will be like, we are not having it. This is why the US doesn't go into Africa with boots. They find it very hard to do that with boots, especially sub-Saharan Africa. It's very, very, if they go there, it's private contractors, very limited mission in, out. Because they don't want the situation whereby they have a full-blown war, the way they occupy the area. Because when you occupy the area, you have black soldiers there among black people. They will start thinking differently. You see that all the time when they invaded the Middle East. You see Middle Eastern soldiers attack their fellow American soldiers, even inside the US. They have had several cases that, because it happens because those people know that you are killing their own people. All these people know. I've never seen any black person that does that, even that says, you have killed my own people too much, I'm tired. Have you ever heard of a police officer say, you white people have killed my own people? He got so cross and attacked his own fellow police officer. You never see that.
Nope.
Our people check themselves so much, it's scary. But yet,
there's people who speak up against that.
Hello.
There's black police officers who like speak up and.
They speak up, but they never take action.
Hello.
See, I can tell you now, what I'm talking about here is that if it was black people that were killing white police officers, one day one white police officer would just lose his man and shoot a black officer. That's how they behave. The Middle Eastern guy that when America went to the Middle East, when they attacked their own fellow soldiers, their friends, they attack their own fellow soldiers because they feel like, you're killing my people. Why? Enough is enough.
Chris Dorner was an example of that too.
Exactly.
Let Tanaj go ahead and finish what he's saying, y'all. Let's go ahead and let him finish.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that our people, we seem to check ourselves so much, we never take revenge for our own losses.
Taxi driver, let him finish. We hear you, man. Why do you keep saying hello like I'm lost? We hear you. You know what I'm saying? Let Tanaj finish talking, then you can say whatever you got to say, man. Just hold on for a second, all right? Is that fine with you?
I don't hear you. Hello.
Go ahead,
Tanaj. Sounds like he's making international call.
I know, right? Go ahead, Tanaj. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead, man. Continue.
So yeah, so I just feel like we don't see our people feeling that way, feeling connected, and it's very obvious why this is happening, because we are not linked at all. Last week, I think it was the 7th of July, so it's about 2 weeks now, was a very, very big eye opener for me, because I thought there was an awakening and all the rest. No, the separation is still very, very strong. We don't even need an ocean now to separate us. Even when we can fly from here to here and connect, we still separate ourselves. Even on YouTube streets, we are still separating ourselves by channels and all the rest. Because that's why you can see stuff happen in Haiti. Nobody even bats an eyelid. Nobody even cares. As a matter of fact, till that evening, I mentioned it to the Haitian, Bijou Noir. I mentioned that, how is it that no African country released a statement? Only Europeans and all the rest are doing all this thing. It just tells you how divided we are. African Americans, most of them, they didn't even wake up to this. They didn't even let's talk about it. I was one that told Brandon, hey, this just happened to Haiti here. Why? There was a time Haiti offered to pay for all the African Americans in the US. Can you imagine how radical that is? At the height of their power, their first instinct was, you know what? Release all the African Americans, I'll pay you for it. That's what they did. And their president dies. All this is happening to them in their backyard. And African Americans don't notice it because we are so separated. African leaders are so separated too. if we don't start, this is why sometimes I lament, and I feel like when people just talk about minor things like, immigrant and the way you take it just, triggers me. So now, if you want to start solving problems, because I can complain all I want, there are so many things, lamentations I can complain about. But if we want to start solving problems, number one, obviously, has to be security, and secondly, once you have security, you can start building. You build, as you're building, you're educating, and definitely you have to innovate, because this world, everybody's innovating and moving very, very quickly. And I believe we can. Our people are very, very hardworking when they have a goal. If you look at this kind of things Africans have been able to put together, we are very, very hardworking when we have a goal. We don't have any direction right now. We are 1.3 billion, and we are spread quite widely all over the world, in continents, on islands, and different parts, and we are not using it to our advantage in any way. So it's very, very straightforward. First, you start pushing towards a security, and one of the ways you can do it, I'm trying to talk about it from the point of view of actually physically doing it, is by linking some of all the discussions to the continent too, and to America, to the diaspora, like in the Caribbean. It's sad because many of these nations speak French. We can't communicate. This is another barrier we have. You see what I mean? And this is why sometimes I look at Nakmizi, I lament. This guy is a multilingual guy that could break barriers. And what did he use it for? Separation. How do you do that?
It's a power play.
That's coonery.
You are multilingual. You can speak French. You can speak so many languages. You can reach people and use it against your own still to separate yourself. So this is the thing I'm talking about, that we need to start waking up to our gifts and start using it for our benefits. Because the more we don't know where the salvation, the clicking, the catalytic salvation is going to come from. It could come from South America, it could come from the US, it could come from Africa, it could come from Nigeria, it could come from anywhere. It just needs a spark, and you see that everybody will wake up to it. They will just realize, okay, because it's common sense. You see that there is no. It's almost like we are a car that hasn't been started, and you just need to get going. And once it gets going, that's it. Everybody is woken up. That is where we are right now. And I believe if you want to trigger that, one of the ways you can do it is to have one territory that is at least secure. We don't even have one.
True. See, that's what I was talking about. That's why I'm glad you answered that at the end. Because I was just finna ask you. You need to have a secure area to the point that if Africa has got all this untapped, land that's pure, you need to have a military state, so you can have at least one legit model. That's how they did in the United States. They started with one fort and built another fort and built another fort. Now tonight we got a military base in almost at least 3 cities in every state in the United States. In some states they got more than 3 military bases, but you at least got one. You got at least one that got 30, 40 planes that will rock your ass. You got all this type of technology. They didn't start off with that. In the beginning, they started out with musket guns, putting bullets in now with powder in it. So we can't sit up there and say that you can't start. No, they started from a point. It's just a point that they had a division that they said, you know what? No matter what y'all niggas complain about. We talking about white people now. No matter what y'all white people complain about, one thing that's gonna keep going, no matter what, is our security. Yeah. We're gonna let our security develop. We don't care if it's a Democrat in office, if it was a Republican office. We don't care if it's a drought. Exactly. We don't care if it's a famine. We're gonna develop our security because we are our own people, and we will develop ourselves out of any situation. And that's what's wrong with us right now, man. Go ahead, Nigel. Continue up, man, before we go to the next person.
That is one of the things I try to encourage my Nigerian brother. I try to encourage him that, you know what, in the West, you notice how they tend to favor people that tend to be militaristic, that have a hawkish view in terms of defense. You can't come to most Western countries and say, you know what, I want peace, I want peace. They will not elect you, even if they are secure. They are as paranoid as hell. They always want somebody that feel that is going to secure them. Even if these are the superpowers in the world, America is the most paranoid country ever. Even if they are the most secure country in the world, because they don't want to lose security. You know, somebody said once, one Nigerian was talking on this show. He said something about whenever there is even the slightest issue of violence in the streets of this Europe, you see the police everywhere. They'll cover everywhere, blocking everywhere. I say because they want to make sure that violence doesn't get away with it and then replicates a second one. It's like an epidemic. If you start somewhere, you clamp down on it, it doesn't spread. They clamp down on violence, and because security, they understand the value of security. Because security is business. Security is money. And our people don't understand that. We have all basically are naked in Africa. We are naked in the Caribbean, and we are naked in America. We are not defended. And that needs to change. It's so stark, it's scary. It's so stark that Nigeria, as big as Nigeria is, we spend 0.5% on defense. And we have security issues. It's not like we are flushed with safety, you know. We have security issues.
I mean, them rebels just sitting up there in the jungle, just waiting to come down and snatch up about 100 elementary school girls and kill out take out a whole city. Hell, that shit happened in Burkina Faso too.
Yeah, Ghana recently happened. It happened in Burkina Faso. They snatched a baby from hospital plus the nurse just for good measure. See, these things are happening. It's not today, it started in Nigeria. And yet nobody thought, you know what? Let's increase spending on military. What is wrong with our people? Why? Then they think about bringing mercenaries. What? You're bringing mercenaries into your country. The guy that you're bringing to your country, probably an American or British or French. You think when they are going around, they are not collecting intelligence about your country. They are knowing all your secrets, and you are cooperating with them militarily inside your country, compromising your security, probably even your very lawmakers or presidents, like the way he showed in Haiti. You know, all they had to say in Haiti was, "Oh, DEA, that's it. President dead." Is that what it takes to kill our presidents now?
Let me tell you something too, Nigel. Let me interject real quick on that point. Let me tell you something. If those same DEA agents ran up in the White House on the Secret Service, believe me, there would be some dead DEA agents. The presidential security is not allowed to let anybody get close to the. It don't matter if they DEA or nobody. That's why the U.S. Secret Service is number one when it comes to the president. No one is able to walk up to the president without the Secret Service letting them go first. There's nowhere in the world you can tell the secret. It is a sad rule that we don't talk about in the United States, but all of us know. Is no way that the U.S. Secret Service stand down. Period. So that's nowhere in the world that should have went down like that.
Most nations, the security will never stand down too. But it's our countries that do these things now, isn't it? It's our country, and you can see why. Because we are not defended, and we expect our leaders to do what we want. What stupid leader will go and defend a country when he knows the tomorrow his head, he could have a bullet in his head, multiple bullets, as a matter of fact, gouge his eyes out? What leader is going to defend the people? Because the moment you start talking, sooner or later they will find a way to compromise you. Then you end up flailing in the air, and then the people will just say you are a useless leader anyway. Because whenever you start trying to do the right things, they will cause problems. They create fifth columns, cause destabilization. This is not a hidden secret. It's not even hidden. They even made a show about it on TV this year. You know how they undermine countries. And we as a community have not even started playing this game. We have not even in the game of saying, okay, this is how they undermine nations. Let's start, sorting ourselves and making sure that we need. Our people don't even think we have rivals. So why would they even start thinking? This is why they need this type of discussion to start opening their eyes. Because believe you me, information travels fast. I know people in Nigeria where yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you. I wanted you to keep building, but the question I got for you on that is, I don't think our leaders are seeing it that way, and the leaders among society, not just the political leaders, because everybody's in the West. So when you're like, hey, we got to be paranoid against this and that, I don't think people see themselves as against Britain and against the U.S. and they have to prepare in, you know what I mean, in comparison to these countries, for the dual citizenship to these countries. Their children go to these countries and all of that. So what do you do about that? I just don't see. I don't think our mentality is to compete, like you said, and be rivals with these people. So what do you do about that when all of our strongest people, including our active politicians, are dual citizens and interests that have so many interests in these countries?
Yeah, I think many of them have been compromised already, and this is one of the things why I said because there was this video I saw recently of the British embassy saying that Nigerians should come to the country, the UK, to come and study. They increased the acceptance of Nigerians by 87% just in the last year. They are basically, in other words, they are draining the brains. That's what they call brain drain, isn't it, from Nigeria? So, and when they go there, they can easily be compromised, either culturally
But bro, they're
or
already
directly.
compromised here. Like so, okay, so when I go around, I say somewhere around 100% of Nigerians want to leave Nigeria. So whether they had
Mm.
that program or not, people already are compromised, and that's why. And then when I look at it, the leaders are doing the same thing because their whole lives is outside of here. I just don't see how we block that. That's where I'm confused. I just don't. I don't
No,
see
what?
how you.
How you can block it? See, the truth is, there you are always going to have people that do that. I think, like I said, the only way you can change mindsets is when you have security. If you don't have security, why would you expect them to change their calculations? Their calculation is, you think they don't think, they are not idiots. They know when they go to their home, their roads are not paved, their hospitals are not safe. They know all that. What they don't know is, do they have any other choice? Is there any other way out? If they see that they are secure, you'll find that the calculation will change fast. All you need is a swift move to say, you know what, we want to start recruiting. And who will do that is the question you have to ask yourself. Who will the people believe in enough to do something like that? Because one thing, if you go to Nigeria and I tell them to recruit people and you want to create a large military, they have to trust you first. And that is the beauty of what they've done to us. They made us conditioned to distrust our leaders so much that it would take a lot for you to convince them to do something like that. And maybe even be brutal about it to get it done. Because you can't, sometimes when you talk to them, they'll say, no, we don't trust you. We don't do this. You're from our side, you're from Yoruba, you're from this, but we don't trust you. We're not going to do what you want. If you're brutal, you get it done, they will forgive you if you succeed. But if you don't succeed, you'll be the worst dictator of all times. You see what I mean? So those people that you just referred to, the only way they can change too is when they feel there is something to change for. Why would you tell them to change to a country that is this weak? Who will sign up for that? Nobody will. I wouldn't even sign up for a country that is this weak. The only people that would do that are people like us that understand the problem and that know the potential, the value and the power, that the potential power that Africa has got sitting there that we can tap into to better this in our futures. That is the only people that will go in that direction. Not everybody are good prospectors or people that want to go and take risk somewhere. Some people just want to live their life, like you said, send their children to school, dual nationality, go on holidays, enjoy themselves. They will sign up to your club when you can offer them that too. If you can offer them security, it's not everybody that is built for that. So from that point of view, I would say approach it from the point of view of security first. And how, for me, since I'm not in the office to change anybody's this insecurity policy, is to change the minds on the ground. Talk to them, start changing their mind. Because some of all these people in Nigeria, they don't care. Many of them don't have much to lose.
To
So they are
Niger,
willing.
FYI, Mufasa, he's in Nigeria right now also.
Who is Mufasa?
That's me on the panel. I just left.
Ah,
I was gonna talk to you too. I just left Owerri today. Actually, I was there this morning.
wow.
I'm back
Nice,
in Abuja
nice.
now, though. I
Yeah.
know you from the east, right?
No, no, I'm east and south. I'm Delta, close to Edo, then from south too.
Yeah, I got you. I
So
got you.
that's why I'm from both sides. I'm Igbo and
But
south
you're
mixed.
not actually from the east, but you're from the south.
I'm from the, you know, the east is extended towards Benin.
Okay. Okay.
So when they speak, I hear what they are saying. So
Right.
so that is the thing. So from the point of view of security, you can approach it from, you know, just get the people to start believing in the idea of security. I've actually communicated with people that are, they're actually on TV almost every day in Nigeria, and their thinking is, oh, it's good to do security, but only for the guy to be, and, you know, I mentioned it earlier on, to be talking about 5K, 10K a year. I was like, that's ridiculous. And even, and the beauty of it is that many of the people in that session were saying similar stuff now, which is weird. One of them, I didn't even come up with that. He said, why would you need mercenaries in your country? The US doesn't use mercenaries inside their country. They use it overseas. Who brings mercenaries into their country?
I mean, because all they're gonna do when they get here is hustle. They're gonna start selling guns, drugs.
They will make everything worse.
It's gonna be the typical. Yeah, it's gonna be the typical shit.
As if they are not the ones that cause the problem. If they wanted to help us fix this problem, they will fix it very quickly. They are the ones that, do you see the same problem happening in their countries? They allow the problems to happen in the first place, and they say that you should hire them to come and secure your country, and then you compromise the country even further. About this invitation for Nigerians to be coming to their countries. You know, when I saw that video, I was like, you are inviting us to come to your country, but you're not giving us free trade. Why not give us free trade? You are talking about the invitation to come and study in your country. So that you take the little money Nigerian government have to educate its people, you take the people to go and use them for free to serve you and strengthen your system against their own countries. You see how smart these people are. Because they could easily offer us free trade, but no, they wouldn't offer us free trade. They could easily make life easier for us. They wouldn't. So we have to open our eyes to all these things. And to my African American brothers and sisters, what I will say about this is that especially the Edos ones, they hear some Africans say some stupid things, and those Africans are wrong and they should be condemned and isolated. And the same thing with the Edos ones, the ones that are always for division and all that, they should be isolated. They don't belong in any progressive movement. But they also have to understand that when we see them going through pain, they don't understand how pained we too are. Just like you see many African Americans on the streets, some of them wailing and angry when they see their people dying. That's how we feel in Africa. I see it. Nobody make me feel the pain of what happened to Haiti. There are Africans that feel like that. I've seen a program during the time when George Floyd died. I wasn't that alert to all these things then. And I was watching this lady and she was interviewing someone and she couldn't hold herself. She was just in tears. An African lady, you would think her brother just died. And she's on a show and she would just, keep wiping her tears. She's supposed to be the host. And those people, if they don't understand that type of link, what else are you going to understand? What kind of pain could you be under that you don't understand that these are your family members? You look at them, sometimes you actually look at your own face. It really look like you. And you say you are from the US and somehow you evolved in the US. Let's say you evolved in the US, but you look at the person that is standing next to you and they look like you. No matter how far you have come, there's a connection there. Yeah. So for me, it's a no-brainer.
Just people, they just don't see it that way. Like even when I come here, people don't see it that way. But the thing is, what people are missing out on is the Africans here. If you talk to people, you talk to their head, they can open up to some of these ideas that we're saying. They just haven't heard them. You get what I mean? So if I talk to them and explain to them when they ask me, am I African? And I tell them, yes, I am African, but my parents are from whatever in the slave trade and this and that. If they can understand what I'm saying, then they'll get it. It's not as if they're not open to it. It's just they haven't been exposed to it, So it leaves us with a reality, that people don't see things that way, but it can go in that way. That's, I just feel like we got to do better. Go ahead.
That is why when they hear us talk, That is what because it's so easy to change their mind. It's just that they don't hear all the things. Some of the things we are saying will sound very transformational to them because they're like, "Whoa, I never saw the world like that." Because some of all these people don't even think they have rivals.
Exactly.
When I went on Google, I searched Nigeria. They put up all kinds of things. They say enemies 0. I like seriously 0. Nigeria has 0 enemies. Are you sure?
Right.
It's unbelievable. I was just flabbergasted to see that. Like, this is a false narrative we live in. You go on Google
Well,
website.
the whole thing is just the leaders are the enemies. That's all people can see in terms of enemies,
isn't it? The other tribe, the leaders, the other tribe, the
or
leaders.
that too.
It's always
Yeah,
a problem.
yeah.
It's always a problem. Just one. Let me just not share this one before I close. One South African, they were interviewing him, and he was talking about what is happening in the country and all the rest. And they asked him, why are you not asking for your neighbors to come and help with all this instability? He said, "Oh, Mozambique, they have problems. This one, there is a massive protest going on in their country. This one, they have problems." It's like every country in Africa seems to be in some problem or the other. It's like we are when we hear this great reset they keep talking about, I'm getting worried that it's about us. 6 leaders in 1 year. Anarchy in many African countries. We really it's a lot in 1 year. And in this COVID year. Then you look at it, Nigeria. West Africa is all over the place. South Africa is all over the place. Ethiopia was at war. Somalia, that one never came out of war. It's on and on and on. Then you shift to Haiti. Look at what's going on in Haiti. The only good spots are just maybe the African Americans, which they went through hell last year with the death of George Floyd. But there is also the Caribbean these in countries that are relatively okay, like Jamaica right now. They are relatively okay, not doing that well. That is the standard we are setting right now. They're not doing that well, but that is the standard we are setting. They are doing relatively okay because the rest, there's always one problem or the other going on in all the countries right now. So what I say is that we have to start correcting one. Let's just focus on one first. That security one. Anybody you see, any politician you see, any influencer you see, you say, let's fix that one first. If you fix that one, we can start talking about anything else later. Any country you see, tell them to recruit more soldiers. Recruit your men, put them in the security forces. Why are they roaming around the streets doing no job? Put them into a job, let them get this in a purpose, and at the same time keep the country secure and bring foreign investment into your country, because nobody wants to invest in a country that is not secure. It's common sense. This simple thing, if we do it, you'll be surprised how transformational it is. We are not even talking about military that can just start fighting superpowers. No, we are not talking about that. We're just talking about secure your backyard.
Right.
Just keep your backyard secure. Simple security. We are not talking about, trying to fight foreign enemies. Secure your territory. Make sure you can secure your borders. Make sure people cannot come into your country and mess with your people, mess with your systems, so that you cannot be able to function like we are doing right now, like we have been doing forever, really. Thank you.
Appreciate that too, Nigel, for coming up in here, man. Blessing us with your words of wisdom, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I say again, the point that you got to be pushed to tell black people how it is, that just soft-spoken, being a diplomat, being diplomatic in your response, it just don't work for us, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the weirdest thing in the world. But see, the thing about it, I've been saw it. You know what I'm saying? I've been synced it. You know what I'm saying? It's actually disgusting that we are like that with each other. But when a white person come around, we fall to our knees and open up our mouth. Or either the females get to dancing and shaking their ass, you know what I'm saying, with no shoes on, in the dust. You know what I'm saying? Vitamin. I just don't get it. You know what I'm saying? But it's almost like we are. It's almost like it's a thing to knock down our to delete self-preservation out our mind. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the part that trips me out because my self-preservation is high as hell. You know what I'm saying? I don't let people even get, 5 to 6 feet from me. I'm automatically tensing up. You get what I'm
And you
saying?
should.
I have no idea where
If you don't trust anybody, don't trust anybody. Better to be safe than sorry.
You know what? That's what I'm saying. I'd rather see everybody as a suspect than see that some people and go to smiling at certain people when they walk up and then see other people as like no good. You get what I'm saying? Like how do you pick and choose? You know what I'm saying? If I ain't gonna fuck with one, I'm not gonna fuck with nobody, but I'm not gonna go against my own and then kiss they ass because they brought me a fake ass religion. You know what I'm saying? But brother Shabazz, what is your reasoning for being in Abuja?
Oh, the only reason I'm here now, I'm basically my daughter is out with her on her mom's side of the family for the summer is gone, so I'm working remotely from here. That's pretty much it. You know what I mean? I
Okay,
just
so
like being here.
your wife is it your wife or your baby mama?
Baby moms.
Okay, she's from Africa. She's from
No, 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 no,
Nigeria.
no, 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 no. America. Yeah, me and my baby moms are both from San Diego, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
not with her. So she's with her mom's side of the family out in another state right now. So
Oh,
since she's
okay.
gone, I just left. You know what I mean? If she ain't there, that's the only reason I'm even in America. So she's gone, so I came over here to do my work from over here. And then when she
Okay.
comes back, I'll be back. That's
So
really
you're
it.
doing work in Africa or you just doing work
No,
from
no,
abroad?
remotely. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
working
okay,
remotely.
okay. So you're just in Africa traveling.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now
exactly.
is Abuja a party town?
I mean, Abuja is like, it's like this is where all the government people are. It's a nice place. They party, but the real party town is Lagos. Everybody
Yeah.
knows Lagos as the party town, you know. And
Yeah.
I
where I
can do
just came from too,
Lagos is
Owerri is a
congested.
party spot too.
That is too
Yeah.
congested. Man, listen, I deal with Atlanta traffic every day. You know, so I
Mm,
deal with some of the worst traffic. Lagos, that's some different
mm.
type of shit. Cause
Nah,
now,
Lagos is expensive as fuck too for no reason, man. You
of
got more
course.
stress, you're paying more money, then you can't move around. Transportation is high as fuck. If you want to go around the corner, it's 3,000 naira. Anywhere I want to
Mm,
go in Abuja is 600 naira. I could just jump in the
yeah.
thing, and if I want to take like the public transportation in terms of bikes and people going up the street, instead of
Mm,
600, I could even do it for 200 naira. But in
yeah.
Lagos, it just costs you too much. Everything's too expensive. And then it's just too much drama and too much. It's for what? Fuck that shit, man.
Lagos, they just cause drama for no reason. It's
Every day,
like
every day.
just drama people, and it's not serious, but they just shout
Yeah.
even as a Nigerian, I'm like, man, this is loud. These
No,
are the
you'll be
loud.
going, bro. You'll be going around. You'll be in traffic, stuck in one spot for 25 minutes, and then as soon as you get out, you're driving. Things are starting to move, and then you notice everything stopped because two cars got out in front of everybody, and they want to argue with each other. You're like, motherfucker. That's the type of shit you're dealing with in Lagos. But Lagos is
Mm,
cool and everything. But for me, it's
mm,
really just like if I'm working. Lagos is where you need to be because that's where all the business is. But all my investment money is tied up in the markets until later. So right now I'm not investing. I'm not doing all that shit. I'm doing my work. So there's no need for me to really be spending too much time in Lagos. It's wasting
But,
my money.
but what I like about Lagos is that once you land there, there's this vibe in the air all the time. It's like the
Hmm.
whole place. There's almost and the nightlife there. There's so much. There's so much things to do. It's just the whole place is buzzing all the time. And but
Yeah.
Abuja is just laid back. Everybody the
Yeah, yeah.
roads are
Buja's a lot
broader.
slower. Way slower.
Mm,
That's what I see.
yeah.
And then that's the thing too. I ain't no nightlife dude like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, me
I go
either,
out like
man.
a
So
yeah. So
Abuja
that shit ain't
sounding
really.
real nice right now.
You'll love
Yeah.
it, bro. You'll love it. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I was
you
because
love
I when I
Abuja.
used to come
That's the
here.
truth. Mm,
Yeah, like I said, I spend most of my time at first, I'll be a friend of mine, he lives in Ogun, or I'll be in Osun State. So I'll be like out in semi-rural. That's a cool way to live too, but you ain't
mm,
trying to really do that shit for too long, you know what I mean? Unless you got
yeah.
something nice. Nobody's really trying to come from America and be, no running water, no electricity, you know what I mean, for too long,
Yeah,
or these
true.
meager amenities. So if you really trying to be here for like months, which I've been doing, you're probably gonna want to be in, a place like Abuja. If you come to Lagos and then you come to Abuja, I'm telling you, you'll like Abuja. Because all
Mm.
that drama, it has to be some reason to go through it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It has
but
to be some
but
reason.
when I was in Lagos though, and then I went to Abuja, I felt a little bit like Abuja was a little bit boring. Like, man, I need to go and get the energy of Lagos again.
Yeah, yeah. No,
you,
it's
you
true.
don't you
It's
don't want
true.
to stay in Lagos too long, but man, that energy, man, they
What
really
part
have
of
a lot
Lagos? What part of
going
Lagos
on.
you usually in? What side? Are you on mainland
I
or island?
the mainland I was on in Ikeja. Ikeja is normally my territory, but I
Okay.
do go to the main island, CMS and all the where you see the skyscrapers and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
So it's a man. There's something about Lagos, man. That's why people go there. 20 million. Hey, there's some. There
I
has to be
mean,
something about it.
Yeah, I
they
don't
go
want
there
no
to find
parts
money.
of it.
No, they go
Hmm?
there to find money.
I
They
don't
go there
want
to
no
find
parts
money.
of Legos. If I go to Nigeria, Legos will not see me, man. Ain't no
Dude,
goddamn
even
20
if you
million
fly
people.
in, even if you fly into Abuja, the airport, they handle things better. You go to Lagos, it's all type of drama. Motherfucking 5 people from every direction extorting you, knocking on your door, putting a boot on your car. It's like all this fucking drama. You know what I mean?
Mm,
I come into Abuja. They got the shit organized. You know what I mean? I call my
yes.
boat, they go, they like, look, come to the car park, you pay your money and you go. You know what I mean? They
Mm,
got shit more organized around here. Um, Lego,
yeah.
it ain't like Lagos is like some shit you can't go to, but I'm just like, why? Like, if I can lodge for 9,000 a night,
Mm.
here and it be calm, I don't have to move to the island and get extorted, paying
Mm.
19K in Victoria Island, or you know what I'm saying,
Oh, if
15K.
you go to Victoria Line, you're gonna be, yeah, they will rip you, man. The money,
They rip you,
very
they rip you,
expensive
but
area.
Somebody asked,
but
did
you
you
can't
go
get
to
that.
Calabar? Calabar, what is that?
Oh, beautiful,
I'll be
beautiful,
there. I'll probably be there in December. I'll probably be there in
beautiful.
December.
What is
One of the
that? What is
best.
that? Y'all give
It's
it
the state.
information.
It's a state in Lagos, and it's one of the best. Really, I
What
think
part? What part is it?
South
it's
South,
west, southwest, the south south, but the
South Southwest.
western. Oh no, south southeast. Sorry, south southeast.
Yeah,
Mm.
Is it closer to Port Harcourt?
Yes,
exactly.
yeah,
Okay, see,
on the left of right of Port Harcourt.
yeah, see that's
I
the
was in
area.
Port Harcourt. I just went
See,
to Port Harcourt. I was there
those
about
my
a month
type of
ago.
places. Port Harcourt,
Mm,
Abuja. You know, what I'm saying
mm,
I could do a little bit. I could do a little bit of Benin City, a little
mm.
What you want to go
Abadan.
to
You know what I'm
Medine
saying?
City
I get,
for?
but Lagos ain't never got to see me, man, because I haven't heard. What I'm saying is, when I hear people explain Lagos, they always be like it ain't that bad. I can tell, I can hear the fuck shit of Lagos in when they talk about it. You know what I'm saying? They just like, well, you
Dude,
can go.
nah,
You
bro.
know, it's
I'm gonna tell you.
okay. You know, it's nobody
You're right,
that's
bro.
sitting. It's nobody that's sitting out there talking about the red carpet. You need to go to Lagos. This where you need to stay at. This where the hotel. This neighborhood. All I hear is when I hear y'all talk about it, I feel
You
congested
already
in
know.
my chest.
No,
See,
you
you
already know.
see,
You already know.
Hustle. I think you should see if you go to Nigeria, you didn't touch down in Lagos at all. You will miss something. I think
No,
it's what because there's something about Lagos that captures the soul of Nigeria. They are
I
crazy.
disagree. I disagree.
Hell no,
I'm gonna
I
tell
ain't
you.
gotta get. Well, I
In
ain't
my
got no
opinion,
soul then. I
in
ain't
my
got no
opinion.
soul then. If I'm
See,
you know,
No,
you
no.
don't spend
Listen,
enough
fucking.
time in
I'm gonna
Lagos,
tell
then.
you what. No, I'm gonna tell you. I disagree. I don't like. In my opinion, Lagos is not a part of Nigeria. In my opinion, I think Lagos is like its own thing. Because I've been all around this country, and
Mm,
Lagos is the only oddball. Everywhere else is very similar. Like Abuja has its own thing, but I was in Port Harcourt, Owerri, Oshogbo, Ile-Ife,
mm,
Ifo, Ogun,
mm.
everywhere. They're all pretty much the same for the most part. But Lagos is the only oddball, bro. It's the only one that's off. It's
but,
the
but
only oddball.
But it's the key, isn't it? Because for me, when I went, I grew up in PH, Port Harcourt. Then when I went to Lagos, what I found was, whoa, there is something here that you never expect. Like you said, Port Harcourt is more laid back, easy going, and people just do their thing. But Lagos is different. There's something about Lagos that tells you more about the nature of Nigeria. Because Nigerians, all the characteristics you associate with Nigerians, they have them in Lagos. Like they are noisy, they are striving, they're hardworking, pushing themselves, ambitious. All those things that is associated with Nigeria. There's a reason why Nollywood is from there. There's a reason why some of the things, the banking system, all these things is all there because it has this vibe in it. And I don't know what you experience in Lagos, but there are things you will see in Lagos that you like. There's nowhere else you're gonna get this, even in the world. And you see, so that's why I think maybe to skip Lagos will be like missing some part of Nigeria and maybe even Africa itself,
I
because
mean,
that
I think
is very important.
if you come to Nigeria and do anything for an extended period of time, all roads lead to Lagos. So you can't skip it. But if you just want to come here, it'd be cool to start in other places, get comfortable, and then move to Lagos. I think it's better to start in other places than move to Lagos, especially if you're not like an
You know what?
experienced traveler.
For the record, y'all, Lagos can suck motherfucking sweaty monkey balls. I ain't never in my life. You know what? Let me tell y'all something, because I hear people talk about Lagos like I hear people talk about New York City. And let me tell y'all something. It ain't nothing special about New York City. I'm telling you. It ain't nothing special about that. You want to get overpriced, smaller space, no parking spaces, everybody breaking into your shit. You being 12 stories up in your car parked on the side of the road, and people walking all the time. Nobody sleeps. Listen, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell y'all something in the Civil Police Association. Don't get fooled by a city that never sleeps. You get what I'm saying? You're not that beast. And I'm telling y'all, I'm a straight up street, been in the streets since I'm 14 years old. I like to sleep. I like for it to chill. I like for it to be mellow. You know what I'm saying?
Then you are right. Then you you will love PH Calabar. Oh, Calabar,
My only
man.
thing about PH, bro, PH is too westernized for me, man. Like,
for real?
That's true.
Oh yes,
There's some truth there.
man. The South South. What's up with your people in the South South, bro? Y'all,
Man,
they
you
all
see,
name
you know what I
Emmanuel and
discovered?
Jacob
Yeah,
Smith
you are
and
right
shit.
there. You know, that's
They
an
don't
interesting
wear
thing you just
natives.
raised. You know what? Recently, it just occurred to me that they were the ones that encountered the Europeans first. And I must say, they have a checkered history in the South there, because they encountered the Europeans first, and they were the ones that took the Europeans inland and all the rest of it. So they encountered, and the names, this is where they picked up all those names, and probably they even formed relationships with, like friends with some of all these Europeans, because if you know Europeans, how they behave now, they're not stupid. They're not going to start annoying the people that they meet at the very edge of the country. It's the ones that are inside. So, and that is why you see that they take the names, and it's gonna be a problem sooner or later. Those vestiges of the past, because you Dan Jumbo, you hear the names all over the place, and as a matter of fact, even my part of the South, it's everywhere. Some of the names you don't even hear in England anymore. They still have it there. That's how deep it is. I'm telling
Cromwell
you.
and shit. It'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, hardcore. They still have it there. So
Okay, I'm gonna
it's a
scratch.
shame.
I'm gonna scratch that off the.
No, you should still go, bro.
'cause-
Hey, look, you know one interesting thing I'm gonna tell you about Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt is the only place I can go, and I could just speak straight with this accent, and almost everybody will hear me, even like older people. I could just speak to anybody just straight like this. I don't have to like change my voice or speak slowly, or you know what I mean. And they all
Yeah.
can just hear me. That was one thing. That was one thing that was interesting about that place. But
So what
That's
about
nice.
Benin? What about Benin City?
Oh,
oh
nice.
man, a lot of bad people in Benin. What's going on? Talk to us too, Nigel.
I
All
think Benin.
these
Oh
crazy
my
people in
God,
that duel. What's going on?
Benin. You do hear some silly nonsense that you hear, but Benin, my God, Benin has some rich stuff in it, man. I personally, when so many parts of some of these parts of Nigeria, when you hear about it, you don't really get an idea until you go in and you really experience them. I think Benin, when I was there the last time I went to Nigeria, man, I was surprised with what I saw. It's not because it was fancy and not the people. When you see the people, then you see the light in the eyes, the way they look, the way they carry themselves. And it's very interesting, because when you hear about Africa, you think, okay, everybody, they are not developed. But take the development out, look the individuals. Put them, stand them side by Western people. And I looked at them, I was like, well, you know what, you look fresher than I do. And I'm supposed to be from this in the UK. So they are well, they carry themselves well. They have very rich culture, because when I was growing up, one of the first schools I attended was in Benin City there. And my God, those guys have culture, man. The culture is deep. You know, this mask that you see on my profile is a Benin mask now. So it's really deep. They have a record for the highest, I think the greatest or biggest human build structure. The kind of fence they had around their city is even longer than the Great Wall of China. Can you imagine that?
Wow.
Those guys
I think
don't
I've heard
mess
that.
around.
Yeah.
They don't mess around. So
All
they
right. Hold on. Now, hold on. Don't get let's because this and believe me, y'all. I'm supposed to end this stream an hour ago, but when I had y'all two brothers talking about Nigeria, I had to let it go on because you know what? Tell you the truth, I just wanted to get to not like people think like I want people to see it the way I see it, but to hear two Niger talk about his country like this with somebody that's from here is better than hearing him call people doomed. You get what I'm saying? Because that's my job. That's my job to call them doomed. You know what I'm saying? I'm on their ass. And I'm telling y'all this, and this is the third time. It ain't blowing no smoke at Tanaja. I did not like that he had to go outside himself. That's my job. You get what I'm saying? And the push a brother like that. See, that's the type of shit I fight about, Tunaja. You get what I'm saying? For people that don't, that try their best to be the opposite. You get what I'm saying? And you got niggas that purposely, emotionally force somebody to get out of character. So therefore, I let the stream go past so we can end it on a light note. You get what I'm saying? We can end it on this. So let me ask a couple more. Let me ask some more. What is the difference between now? When y'all answer this, I want to know population and culture between Abidan and Abuja.
Massive.
Hold on, Abidjan as Abidjan or
Ibadan.
Ibadan?
He means Ibadan.
Abadan. Okay,
Ibadan.
correct me. How you say it?
Ibadan.
Ibadan.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Ibadan.
it's oh hold on. He asked. So it's you don't pronounce the N at the end. It's Ibadan.
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 Okay.
Ibadan.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Proper.
What's the difference between that and Abuja, as far as culture and population, and far as busiest too?
I mean, as far as culture, it's no comparison. Abuja was created like in the 80s or 90s. It was all bush, and they came and constructed this as the new stronghold, and eventually became the capital. Ibadan has so much history, and it's a very rich cultural place in terms of like Yoruba history. So it's really no comparison in terms of that. I haven't spent too much time in Ibadan, maybe just a couple nights, but I'll spend some more time there soon. But in terms of culture, I could take that one. It's not even close. I
Yeah,
don't know what
I
you
think
think, another.
Ibadan is just in terms of culture well outside Abuja's league, and it's almost like saying I don't even know what to compare it to in the US really. Abuja is more sterile, like Washington DC compared to Ibadan. Ibadan has an old, ancient, like London. It's almost like comparing Washington DC to London that has been old and existed for hundreds and thousands of years, probably even thousands of years. They've been there forever. So Ibadan is a Yoruba city, and while Abuja is mostly the middle belt towns and the central and northern distant states. So the kind of people that are there are not even the same, and they tend to be more. Nigeria is just weird, really. They tend to be more slender and just. Oh man, I don't know how to describe it. You know Yoruba people. If you know Yoruba people, they are not like Yoruba people. Let's put it this. Let's put it that way. They're not Yoruba people. They are more like I guess like Bantu somewhat, and then they are more peace loving. They are easygoing in those areas. Yoruba people too are very easygoing and peace loving too, and their culture. Oh my God! If you go to Yoruba areas, all you have is culture, and when you're greeting them, you have to bow down. You
And
see
what area is that? Where they have to bow down?
Yoruba culture, you have to bow down all the
Oh
time.
yeah, I like that. I like that.
No, so yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. I'm telling
Females
you.
have to bow down, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like that. I like that.
Well, they
Go ahead.
My bad. I was about to say, yeah, there's no real comparison. I'm gonna tell you, Abuja is not somewhere to like start. Abuja is a place. This is a good place to chill. But if you're trying to get the culture, you need to start. The best place I think you'll like is the Southwest. Now Ibadan is in a state called Oyo State. Now the Oyo people dominated Yoruba culture. They were like the most recent persons to dominate the culture. So a lot of what you see as Yoruba culture comes from Oyo, and they
Yeah.
were the strongest people because they had the strongest military for so long. Like
Yeah.
there's a place south of there in
Yeah.
Abeokuta. The it's
Yeah.
the it's they're Yoruba people also, but they're many different tribes within Yoruba. Like there's like dozens, a couple dozen different
Mm.
tribes of Yoruba. And if you go to this place Abeokuta, which means like the rock that God blessed, they'll tell a story on how they were being dominated by the Oyo people, and some soldiers liberated their specific group of people into freedom from the oppression of the Oyo Empire. Like the people in Oyo, they used to do shit like they had Yoruba land so much on Smash, they would go around and they were collecting like these overly high taxes. They'll come through to collect their tributes, and one of their chiefs they'll see one of your wives, they'll be like, you know what, I like this one, bring her with me, and then they'll just take it. You
Mm.
can't do shit. They used to be on some shit like that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you ain't gonna get this type of history in Abuja. You need to be in places like Ibadan, go see some museums. Go to the museum, go see Olumo Rock in Abeokuta. The best place, if you want culture, bro, you need to go to Yoruba land. You need to be in the Southwest. I mean, really anywhere, but they tell the story the best in the Southwest. You know, the Yorubas are like
Mm.
the scholars of Nigeria,
Now,
and they
does
have
does
this.
does Abuja have an airport?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Nice airport, train station too. Um, they got a train station from Abuja to Kaduna, if I'm not mistaken, and probably having more done as we speak. So, the infrastructure, Abuja is by far the best in Nigeria, isn't it? And Shabazz, you know that now. So the roads,
Yeah, it's
everything
true.
is
It's true.
wider, neater, and stuff like.
It's just,
Abuja is
man.
so clean and clear. Sometimes that is a little bit. It comes across for somebody that is from Lagos. You're like, whoa, this place is boring as hell. How do
Yeah.
people survive here? So,
No, if you
Okay,
ever too stressed, just go to Abuja. You can recharge and then go back out. You know what I'm saying?
okay.
mm,
Let me throw this out here, and we'll get back to Nigeria for a second. But when I look on the map, why in the fuck is Benin and Togo a state? Please, can y'all please explain to me? Because now you give me Benin, I can give you a but Togo,
mm,
what the fuck? Togo is like a
Berlin,
finger.
Berlin conference, and then they have ports.
mm.
So they're
Yeah,
trying to share those ports.
you know what puzzles me about that one too, Shabazz? Benin and Togo, they speak French. So why did the French decide to break them in two? They could have
I
just
don't
put
know.
them together. It's like just
I don't know that
splitting them
history.
for
I don't
just for
know.
the sake of it.
They're both French speaking
You know the
countries.
people now.
Yes, and they're
Togo
tiny.
was previously Dahomey, I believe. And you know the Dahomey people were having a lot of trouble with people back then at that time. Maybe they couldn't keep them together or something.
Mm,
I don't know. You
mm.
know,
Yeah,
I don't know what it
And it
is,
worked
but
well for them. It worked well for them because they separate them to two different countries. Ghana is dealing with Togo. We are dealing with Nigeria. So the separation even worked even better because it's almost like perfect separation of the groups. And man, the first time I went into Benin Republic, I was like so surprised. It's so strange because they are right next door to Lagos. But I never went in there. So, but when I got there, I was like, whoa! Suddenly, I'm seeing baguettes and I'm seeing cheese. Like, whoa! What kind of life is this? The whole thing has just changed from Nigeria to this, and it's just like crossing a border. And you go
right.
to Togo, the same thing, and then you go to Ghana, you see something that resembles Nigeria a little bit, but a lot more peaceful and a lot more
nah,
easygoing.
it ain't the same, huh? It's totally
So
different. You go there, they talk about Nigerians like they're like aliens from another country. You be like, oh, what you think about Nigeria? Oh, them people is crazy. Like I told my lady
Oh
in
my
Togo,
god.
I was like, man, because I'm staying so long, I gotta leave Nigeria so I don't overstay my visa. And I was like, I might go to Togo. I was like, how are things or whatever? She's like, it's not crazy like Nigeria. You don't gotta, you ain't gotta worry.
now, what is the beef? Because I hear this in America. You know what I'm saying? What is the beef between Cameroons and Nigerians?
I'm not so sure. I think If you ask me, I would say the kind of beef you will get is mostly between Nigeria and Ghanaians. And the truth is, okay, yes, there was this Bakassi argument we had with Cameroon, and I think that was the max of it. It was just a skirmish, and that was it. That was over 30 years ago. So, but the Ghanaians, they just keep reminding us that they are always there by deporting our people and treating Nigerians badly. So Nigerians, just the only thing we can argue is about jollof rice and get cross when maybe Twitter put their headquarters there, and Cardi B doesn't go. So that's all we get crossed about. But we don't deport their people. We don't treat them badly. But from the reports we get, they really, really pick on Nigerians. And obviously, that could be because they are a smaller population compared to Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't pay attention to their population in Nigeria, but they pay attention to us. And the truth is, personally, I find it a little bit perplexing how Africans talk about Nigerians, because they make us sound as if we are everywhere. And I didn't, as a Nigerian, you don't know that until you go outside Nigeria. Like everybody, you just mention and you're like, oh God, we know about your people. They make us sound as if we are different from them.
Everybody has something. Everybody has a profile on y'all. Like everybody. Because before I started coming here years ago, right? I used to go around and I would make it a thing to ask all these African people about Nigerians, because I thought it was Nigerians were like getting a bad rap. I thought maybe people were just stereotyping them for no reason. But everybody was saying the same stuff, so I figured something's going on.
I swear I have never heard nobody say nothing bad about Nigerians. Like,
have you asked Africans?
Well, yeah, because I got a chick that stay in South Africa, and they don't like Nigerians. And I sit up there, and I would show y'all the WhatsApp message. I said, while y'all sitting up there hating and talking shit about Niger, you know what I'm saying, that everybody else is goddamn whooping your ass, and the white elitism don't take over. I'm like, how the hell do the white elitism got guns, and y'all the black people that's majority, y'all ain't got none? How does that happen? How does that happen? Why y'all sitting up there worrying about Nigerians? But okay, this is one of the last questions. Why the fuck does Equatorial Guinea sit right there in Gabon like that? What come on now. I understand all the other ones, but what is the fucking point of can I see how big Gabon is? Why the fuck is that Ecuador sitting right there? What is that? It's like it look like a little stamp.
Is it not one of the few countries that speak Spanish in West Africa, in Africa there or something? The French, they mess with country borders so much. I don't get why they have very tiny countries like that sometimes. But it could be a vestige of the colonial era. But
it's a dictator. It's a dictator country. It's ran by a dictator, right?
Yes, I think I've heard of one of them that has been around for over 20, 30 years. And
he got his son. I heard about his son or something. He made his son the vice president. I remember I heard something about that. So does Gabon? Last question. You can go ahead and answer when I do it. Gabon speaks French.
Yes.
Oh my God, man!
that
would fuck me up if I go to Africa and hear people talking French. That would really fuck me up.
Nah, that shit weird, ain't it? I mean, it should feel like that for English too, though. But it should feel the same for English. But it's something about that French. I don't know.
It's something about that French shit should fuck you up. But you know what I'm saying? So
let me mention too, but because we glossed over with the Calabar. They got a big carnival in Calabar that goes down in December. That's why I'm saying if I go to the Calabar, I'm gonna go in December. And also too, all the people, they tell you that the best place to find wives are Calabar women. That's what they tell you. I don't know if it's true. But I've had men tell me this. I had women tell me this.
But you see, okay, let me translate this. There's some truth there. Even in Nigeria, they talk about it sometimes. Oh, Calabar women, they know how to sleep with men and all the rest of it. And they know how to treat their men.
Right,
so there is that stuff. Even when I was growing up in Port Harcourt, you get that this in there. However, which is very interesting. And Port Harcourt people give them some kind of how do I put it? They have this kind of treat the Calabar people as if they are like beneath them somewhat. People in Port Harcourt, I don't know why they do that. Yes, they used to do that when I was growing up. I remember that clearly. But about the African one, how they perceive us, you see, I saw a poll. I think was it with the Maya or something like that. It was asking Africans about what they thought about Nigerians or something like that. And many of them talk about some of them they know Nigerians for scamming, some of them they know Nigerians for education. But one thing they all say that is uniform about Nigeria, or definitely a lot of them say Nigerians are loud. That's universal. It goes without saying. But one other thing they said, interestingly, was that Nigerians were unapologetically African. Universally. They said Nigerians are one of the few Africans that don't pretend not to be African, which is strange because in Nigeria, they behave as if they are not African. They bleach themselves, they wear white people's hair and all the rest. But yet, to Africans, they believe that Nigerians, it's like we carry ourselves like we don't care. What do we care? You just do whatever you like. And that is one thing that they all admitted to. For me, what I discovered in the last few years is that why Nigerians are talked about most is that one, Nigerians are the most ambitious to a fault. They are the most hardworking because their parents will not let them rest until you accomplish something. You are completely useless. Even when you have a degree certificate, they will just be looking at you like, okay, that's one. And they are very, very driven people. They don't take this. They don't want to come this and last for anything. And I think that comes from within Nigerian competition itself. Because we compete against each other too much. So anywhere we go, we want to compete with everybody too. So, and when you look at it, you ask yourself, why do you think Nigeria, that kind of spirit is what you need in Africa? You need no-nonsense people, unapologetic people, and they are confident. And we are one of the most confident people this in Africa too. So that's the kind of people the spirit you want to encourage on the continent, not all the docility.
Yeah, see, I'm glad you said that because that's the reason I'm even here. You get what I'm saying? Because you go to other places, it's a lot of people like with their head down or whatever. You're right. It's a lot of anti-black shit that needs to be addressed. That's really bad here in Nigeria. But relatively speaking, it's much worse in other places. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
relatively speaking. So that's why you come around here, but way more people wear natives. Like, bro, go to Ghana and then go to Nigeria. And if you didn't look at it, and you just look and you see how people dress, how they how much of their culture they practice. It's just way more culture in Nigeria. It's not even close. You know what I'm saying? And then people are going to tell you that Nigerians are very arrogant. That's what they're going to say. And there's truth to it. There's truth to it. Because I brought a couple of Nigerians to Ghana.
Yeah, that ain't
Bro,
number
these niggas was
confidence
out of
to me.
control. I hear you, but it's like niggas is out of control. Like I brought a chick to the thing, and they're searching her at the thing. She's like, "This is Ghana. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do in Ghana? What are you searching me for to come to Ghana?" I was like, "Damn, my homeboy, he just going around." That's just how it is.
Also, I think that he's right. Some Nigerians have an unearned confidence. When you are confident and you shouldn't be.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Some Nigerians do that, and it's like I look at why are you acting as if you are like the president of the country when you are just somebody going to sell food in the market? Get over yourselves.
Right. I get it. You just confident because you're Nigerian, not confident as because you did something to earn that confidence. I get what you're saying. Hey,
it's a better attitude though, bro.
The boy Icon Fire, he's and he said that he got a trade or whatever. I don't think he did this what it said. Mustafa, help me go to Africa, man. Let's build some. I already got a trade, but I think your business is more into finances and investments, right, Mustafa?
No. So for me, I haven't started. So I was in the cannabis industry in California for years. And like we just recently we had a licensed dispensary in the Palm Springs area, and we just sold it off. So right now, as of just now, I'm focusing just on my videography business right now. So I'm editing a documentary, so I could do that from really anywhere. Now, I'm the crypto markets. I'm expecting to mature end of this year, beginning of next year. So I don't in the estimation I've made so far, I don't see any investments that I think will be more profitable than what I'm projecting those investments to do. So I'm here, I'm watching, I'm working remotely, but I'm not going to be pulling the trigger until later. So I don't have an official industry that I'm in yet.
Industry right now. Okay. Yeah. Well, you know what? This is the thing, man. I'm glad you came on, man. Matter of fact, where did you hear from my channel from?
I found you on Brandon channel. Brandon
Brandon channel.
and probably yeah, either Brandon or Search for Huru.
I search for Huru.
You know,
Okay, that's cool.
I came out here with Search for Huru. I was on his first trip. That
Okay,
was my
okay,
first time
cool
in
then.
Nigeria.
That's what's up, man. Now, this is the thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, with my channel, I like to do a lot of networking and everything for people of like-minded people, man. And you know what I'm saying? We just throw things.
You faded out.
You disappeared.
Yeah, it's faded out. So, man, it's
But
quite cool to
Econ
be
Fire.
that you are in
My bad.
Nigeria. Oh,
Oh, go
yeah,
ahead, bro.
yeah. Yeah, it's quite cool that you are in Nigeria, you know. It's not. How did you manage to get there? The last time I tried to travel to Nigeria, it wasn't easy, you know, in December. It was so hard. And
I
was it
never
easy
been in
for you?
December. Yeah, it was easy. I just did. Well, oh wait a minute. No, it wasn't easy because Nigeria's visa process is fucking ridiculous, bro. It's like worse than the U.S. You got to
Yes,
provide bank
definitely.
statements, thumbprints, and shit. You got to
Mm,
drive to L.A., then go there. You have the wrong shit. You got to drive and come back. Send your passport for 3 weeks. I mean, other than
yeah.
the visa process, though, once you get your visa, you're good. You just have to
Mm,
do it's some good people online that'll give you all the steps in terms of you got to go to fill out the COVID thing. What is it?
yeah.
Nigeria immigration. You do your COVID test. You do your you have to pay for your next COVID test when you get here. But you a
Yeah.
citizen, so you may be able to get around that. I don't know if you got your citizenship
Oh,
sorted out.
yeah, yeah. I do have my citizenship. I have to do
Come
it
on,
too.
man. This is my dirty ass internet, man. It's storming like a motherfucker.
Now that sound like Nigeria.
Wait.
I knew something was gonna happen because it made. I'm talking about, man. Let me tell y'all something. I'm surprised y'all didn't hear it. It was a thunder that was so loud. I kind of shook, man. My knees started shaking a little bit, man. So I knew something was gonna happen. Then I looked down. I saw the internet faded. But you know, on this channel, man, we just, you know, I'm not trying to hide nobody from nobody. You know what I'm saying? And brothers, man, we cannot be afraid just to ask or whatever. Like it's this thing, and we're so much at each other's throat that we won't even ask. You get what I'm saying? Or either if somebody asks you, you got to look down like, man, can you believe this nigga asked me? No. And that's what white people give each other a leg up. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, my son working here. Hey man, can you get my son a summer job? They do that shit, man. Black people, we look down on each other. Black men, change that. Let's get black men. Black men, we look down on other black men that's looking for help from another black man. But we'll celebrate you going to get something from somebody white. So
Yeah.
therefore, I always put out the information, man. So now let me ask you something, Mr. Shabazz. How many languages do you speak?
Man, I speak one language, bro. I ain't gonna
For
front.
real?
Yeah,
My fault.
yeah.
My fault. You,
No,
for some reason, you do so
uh,
much about Nigeria. I just knew you spoke.
well, no, I speak small Yoruba, Mongbo Yoruba, dear. But I'm practicing. I'm learning.
Boy,
You know what I
Yoruba,
mean?
yeah. So I speak a bit of Yoruba. Yeah. That's what he said.
That's why. But yeah, if you see, sometimes people, especially even people here, like they'll hear me singing a song word for word, or they'll hear me pronouncing cities, and they'll like, oh, okay, I believed you that you were American. Now I know you're really Yoruba, but it's not true. I just studying things. I like to know what I'm doing. I'm
Now,
connected
how
to.
do
I
you
love this place, bro.
How do you feel about East Africa?
East Africa, it seemed too Western to me, man. I need all that shit. Too Nigel was saying, I need that shit, bro. That's why I'm here. And you get that energy when you're here. Like you go other places in Ghana, and what I'm seeing from East Africa, it just doesn't seem the same, man. I don't know. I don't feel like at home. You know what I mean? I come here, bro. I feel like it's just a confidence, man. You see an older African man get up with his agbada and walk through, you know what I mean, with his chest out. You don't see that shit. These
Exactly.
other
It's
dudes, you know what I mean?
ridiculous. Those
Yeah,
guys
bro,
are
with
ridiculous.
his, you know what I mean? 50 years old, walking around with his beads and his watch and shit, with his 19-year-old bitch with him, going to the hotel or whatever he's doing.
In House of Assembly, they wear agbada in House of Assembly and House of Senate.
Yeah,
I think Nigeria is quite unique in that. I've never seen any country, even the Chinese wear
I can't
suits and all
find
the
it.
rest. Nigerians wear
Yeah, I can't find
agbada
it.
to the way that
Look in America. In America, I wear agbada. So when like if I'm meeting with someone or whatever, I wear agbada or I wear my kaftan. Wherever in America, that's what I wear. If I'm doing something, I dress that way. I'm about to sew another
okay.
agbada for a wedding in Akiti tomorrow.
Man,
Or
did
not
you
tomorrow,
notice
but
that new dressing that they wear? Man, there's this new fashion going around with the men. I really,
the
personally, I'm
purses.
not a big fan of it. You know that shirt, they wear this shirt around that is round around the neck, and it's like it's a little bit tight on your body. The men in Nigeria.
I haven't seen that. I just know they wearing them purses. That's where they losing me. They got these purses on their neck,
The
and then
man purses.
yes, nigga, they wearing purses. They got a some little fucking fanny pack looking shit strapped to their chest, and then they wear a purse, a little satchel bag on their side, and then they trying to justify the shit by like, oh, that's what the Yahoo boys are. Like when we was in where the fuck I was at Oniru Beach, and I was telling my homeboy, I'm like, bro, what's up with all these purses and shit? He like, well, you know, they dealing and shit. I'm like, bro, don't try to cover it up, nigga. You can hold your weed in your pocket. You don't need a
Right.
purse. You know what I'm saying? But
I've not seen
that's the
that
shit.
purse, that you describe. I've never seen it before.
Oh yeah, I
But
seen
you're in
that.
UK. He
I
just don't
seen
see it
it.
as a
I
purse.
seen
We
it.
know
Yeah,
it's a
that's
purse.
yeah, I seen it. Cause even Brandon had one on. He tried to rock one over there in Kenya. I like, no, bro, that is a purse. No, it's not a man bag. That is a purse. If it wraps around your neck and it goes on your hip,
That's a purse.
if the
That's a
strap
purse.
goes around your neck and the compartment part lands on your hip, nigga, that's a purse.
I will spot that one from a mile too. I don't know how
See?
Brandon is spotted.
Yeah,
No, that's that shit.
he
That's that
tried to
UK
swag
shit.
it out. I wouldn't let him do it. You know what I'm saying? No. And you know, it is a style, and they try to make a style become fashionable, but we will get nowhere as men trying to assimilate nothing that females do. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you can't carry it in your hand in your pocket, leave it at the house. You know what I'm saying? That's females that want to stuff everything and carry the whole house with her in some bag like that, man. Men shouldn't even have that much stuff with them in everything, because the men should be ready to be warriors at all time. And you cannot be no warrior with no pocketbook.
Also smart though. There's this one puzzling thing and I'd like Shabazz to comment on this that is puzzling me. Why is it that CNN gives Africa such a good coverage?
Why does CNN give or don't give?
Gives. That is strange. You see, everybody, you would expect it to be
France
negative.
24 is even more.
CNN itself, in the US, CNN has international and US channel. The international one, they have so many programs like Inside Africa, so many, and if they really put Africa in good light there, and they are the only station that do that. I don't know why.
Oh, that's easy. Well, that Inside Africa, it has gotten popular. It's because now that Africa has started accepting Soviet Union in there. See, one time Soviet Union wasn't accepted in Africa like that. You get what I'm saying? There was the last one. See, but if y'all notice, in a lot of these conflicts and a lot of resolution, Soviet Union has been putting their mark around as in Africa, and America is withdrawing everywhere. So they have to change the coverage. Because when I was younger, Africa didn't get no good coverage. All we saw was pot bellies and flies. You know what I'm saying? And goddamn not needed and goddamn, barefoot and shitting in buckets. That's what we saw. So they trying to give it another to get people talking about it as more Soviet Union trying to make their mark on it, because right now with America trying to be so politically correct, then they leaving the Soviet Union is ready to run around and throw their weight around now. You get what I'm saying?
It's China that is throwing its weight around in Africa right now. Russia is quite quiet actually.
They there. I'm telling you, they are there. They talk about it all the time about Russian influence, especially in the Congo.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Personally, I'm a very, very, Russia has a checkered history with their allies, and with Iran, they've stuck with Iran. They did stick with Syria, but they allowed Syria to be destroyed. So I don't know what kind of friend that is. So they have a checkered history because Iran not destroyed, but Syria was destroyed. So Afghanistan, they partly destroyed Afghanistan too. So from that point of view, I don't know whether it's quite safe to have an ally like Russia.
You would want a ally like Russia, because just like he has been said, Russia is more covert. So they're the ones they'll be right in your face dropping a nuclear bomb. They like Iran. They'll be like, we didn't do a goddamn thing. I don't give a fuck if you saw red all on it. I don't care if you saw USSR. We didn't do nothing. And you can bet that on the mother Russia. They don't give a Russia don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying?
They
Because
deny to the end, man. Those
they
guys
deny it to the end. And on top of that, they have the military to back itself up. See, one thing about America's not scared of China or going to war with China. What America is scared of Russia, because Russia has just as many nuclear warheads, just as many nuclear submarines, just as many. Only thing that we have over Russia is aircraft carriers. And aircraft carriers don't mean a motherfucking thing when it's a nuclear, when you got 12 nuclear warheads on each missile that can be shot. And see, one thing that we don't do in America, we don't have land nuclear presence. So we don't have nothing that can be driven in a vehicle that can shoot out a nuclear warhead. See, Russia got plenty of them motherfuckers. See, they got them in the mountains, and Russia will pull up, drive 500 miles and drop a warship. See, all our nuclear capability is in the mountains, is in the submarines, and they're on the ships. See, Russia have theirs on. They got these trucks. Matter of fact, that's why America's so mad at them, because they sold them to North Korea too, that they can just ride around somewhere and post up in London. But they IBCM missile. So in a ICBM, whatever.
ICBM,
So that's the thing. They're all about covert. You get what I'm saying? Like, see, in America, a secret CIA agent could never be the president. Because as America, we'll just be like, he too sneaky. That motherfucker don't know shit. A FBI agent could never be president. You get what I'm saying? Like a prosecutor could never be president. We don't give people. See, this is one thing that you have to learn about America, which I've been studying. They don't give those people the highest positions, to ones that put people in jail, put people in prison. That's why we have president like Donald Trump. We have president like George Bush. We have presidents like Bill Clinton. These motherfuckers, they always been like rosy gold politicians, and all of the hard nose liners, they're not allowed to be president. But in Russia, oh, you can goddamn kill 100 people. They'll be like, praise him, bring him to the forefront, because their whole thing is about
their whole economy is military.
Yeah, the whole economy is military. That's why when they went over there and colonized North Pole, then everybody was like, well, what's going on over there? No, they was the only one that had the balls to build something over there. Everybody else was scared to touch it. You know what I'm saying? Now they don't build the whole goddamn nuclear military base over there. You get what I'm saying? They're not scared about losing nothing, because their whole thing is about military. See, that's why you would want a friend like that, because when you're not the top dog, you need a country like Russia that'll come in there and knock somebody off. You know what I'm saying? And then deny it.
The problem is that they are still Anglo-Saxon from that point of view. Not Anglo-Saxon, they are still European to an extent. And you always have to watch your back, because people that are their friends don't always end up very, very well. Because in the end, both sides could play you really. In one side would say you're fighting, they will just wreck your country. Look at Syria. You can say they're allied, but they're not doing so well. They are allied to Iran. Iran doing too well, other than the fact that they are secure. So you have to always question yourself. The thing about what I find in the US is that whenever they see a crazy country and the people are miserable and they are willing to die, they tend to stay away from that country.
They leave them alone.
Like Russians they look miserable all the time. They're not in any mood for nonsense. Those people, they are in the cold and their life is tired and they hate everything, and they built so much weapons that they can destroy the whole world over and over again. So America doesn't mess with them, whatever they do. Then there's also North Korea.
Well, so what is it about Russia? Why are they so resilient like that? Because I know, like, most of the countries you describe, and they like Muslim countries, and they got that Islam shit to kind of keep them away from the West. But what is it about Russia that's making them not want to bow down?
Let me start out. The number one reason why Russia is the way Russia is because of Stalin. See, they bank their whole backbone off of Stalin. See, like how you got a lot of Americans Mr. Shabazz, that, you know what I'm saying, they go by the Martin Luther King approach, you know what I'm saying, love everybody, let everybody kick you in the ass and stick their finger in your ass, pause, and you just smile and pray for them. And then you got some black people with the Malcolm X's that, you know what I'm saying, I cut your throat and pee in your mama face. You know what I'm saying? You got those type of niggas. But the USSR, the Soviet Union, they got that Stalin, that type of backbone. You get what I'm saying? So they went. Now let me tell you something. Mussolini almost pulled that out until he turned out to be a clown. But you know what I'm saying? But if they would have did that, Italians would have did. They would have marched over there, Ethiopia, all type of shit. But it's the resilience of the leader, and the leader was such a polarizing figure. It's just like how North Korea is in North Korea is Kim Jong-un is in North Korea, but the only difference is they make Kim Jong-un family like mythical, almost Christ-like. But for Soviet Union, they ain't seen a battle where they have bowed down to nobody. You get what I'm saying? Like, even the time people talk about war with South Korea, Soviet Union, it's always a Cold War. Nobody don't want to rumble. Nobody wants to rumble with them because they don't give a fuck about destroying everything. See, one thing about the United States know if they destroy everything, they just don't give up all the power. They'll never be the greatest nation in the world if they kill everybody. Soviet Union don't give a fuck. They've been sacking. How long they've been sacking for forever? They like, shit, we're the only way we'll beat the Americans is if we kill everybody. So hopefully the Americans buck. That's why they fly their ships and they have you well, I don't know if you've been seeing it on the news, Mr. Shabazz, but they've been flying their ships and flying their aircraft and running their ships 50 meters, 100 meters from USA warships, daring them.
Mm-hmm. You see, the thing about Russia, I don't think they've gotten a good press, or some people don't fully understand their history. Because if you look at that Second World War, they are the ones that really took the brunt from Hitler, and they lost a lot of people. Their population have not recovered because of that war till today. I think about 28 million. They fought Hitler to a standstill, and these guys don't give up. And Hitler stupidly went after them. I don't know what gave him the impression that these people are people that you want to defeat.
Hitler didn't give a fuck.
See, Hitler he marched into France. France gave up, just surrendered. He could have carried on to England and finished the job. But he thought, what I fancy right now? Russia, the crazy people that don't bow down to anything. And he fought Russia. For Russians, they were literally chaining their people, chaining each other to the front lines. If you can't go, you can't retreat. You stand there and you die. You fight to the death. If you try to escape, they kill you immediately in the battlefield. So these people were wiped out. They destroyed so many cities. And by the time he got to February and January and February, when the winter came, the German equipment started failing. The soldiers started suffering. And before you know it, the Russians started coming back. And the Germans have already been bogged down there. And you see, the funny thing about what the US and the West did was that they waited for that to happen. So their idea was that let Hitler weaken Russia enough before they stepped in. They could have stepped in a lot earlier. They let that happen, and so many people died, and they weakened Russia because of it. Till today, Russia never recovered. Till today, their population is still declining till today. So, and after the war ended, then they decided that, you know what, because both sides were just scrambling for Germany, and they decided to split Europe in half like that. On one side, Russia takes the other side, and the West took the other side. And the only reason why the West was able to do that is because of the US. Without the US, Russia would have just taken the whole Europe, really. Because they were the ones that really shed their blood, and they were the ones that basically, I wouldn't say they defeated Hitler because they needed the West to do it. So, but they in terms of blood, they spilt their blood. And maybe that's why they are miserable. But one thing I wanted to add is that there is something about that is strange, but to many people's knowledge about how people behave in the world. Like from the equator, what you find is that people in the equator tend to be more expressive. They talk. They can, talk more. But the further north you go, they talk less. That's the fact. It's weird. It's like on the map. If you go further north, they don't talk as much. Could be as a result of the cold. And you know, I've seen a case where people from Denmark are saying people from Finland don't talk. That and people then she said, but people are saying I don't talk. I'm saying you don't talk. So and can you imagine that when people don't talk, even if in their head there a lot of calculations are going on, and then they come to the south, half of the time you will not know
Right.
what's in their mind.
Right.
They could be plotting to kill you. You won't even know.
Yeah, I always thought maybe Russia, the thing with Russia is just basically because of that terrain for so long, nobody's been able to defeat them. You know what I mean? So I figured they just on some shit like, fuck
definitely
it.
not the terrain. You get what I'm
Genghis
saying?
Khan
Because
tore Russia to pieces.
yeah, it
Genghis
actually
Khan was
split
there.
it up. It's the point. It just like think about it like this, Mr. Shabazz. Think about it when America was everybody was blue collar and working in the steel factories and everything. You know, America was no pansy anzy. You know, America first, guns blazing. You know, 6-shooter on the hip. You know what I'm saying? Now you got niggas running around here dancing and twerking. You know what I'm saying? So when the jobs became easier, the mentality came easy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the type of way people dress nowadays in the United States, back in the days, you'd have got your ass whooped. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But now that jobs are easier, you know what I'm saying? You can sit behind a computer. Like, imagine, like, I remember when the first Commodore 64 computer, I'm showing my age, y'all. The Commodore 64 computer came out, and you sit down there. Nobody would ever imagine that you could get a job sitting down at a computer. Like that was unheard of. It was manual labor or die. Now, if you can type fast, you can make 60, 70, 80,000 a year. So guess what? Now these guys walk around in pink sweaters, no socks, penny loafers, hijacking pants, and they belt all the way up to their stomach, and they sit up here eating cheese and crackers now. You know what I'm saying? Now these niggas eat on goddamn wheat and wheatgrass diets. So, but in Russia, you know what I'm saying, the jobs are more tough. So and the weather is tough and the jobs is tough. And the difference is they develop their clothing to withstand that. You know what I'm saying? So only thing they worry about is a cold face, but they got it down packed with the weather and the gear. So you more of a hard knock life. So that means that more people have a one-track mind when it comes to the government, because Russia really feels it's Russia against everybody. American people talk that shit, but we got a lot of allies. America's got a lot of countries kissing our ass. Russia ain't got a lot of country kissing his ass.
And one thing I like about Russia too is that at least the Russians anyway, the way they refer to their nation, they call their nation Mother Russia. They don't
exactly.
play around with that. They don't play around with that.
Only time that you hear people talk about Mother Africa when the jubilant type shit. You get what I'm saying? They talking good. No. They's Mother Russia regardless.
They will die for it. They will die instantly for their country. Those people, they don't kid around, and they mean business. They really mean business. Those guys.
Exactly.
And
Hustle smart, bro.
Go ahead.
Oh no, my bad. I was kind of changing the tempo.
No, go ahead. It's all good.
They'll love you here in Nigeria, bro. You should come here. I don't really recommend Nigeria for everybody, but because it's if you soft, you shouldn't.
Oh yeah, I think also Smart has got the vibe for it, and I'm surprised. Yeah, he's saying he's not going to go to Lagos. I think he will fit in very well in Lagos because he's a
Lagos is like the hood, bro. So like you move out the hood, whatever. It's like as soon as you step into the hood, right? Automatically you have to put this aura like, look, if anybody fuck with me, I'm fucking with them. As soon as you step into Lagos, that's how it is, bro.
Once you have that attitude, you're gonna be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, Lagos is street, but like if you could move, you could put that on, and you ready, because I've been everywhere. I take Domfo around Lagos. I go around, motherfucker, the conductors on the side of the yellow buses and shit. Sango, all that shit. I go through everything. I walk around town anywhere.
Let me tell you something, man. You know what? I put on a good show for 6-8 hours. Let me tell you something, man. If I was in Nigeria, you'll catch me crying and screaming in the middle of the goddamn street with all that confusion and all that bustle and dust. I can't deal with all them horns, man. I would be running up the people, goddamn punching them and snatching their steering wheels out their motherfucking cars, man. And then I swear I would just lay down in the middle of the street and start crying and beat my hands across the ground like a goddamn child having a temper tantrum. It is too noisy for me, man. And y'all think that, oh Lord, not loud talking, screaming in the mic, hustle smart. No, I am what you call organized noise. Now I don't need no organized confusion noise. That shit is just horn beeping, loud talking, music playing, everybody running into each other like that. You know what? I could deal with it for about a week or two, but believe me, man, I'll be heading to Abuja.
Yeah,
Straight up.
I think a few days in Lagos should be okay for you, really, because I just think that at least the way you come across on these panels is like you have that kind of energy that
Yeah, I do. I'm
Lagosians
just joking.
respect.
I know I do, man. You know,
Yeah.
I just, you know, I just, it's like the way that it is. I don't want to do it to get along. Like, you know how like people like to use their gifts in different ways. Like, I know I got the gift of gab and I know I can talk a certain way. So, you know, I want to use it to, you know, to promote and to motivate, you know what I'm saying? Just like that. So actually I'm one of the type of people that could go out, you know, and do what I do and talk how I talk, but then be in the woods somewhere, a secluded area. You get what I'm saying? But when I go out and do my message, I can do my message in the city, but when it's time for me to live, I want to see birds and deers and, you know what I'm saying, antelopes fucking each other and running across the grass. You know what I'm saying? I would want to live in a safari, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm telling you, I be so hyped up, y'all. I need to wind down. I have to wind down. And Nigeria is not a wind down city.
No.
Yeah, it's turn up season.
Nigeria, even any African will tell you
Lagos.
that's not the principal and settle now. Can I ask you something about the US though?
They're slow. They're slow in like if you go to the right part though. If you go to the right part, because that's one thing people get confused about Africa. They think everyone and they don't understand that there's city people and there's semi-rural people. There's people who live in the rural and their lives are different. So the people from rural, if like you go to semi-rural, everything's slow. You wake up, it's chickens and goats and shit everywhere. Everybody's just chilling, farming. So you would just have to go deal with those type of people. But every different type of person is here, just like US.
Go ahead, Tanaja. Ask your
Yeah,
question about
let
the
me
US.
make one big shift. So, what do you think about the demographic change that is happening in the US? How do you think is going to pan out? Because the reason why I ask this question is because I've explored history to a point. I've never seen a situation whereby a majority population has been replaced by a minority population peacefully. So, how do you see it shaping up in the next, 3-4 decades? The demographic changes that are happening.
What you mean by demographic changes? Tell me this. What demographic that you think you're seeing?
Hispanics.
Okay. One thing about Hispanic is considered the help. You get what I'm saying? Like they would never let Hispanic get too much power or whatever. They just want the Hispanic for their votes. See, one thing about Hispanic people are more hard. Matter of fact, Hispanic people are more Latinos. They're more hardworking than Black people. You get what I'm saying? And on top of that, their women are submissive. See, their women don't have to go out, and their men don't have to go out and conquer the world for their women to stick by them. They're just like the Chinese people, Japanese, Asian people, so to speak. But only thing they're gonna be is that they're gonna be a bigger voting block. But the problem is with Latino people, they don't speak English. You know what I'm saying? You get a few of them that can speak good English, but I would say out of 60 million, maybe 10 or 20 million speak. We talking about 100% per English. You get what I'm saying? Most of them don't even speak English. So therefore, it would, by the time they get to the point where they can speak English, it won't be like that, because when they get accepted like that, when they get citizenship, they're gonna be allowed to open up their own schools. Black people could have did that, but we don't stick together, so they wouldn't let us do it. But see, the Asia, if you go like in Atlanta, you got Asian communities, all that. They got their own schools. You know what I'm saying? Where the teachers speak Chinese, all that shit. They got their own schools. You know what I'm saying? Like Chinese kids don't go to American schools like that. And that's going to be the same thing that happened with Latinos. So therefore, they just going to be their own community. and they're gonna give them their own parts, but they're still not gonna take over. That's one thing about white people. White people are gonna keep the control of all the power. You know what I'm saying? Like it's still to this day is only maybe 1% Latinos in the whole Congress, in the whole US government. And black people, it might be 5%. Still white people control everything. Anything got to do with any type of way of business that will control city, state, government, white people control all of that.
You see, that is what concerns me sometimes. If what you are saying is correct, that the white people control all these things, and you know, the Latinos, to me, they are not the same as black people. Black people that are in America, they have a level of power that they can wield, but they are not connected to Africa. But the Latinos are connected to their very continent. They are on their continent. They will keep coming in, and they will keep increasing in population. And sooner or later, they will start going for power too, and they have the numbers now. They have already.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. They don't want power. See, they just trying to be here. You know what I'm saying? Because they still are afraid. See, one thing about the Latino people that you said is actually a problem because all their cousins in Mexico is criminals. You get what I'm saying? So therefore, when they come, they don't even want their family to come up here and make them look bad. You get what I'm saying? They don't want them. They don't want them up here because the whole Mexico is ran by cartels, by drug cartels, and that's the last thing you would want because they don't want the U.S. government. See, one thing the Latinos don't want to happen is they don't want to make the Republicans look good because the Republicans telling everybody like, look, y'all gonna let them all come over here. They're gonna let their homeboys come up here. And they're gonna be drugs and kidnappers. See, you know, like we have kidnappers here in the U.S., but it's not like that. I'm seriously, you rarely hear about it. You know what I'm saying? But you know,
see, you are. I fear that you are underestimating the potential challenge that may be coming, because if these people, from what they gather, their population is going to keep growing. They have a higher birth rate than black and white people.
Right?
What if they grow, they reach up to 40-50%? What happens? And is their continent for that matter too?
Well, also too, and before you respond, what I wanted to throw in there is you're correct in terms of the elite, the white elite. You know, no one's encroaching on their power, but the day-to-day white person, that's the reason they running up in the Capitol building. They're like, dude, us day-to-day white people, we are losing to Latinos and blacks, and so how do you deal with that clash?
That's what I'm saying. Like they're not worrying about that part because you know what I'm saying, they feel like, see, one thing about white Americans, they'll sit up there and go to goddamn pulling out the militia and go to fighting, killing, whatever. They out there in Arizona, all like that. You got white people protecting the border down there, helping them. But the thing about it is, what I'm saying is that the white people would only let Latinos get so far. See, that's one thing about the U.S. You can't demand power here. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to get voted in. And see,
sorry for cutting you off.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not now a potential recipe for a flashpoint because sooner or later the Latinos are going to demand, and some of these people, they have a score to settle because
that's what they can't do
by the US.
See, that's what they would not be allowed to do. They would not be able to demand anything. It's the equivalent of us trying to demand reparations.
Ask yourself the question: what would the white people do if you want to go into a civil war? That would be the demotion of the U.S.
But you know what? They would gain. The thing about it is, white people would come together on that. See, long as Mexicans ain't really pushing making no noise. So you got white people. See, in order for the bill to be passed, to make Latinos citizenship, it have to be white people have to be on the side. You get what I'm saying? It cannot happen. Like, let me put it this way. In order for Barack Obama to be president, white people had to like him too.
Yes.
Black people can't put or not allow nobody to be president. Because out of 42 million, only 8% of us vote. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not a big percentage of black people that vote. But when we do vote, we vote at a higher number. They always try to miscrew that to Nigel when they say 90% of black people vote, but they don't tell you what's the percentage of black people that voted. I think it's like 12 or 18% that much, but it's less than half black people vote, but over 80% of white people vote. You get what I'm saying? So it is nothing for white people to do a law and be like, you know what? Y'all ass finna get up out of here. You get what I'm saying? Because we have this thing over here where we call it foreign and domestic. And all it takes is a law to be like somebody that's domestic is causing a problem and it's coming from Mexico. It's coming from another country. At that point, it would be the ties would be cut. So that's what I'm saying.
That could be a serious flash.
Well, no, because the thing too is the Latinos. The reason white people are secure is because they control all the media. There's no real Mexican or Latino media, so
period.
White people can always flip the narrative at any given time. They could just they'll put the cartel on TV every day. Now,
yeah. See, he had the points. See, tonight you don't understand it. How this is what we know in the United States. White people can flip on you at the drop of a dime, and I'm telling you, you think CNN? It would be CNN and Fox would all go against
on the same narrative.
They will go on the same narrative, and the laws will change, and they will kick all of them out of there. You get what I'm saying? Before they let them take over, they would never take over. It's 350 million people in America. It's only 40 million black people. It's over 200 million white people. So if they, let me tell you something, the Republicans would love for Latinos to come over here and goddamn start bucking, because that would make them right and that would give them the power. And let me tell you something, don't nobody put no laws in place to do your ass in like Republicans. You get what I'm saying?
And no, look, a lot of Latinos are Republicans too. A lot of Latinos are Republicans.
I definitely.
Of them niggas, they're divided.
That's the point that I was making earlier to Tanaja, when I was saying that it's a lot of Latinos don't want that power. They don't. They just want to live. You get what I'm saying? Like they're okay with it.
How can you say any human being doesn't want power? See, one of the things. This is why I'm talking about threat assessment. When you are seeing a threat come down the line, if the Latinos are maybe 40 million, 45 million, because they are over and African Americans, and so they are maybe chasing 50 million. By the time they get close to 100 million, do you think they are just going to sit by and allow the US kick them out? That's a civil war you're talking about here.
Yeah, what would they do about it?
Where is the US power going to be?
They will be kicking themselves out. See,
they will kick themselves out.
They will be Mexicans on Mexicans. That kid is already now.
That's what I'm saying. Like they're together as far as, you know, we're Mexicans and we're everybody against us, but it's a lot of Mexicans here that's like, no, we're Mexican American. You're not finna turn. You're not finna turn the United States into Mexico. You get what I'm saying? So it's Mexicans that would turn on Mexicans. You get what I'm saying? As long as what I'm saying is Mexicans have their own little thing here. They have their own little thing. They don't want that much power. They just want to be accepted, and nothing ain't going to change in the next 10, 20, 30 years. Because the thing about it is so many, like if Mexicans had power, like they would be a target in Mexico, their families. Like they'll be kidnapping people. Feel like that's why Mexicans here don't like to make that much noise. Even if they get a good job, they don't even want their families to know about it, because there's so much kidnapping and extortion down there in Mexico. You will be shocked what go on. Like that's why Mexicans here fly, even though they outnumber us like a motherfucker, but they fly under the radar. You never hear about Mexican, except for in Texas a little bit, but that's like some of the gangs of the MS-13. They from Guatemala and all the places like that. But straight up Mexican Americans, you don't hear shit about them, but getting drunk and having a good time.
Well, I ain't gonna front, because you know where I'm from.
You from San Diego, so yeah, you right there, Tijuana side. Right?
I ain't gonna front. I'm gonna tell you, right next to Tijuana. Now, the school that I went to elementary school in is now mostly Mexican. And when I went, because my daughter goes to the school that I went to, and I went to an assembly, or like the opening assembly. They literally did half of it in English and half of it in Spanish. So she would say something in English, and then she would turn around and say everything that she said in Spanish. And even some of the Mexicans was looking like, what the fuck is she doing? So I don't know if they not gonna flex. They'll flex maybe on some other people, but it's not that they won't flex. But I'll say this: if you study African American history, it's been many times in history, like Reconstruction, or you know, when you see all these race riots or massacres pop up, where we done got this whole thing where it's like, okay, cool, we good, we're in now. Let's go ahead and start going for power. Let's do all of this. And as soon as you start doing that, that's when white people act. And they've done it
Yeah,
to us many times. And that's what, like, with all these Africans, all these happy-go-lucky Africans thinking they're gonna run away from this and come to America and be good Americans. As soon as you get a foothold, they'll put you in your place. They'll spank you.
yeah.
So trust me.
They'll only
Trust me.
let you get so far. See, that's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell him. Like, think about it, to Nigel. You have maybe 50 to 60 million Latinos already here, and they only jobs they do is manual labor jobs. The business that they open up are manual labor businesses. You get what I'm saying? It's no computer firms, it's no record labels, it's no, investment funds. You get what I'm saying? It is strictly mostly. What do you think the percentage of Latinos in manual labor, Shabazz Hill? What you think the percentage?
I see a lot.
Exactly.
Roofing,
It's more.
all that type of shit. Yeah,
It's
drywall.
it's
That's kind of
more
what they on.
Latinos in manual
Temp
labor
firms.
than Americans. But you got more Black American that is in higher positions than Latino. Latinos don't want to be that way. See, one thing about Latinos, they don't mind opening their own business, and they live amongst like a family. They'll go buy like a $400,000 house to Niger, and they'll have 8 families living in that bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Until
somebody
you
take
start
over.
seeing. Yeah, until you start
Mm-hmm.
seeing, like, you don't really see a lot of Mexican tycoons. There's not a lot of stories
Exactly.
of that, really. You know what I mean? You don't see Mexican
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Bezos, Mexicans Robert F. Smiths. You're not seeing
Mm.
enough of those stories to all of this success that they're saying these people are having.
See,
Exactly.
I think he's on it.
the thing is, no matter how we slice and dice it, these are we forget these are the Aztecs. Some of them are the
Hmm.
Aztecs, and things get woken up. Things get woken up at the right time, and
Hmm.
they may be docile right now. We know they're kind; they don't forget. And sooner or later, when all the ingredients are in place, yeah, maybe the white people will deal with them. I've been to like right-wing channels where they are plotting that they are going to create a civil war to split the country.
Hmm.
That's white people believe, the extreme right wingers believe that they need to split the country because they are getting too many minorities in the white nation. So
Hmm.
these are the kind of thinking that they are pursuing because they understand you can't just send them packing. What is
No.
Oh, no,
that's
no,
the
no, no, no.
genocide.
See that's the thing. They can send them packing. See, that's the thing here.
If they refuse,
No, they did.
genocide.
Then they will goddamn kill them. They will
See,
say the
that
militias
is,
will these white militias will come together. They will deputize them, martial law, and run their ass back. See the one thing that Latinos don't want. They don't want to go back to. It's the reason why they all come here. You get what I'm saying? They know that they can't make the United States Mexico, and they don't want the United States to be Mexico. So, and then they don't never want to cause no problem that all of them have to go back in a lump sum. So therefore, you would have Mexican people turning on them. You got Latinos here in America, to Niger, that don't even they'll get offended if you call them Latino. They call themselves white.
yeah, they will say that, but many of them accuse America of stealing textiles from them. So you have to understand that I believe that historically, any nation where a minority's population starts rising, they are controlled. They will be controlled one way or another. But in the case of the
They,
Mexicans, it's going to be hard to
they,
control because they are right next
they
door.
are controlled. See, this is what y'all don't understand.
Yeah,
These people are controlled.
they
Like, see, y'all don't
control like
understand
a motherfucker.
the power of this media. I'm telling you, see, black people, we've suffered it the worst. So we know these
Mm.
people can flip on you. We suffer it at work. We'll be the man until they don't need us to be. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? You'll be he'll be the one comedian on TV until they don't need us to be. We understand
exactly.
how much they control it, but some of these people, Mexicans understand it a little bit too, because they've suffered this media. But some of these
See,
other people that haven't had that flip, they don't know that it exists. They don't know that the power that these people are wielding.
let
Let's do a situational report and look at
okay.
what Mexicans got versus what the U.S. had. White people in the U.S. have. It's not even close, bro. They would demolish these people. They have no institution. They have no capital in comparison to them. They have
None.
nothing. What are
They
they
don't
gonna
even
do?
have their own banks. Nothing.
It's
Come on.
just like saying when the
Thank you. There's no strong Mexican bank.
like
What?
saying because the British were the empires, the United Kingdom and the United States cannot defeat them. It doesn't equate. The point is there are citizens in the country, there are people in the country, and when you start a civil war, remember there is China, there is India, there is Russia. All these superpowers are waiting around the wing. If America is in the civil war, what do you think happens? You are receding backward. You are not
Oh
all your
no, no,
other
no, no, no,
districts
no,
are
no,
not
no,
where
no.
they're supposed to be.
The United States couldn't have took the crown at that time. They could take the U.S. but
Yeah,
not the
yeah.
crown.
Right now, if United States wanted to, they could take over the world. They have that many aircraft carriers. See, United States has over 17 aircraft carriers. But what?
By the time they do that, the Russians will cook their
No. See, that's the only people that could destroy everything. You get what I'm saying? So therefore, they wouldn't fuck with. They would actually tell Russia, look. Instead of us fighting each other, won't you get half of the world and I get half of the world? That's what they would tell Russia, because they would say, you know what, if both of us fire our nuclear missiles, we just gonna destroy everything. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know how it's gonna ride. Think about the history. It used to be the Persian Empire. Look at the Persians now. The Persians are laughing. So somebody walk up and say Persian Empire, somebody will start laughing. You know, at one point, Persia was the strongest people in the world. But what I'm saying is that no matter what happened with the military, because it wouldn't be that would always be secure. That's why the United States flies over 500 missions every night to Niger. Every I think it's every 2 minutes. Two warplanes are taking off somewhere in the United States. That's not gonna stop. These nuclear submarines, they stay underwater for 6 months at a time. They're not gonna rise up. Only thing gonna happen is the military and the reserve is gonna march their ass right back down Mexico, and if they don't want to do it, they're gonna round them up. You know what I'm saying? And deport them all up out of here.
Millions of people in this world will be deported.
Yeah.
In this modern world, you think that is going to happen without right at their backyard? You see, that would
happen in a minute if the media, if both the Democratic, which is CNN, and Fox News, which is the Republican, turn on Latinos, it would happen with the drop of a dime.
Yeah, but you see, that's the trick now, isn't it? It can't happen because all the Latinos will be asking for is that we want our own share of the America. We are not saying we want to kill everybody. We want our own share. We want power. We want everything. And
yeah, but they'll make everybody think that. That's what I'm saying. They'll start running the cartel every day. They'll Mexican mafia. They'll start running these stories. They'll show you every way that Mexicans do want to kill everybody. So you'll say you're not trying to kill everybody, but they'll make it look another way.
But they'll show how they extort. They'll show how they line people up. How you think they demonize Al Qaeda and all that? That showing them beheading people, all that. They showing them that like they're like some type of way them beheading people and us doing drive-bys is something different. But what they try to make them look at, see, one thing America is good at is making people look like savages. And see, that's one thing that Americans don't like. See, we like a little clean shot. You know what I'm saying? You put somebody in an electric chair or shoot them in the head. But see, what we don't like in America, we don't like overkill. You get what I'm saying? And we don't like leaving dead bodies out. And we damn sure don't like killing kids and all that. So you show them cartels how they kill kids and cut their fingers off and mail it in the mail and all that. When they show that, see, one thing about America, you think the Central Intelligence Unit, they good at pumping information. You know what I'm saying? So they got all that shit on videotape ready to go. One thing about America, they always got a contingency plan.
Then
you know what I'm saying?
They'll be prepared for a lot of problems because the Africans are moving in their own direction. The Chinese are moving in a different direction. Even African Americans in America are moving in their own direction. Then you still have the Mexicans moving. There's a lot of contention everywhere. Right. And this is why I think the dynamics that are going on. The truth is, if I was the only one saying it, it would be like, oh, I'm just making it up. They are saying it themselves. They know there's a problem coming. They don't see, they are deciding that they have to break the country up. They are not talking about mass. They know they can't get them out. They are not saying that. They are saying
you know who the only people that's worried about Latinos?
Yeah.
Guess what people are worried about
White
Latino?
people, because they have
No,
a threat assessment. Their
no.
threat assessment is very high.
See, Niger, the only people that's worried about Latino is black people because those are the ones that's gonna be in trouble because Latinos are hardworking, the women are easy to deal with, they're soft spoken, and they got their real hair, and they don't act like wig wearing wild husky hyenas out in public. It's the black people that's got something to worry about. Now you got the Republicans, they just gonna complain about everybody because they don't like immigration. You know what I'm saying? They don't like letting people in. But the black people, once they get here, even though they try to do that black and brown coalition, once they let those 17 million come out the woodworks, them Latinos is coming for black people jobs. And I'm telling you right now, if I had a business and I had to hire Pukanisha, Jamar Quavius, Keelana, and Latasha, and other Harry, Maria, and Rosa, I'm hiring the Latinos.
No, look, I just in the business I just told you about, half my employees were Mexicans,
Yeah.
and then half of them was blacks.
See, they want to work. They not.
And
See, that's
a
what I'm
part
trying
of
to
the
tell
blacks
you.
was family.
They're not trying to take over nothing. They ain't not asking for power. They just want jobs right now because they're starting from the ground up.
Exactly, and that's why I think African Americans need to move out of that space. You know, if anybody is getting welfare, all this, they need to start getting themselves out so that these people will replace them. But then, after they replace them, the dynamics is still going on. There is a group that is about to lose their majority in that country. And that is a question that even they themselves are asking. Because I've looked through history, this doesn't happen normally. It really doesn't. This will be the first time it's happened in history where it happens peacefully. There's a population that is coming in, growing very rapidly, while the others are not. If anything, they are diminishing in population or just standing still. And where does that dynamic end? See, we can say, oh, they may not be a tree. They are not going to evict them. They are not going to evict 20, 30 million people. Where are you going to send them to?
Send them send their ass to Mexico.
No, they are not all from Mexico. You see, do you know what that is going to do to the world?
They
going to crack the wall in half.
Well, you don't have to evict them. Think about it this way. They never evicted us, but look how they kept us at bay.
Exactly.
You don't have to evict them.
Yeah,
I would say too, Nigel, you should study California because what you're saying has actually happened in that state. They've changed the demographics are changing like quicker in California. So I was just on as a side note, study California.
Let me tell you what they do. Let me tell you what they do first, too, Nigel. What they do first is they in places like California when they got a high Latino population, all they did was start jacking up the price. Now it's almost impossible to. You think Lagos is expensive? California is like 10 times expensive than. How much you think is how many times expensive you think California is over Lagos? Mr.
Oh, it's not even close, bro. I could buy a house for 40,000 around here, if not even that. You know what I mean? You can't buy a house just in my city for less than 500, 600,000.
See what I'm saying?
10 times, like it's like 15 times more expensive.
Yeah.
And see what it would make them do is one thing that the United States is good at. They're good at bottlenecking. See, once they did that with California, a lot of Mexicans start moving to Nevada, start moving out down the cattle ranches and all that. I'm telling you that they move in places where we don't want to live at. The only way you can make noise in the United States is moving to the city. A lot of Latinos, they move on the outskirts. They're not trying to do nothing. They just trying to stake their lane. I'm telling you, and one thing America is good at is Americanizing people. They're gonna make it to the point that you think about how many people that come to America, to Niger, and from Tanzania, from Kenya, everywhere, and you talk to them, they say they ain't never went back to their own country
and don't want to go. But see, they'll get you back. That's why where the place they in, they get you back, Americanize you. You start cutting ties. Now they got you by the balls. That's how they do it.
Yeah,
I mean?
You are saying it from your point of view of a black man, and we started this topic saying that our threat assessment is very different from theirs. These other group don't see it like that. What you are saying, if you hear them talk, it's like a done deal. Their approach is civil war, break the country, separate from the other population that are non-white, so that they can move probably towards and this in Canada. That's their
Okay,
whole
what
approach.
is the threat? What is the threat exactly? Like, what sectors are at threat? Who's at risk as far as from
Demography.
the perspective of white people?
To them, the way they look at it is that if other people grow in population in a country that they call their own country, then sooner or later those people will come and ask for this thing. They are going to dominate them, and politicians will be elected into offices. Even if it's 50-50, to them it's a loss, because before
Right.
they used to control everything. So you see what I
Hmm.
mean? So they don't want to share even 30% of their power
Yeah,
unnecessarily.
but see, they'll never have to, because in our system, you got what you call a political party. So let's say if let's just say if a Latino, let's just say if it was 100 million Latinos, right, and they tried to be a Republican, and Republicans say, "Well, it's 100 million. Now we're never gonna let you get the nominations." That means that the Latino would have to run independent. You get what I'm saying? So that means that all the machines that this is what make our political system so good. It's fucked up, but it's good at the same time. That means that the Democratic, the Republican, the Green Party, the eccentrics, the what they call it, the fuck, I can't even think of the other two, independents, whatever, would all go against them. They would bring all the parties against them, so they wouldn't get the nominations. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it all about over here, is getting a nomination. That's like with Trump. Nobody thought that he could win the nomination. Like, if they would have just took him serious and let him go through it, he would have never won it. But they let Trump in as somebody to laugh at, and he turned around and got the nomination. They did not have to let him in. Do you get what I'm saying? The Republican Party, they brought him in like to beat up on him, and then he turned around and won the nomination, because if they wouldn't have gave him a seat inside of it, then he would have had to run as an independent. You see, like Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is an independent. That's why he don't follow the government. That's why, even though he was the best candidate to run against him, the Democratic Party selected Hillary Clinton, because she was a more polished. She's not an independent. She's a straight up Democrat. Do you get what I'm saying? So they would never let a Latino get that way if they had that many people. Let me tell you something. Them white people, they count them votes. They count all the filibusters. They count all the mishaps, and they know how to give votes, give away votes, make you think like, okay, we with you in this state right here. You go against us for your thing. They got that down pat. They're not worried about it. Black people need to be worried about Latinos, because at the end of the day, even right now, to Naja, we're outnumbered. And we ain't even talking about the 17 million in hiding.
You see something? Why do you think they elected Trump? One of the things those right wingers and those Nazis, when they were on the street, what they were saying was that they were not going to be replaced. When they say that, you should listen to what they are telling you. They don't want to be replaced. They fear they are being replaced in their own country.
Let me tell you something, tonight. That was some redneck Hickville. Not, believe me, that Jews, and we're not replacing. That was a few. That wasn't a big deal. Believe me, you know what I'm saying.
Most in Europe too.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. But we just talking about in the United States, though. Even the part that was voting, the races and skinheads, all that, they were still a small minority. It took. Let me tell you something. People was tired of the status quo. People was tired of talking politically correct. They voted Trump in office because you want me to tell you the funny part is, tonight, and most black people won't say this. A lot of black people like Trump. Before he was president, black people love Trump. They used to be all in his studio taking pictures, going to his clubs. Even a lot of black people still own buildings in his properties. You get what I'm saying? He's popular among. You can look up right now on YouTube and pick up rappers with songs with Donald Trump name, and it's over 1,000.
But you see where we started this program from. Why don't you assume that trouble is coming and prepare? Because everything you said so far in the last 10-15 minutes was like, oh, nothing is happening and all the rest of it, while the other side is alarmed.
No, I
You
agree.
see the
No,
difference?
I agree
Other
with
side
you
is
that.
alarmed. We are not alarmed. We're like, oh, it's okay. They're just going to sell drugs. The whole
No,
population is
no,
selling
no,
drugs.
Yeah, black
no.
people,
I
it's
agree
over
with
with for
you.
us. See, I'm not alarmed because I know it's over with us. So in the next, see, think about what you just said. In the next 5 or 10 years, see, in the next 5 or 10 years, I'm gonna be out this bitch. I'm coming to Africa.
It's
See,
over.
that's why I'm not alarmed, but I'm with you. It is something gonna change, but what I'm saying is it's gonna affect the black people first. And see, once black people turn on Mexicans, then white people gonna have see one thing about black people are the voice
We
of the
should get that.
crying and the
We should,
whining.
we should
You
not
know
be
what I'm saying?
stopping that way. Let
We
them have at it. We just need to enrich ourselves. If they want to fight each other, let them fight each other.
Yeah,
We don't want
it's
to
gonna.
be stuck
Yeah,
in their middle.
that's where the war is gonna be. The war is not gonna be Latino against white people. The first war is gonna be Latinos against black people.
Oh my God, we better not do that. That would be
Yeah,
terrible.
yeah. Well, that's
No,
where that's
I'm gonna tell you, it's going on even in my city. You can
yeah.
start to see it in
Oh
politics.
my
It's
God.
going on in
Because
California right now.
no, because what happens is because what's happening is more black people are starting to see that black and brown shit is bullshit. They're
Yep.
starting to see like we
That
doing
black
shit,
and
they're
brown
not doing
coalition
anything.
is some fuck
Exactly.
shit. The only people was hollering that shit was who, Shabazz?
That's black
Who?
people saying that. No, well,
That was
listen, no,
black people.
they'll say it when they want to get something for themselves. They'll say it. You understand? When they want to use us, but then they're only for themselves. And finally, our people are seeing that.
Of course, that nobody would be for you. That's the truth of it. You have to be for yourselves. And personally, I would say any strategy that you want to do, strategize to get out of the way. Let them. If they want to start the fight with you, no, I'm not interested in fight. I want to go and make money and build my own communities. If you want to fight, look at the white guy. Go and take your match. Go and fight them. We don't need your
We
fight
could, but
because
see, this is the thing, though. The white, see, all those Republican, right wing shit that you listening to, them people been complaining for the last 500 years. They always gonna find something to
They
complain
always
about.
complaining.
But we are really losing jobs to these people. We are really
Yeah,
losing political seats to these people.
yeah.
You get what I mean? So it's gonna be a clash. Like it's the same thing that this ADOS stuff is about. I mean, I hate to say it,
God, we
but it's the
should not
same type
clash
of
with
shit.
them. We don't need that. We
We
really
shouldn't
don't need that.
clash, but what I'm saying is, bro, in the end of the day, these people are not Pan Africanists. Like most Africans don't care about this stuff we talking about. Most African Americans don't care about it. So all they see is these guys coming in, they getting scholarships, they're getting whatever case, they're getting things that are supposed to be ours. So there's gonna be
Oh
that
my
fight,
God.
and
Oh
and
my
and
God. That is the best gift you're going to give to any supremacist. If we end up fighting Mexican, we're just fighting ourselves. You know that
mhm,
leave them, let them go and deal with the people that are in power. Because they will be more problematic for them than us. Because they are on their
mhm.
continent. They are always pouring in. We
That's
are
true.
we are like on behind enemy lines, really. So
Yeah.
just
I
get out
mean,
of the way. Let
But
them
it's
go
I'm
so
and
easy.
hoping that
have
it
at it.
keep
It's so
going.
easy to get black people to care about everybody. See, that's the thing, though. We care about even. See, like I'm saying, we're the type of people that will sit up and keep feeding a wounded alligator. Be like, this alligator, he's so helpless. Let me feed it while the alligator mouth is just getting wider and wider, jaws getting stronger and stronger. And then when we kill it, we like, alligator, why you bite me? I'll help you. He's like, bitch, I'm an alligator. What the fuck you think it is, bitch?
Exactly.
But we stupid like that because it's
Yes,
easy to get us to
yes.
start liking each other. Latinos ain't dumb like that. You know what I'm
No.
saying? They know that they got to play the role right now. So when they get a chance to jump on niggas, believe me, they jump on it because the reason why tonight they stick together and they speak the same language.
They are
You know what I'm
Aztecs.
saying?
What do you expect? These are Aztecs. These people, they used to have rituals where they pull human heart out alive and
Pretty
they
much.
kill them out. They kill their people over and over. Death is nothing to them. If they start recovering that their memory and start gaining power again, man, this stuff could get. You don't want to be in the middle. Leave them. Let them sort. After all, we are not responsible for the reasons why we are there. We as well, we were forced down there. we don't, so leave them. Let them settle their business. So that's why I
Yeah.
look at it. I don't want the saddest thing I will see on TV is us fighting Latinos. It's like
Mhm.
why? It's like
I'm telling you. I'm
these
telling
two
you why.
powerful people in the country
See,
fighting each other.
nobody's looking at the grand scheme like you're looking at this big
Nope.
grand scheme of thing. All we know is I went to elementary school at a place and it was black people and Mexicans. Now it's damn near all Mexicans and they speak in Spanish in the class. They're
Yep.
taking political seats out of my city council. When I go to line for benefits, I'm seeing more and more Mexicans every damn year. The businesses in my community, that place that used to be the hood, Terrence used to have his shop. Now it's Mexicans selling pinatas and all of that. So the shit that Tunija is talking about is not my life. You get what I mean? My
I
life
get
is
that.
Mexicans is taking over my shit. The
Yeah.
Nigerians at the damn job is tripping. Now they ganging up on me, and this my country. This is what
Right.
people are experiencing. So they're gonna
Wow.
act out in these other ways. You know?
The community needs leadership, because if the community, they really need to protect, because I always say it all the time, when communities end up fighting and you have all these riots and stuff happening, it's like, where are the leaders? Why did they not intervene before these things happen? Why don't they see it? And there's a reason why most Europeans don't experience these things, because they have this instinct that something that will happen years in advance, they will start acting now. You know what Trump did when he got into office? He put about how many, 40 something or 50 something lifetime, and this is district court, or what, I don't know what court, they appeal court judges, not one black person.
Supreme Court.
No, appeal court.
Oh, appeal court. Federal.
Yeah,
He
federal
only
appeal court,
can put people at federal appeals.
Yes.
Yeah, appellate
And
court. Yeah.
50 something of them, he didn't put one black person there, and they are lifetime position. The reason why they are doing these things, they want to stretch how long they control the system. That's why they are doing it, because this is what they think ahead. They see. Didn't you see Ryan, the Republican candidate, when he was hearing that the Russians were hacking Americans and all the rest? He said, "Oh no, don't worry about it. It's within family." That should give you chills. That these people, they know themselves. They're not stupid. They're telling him that Russia was paying Trump or something like that, and he said, "No, don't worry about it. This is between family. Don't worry about it." They don't see
but see, that was all propaganda. When it came down to it, they found out when nobody paying Trump nothing. It was just something that they were saying. But think about it like this too, Nigel. You want to talk about federal judges? Obama did the same thing. He didn't put not one black person in on the bench.
He did. I checked actually. I checked out.
He didn't put not one black person on the U.S. Supreme Court, and he had a chance to put three of them.
He put a minority though, didn't he?
Yeah.
No. You can't give him no pass on that. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Trump made sure he put all white people. He didn't say now we put no half white person on now. You get what I'm saying?
True.
Obama could have put a straight up black person on goddamn Supreme Court. He had three chances.
True.
Yeah.
No, and he did not.
I get your point. Republicans are unapologetic. They don't care.
Exactly.
They go power. But if Obama did that, do you think if Obama had done that, you will see how irate the white population would get.
And it could have been nothing they could have did about it. It's a lifetime position.
Now, what they would do, they will pack the court full of their own people, and even what Trump did, they would have done it probably double.
No.
Let me
tell you something. One thing about the Supreme Court judges, they're protected more than the Senate. See, the Senate, some Senate members don't have Secret Service. The U.S. Supreme Court are protected by Secret Service.
They've got to now. It's life.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. They are protected more than the senators. You get what I'm saying? Let me tell you, the top three protected people in the world is the president, the vice president, the Supreme Court judges. That's it. Not even the Secretary of Defense is not protected like that. The Supreme Court justices are protected like the president and the vice president. Those are the top three. President Obama could have did whatever he wanted to do. You get what I'm saying? We talk about 1 out of 3. I ain't saying he had to put all 3 black to Naja. I said he had to do 1. He could have did 1 out of 3. Guess how many he did? Guess how many he did to Naja?
0 now.
Exactly. like a good boy, like that half white side.
I don't think he got 3 now. The last one was rejected though. The last one.
No. The last one, no, that would have been the 4th one. That was rejected because he was in the lame duck. He was about to get out of office, but he got 3 of them in. See, that's why people was complaining about Trump. See, Trump was able to get 4 in. Obama got 3 in. So what I'm saying is he tried to get the 4th one, which was Eric Garland, I think. You know what I'm saying? That's the one they didn't let get in because it was like maybe a year when he was finna get out of office. But you know what I'm saying? So Trump came in and filled that position. What I'm saying is he had 3 legit choices. And he did not choose a black person at all, like a good old boy.
Yeah, I think he should have done one, to be fair.
At least one.
But the Federal Appeal Court, he did appoint quite a few.
Oh yeah, he did.
He chose.
But see, let me tell you something about these black federal judges. Tanaja, you would rather go in front of a white one if you black.
Come on, man.
I'm telling you.
Seriously, it's better than nothing.
If I go to court, I would rather go in front of a white judge than a black judge. The black judge gonna be sitting up there talking about where everybody watching him and he got to make example. He got to be tough on everybody. See, it's the white judge. If you got enough money, they'll goddamn lay clemency on. See, you can persuade a white judge. You get what I'm saying? You can make donations. You can make this type of deal. You know what I'm saying? Pay for, donate money to one of his kids' school. Let a white judge find out you donated $1 million, so much money to his alma mater. Now, do that to a black judge. Tell a black judge, yeah, I gave money to Howard University, HBCU.
Right.
He'll be like, this nigga tried me. Let's see what the guidelines is in Cleveland, Ohio. Let's add a 9. Let me tell you something. It's black people, all black judges and black prosecutors go after black people the hardest.
Yeah, it could be because they
but
feel
let
like
me
they
say
need
this
to teach
though.
them
But hold on,
lessons.
hustle smart. Would you rather have the black person or the white person there though? Not in terms of would you rather go up against them if you in court, but I'm saying would you rather have them in there or not have them in there? Would you rather have them in their position? Yeah, in position.
I would rather have them in that position until I hear them start talking. So we got a judge. We got a judge down here called Judge Sand. I swear to Nigel, let me tell you something. We got a federal judge in Georgia called Judge Sand. And I swear to God, if you close your eyes, you would think he was straight off the goddamn country road, chewing tobacco, shooting deers, and goddamn skinning snakes and making boots. You know what I'm saying? So I have to listen to him talk first. If I hear that motherfucker talking like goddamn the motherfucker, what that black dude is on the Good Morning America, what is Al Roker?
Yeah,
right.
If he start talking about damn, what's the other one that be on HBO? I forgot his name.
Gumble.
Brian Gumble.
You
hear that nigga start talking about the weather?
I've had similar experience here in the UK where if I go into any office, I see a Nigerian is the official I have to deal with. I was like, oh my God.
Exactly.
It's not gonna go well. But if I see a Jamaican, I'm like, okay, down with Babylon, man. This is gonna go very well. These guys are always rebels.
No, they don't. I agree with Hustle Smart that it ain't usually gonna go well. But I used to be one of the people that say, fuck that. I didn't want no black people on the police. I don't want no black people, whatever. But the reality is, you rather have them people in there. Because when it comes down to it, if you don't got nobody in there, it's worse off for you. Because they'll be bad, but some of them won't be as bad. Like, it'll be some that's not as bad and then some that's bad. So we got to be in there. So I had to change my mind.
I'll tell you like this, man. And we finna get ready to end this thing, man. We almost going on 9 hours. 9 hours long, man. So we finna get ready to end this.
That's one of the longest ones.
I know, right?
Chatting away now, isn't it?
I know, right?
Chat. Yeah.
But the thing about it is that the reason why you want them in there because even though the black people are acting white or whatever, they still black and it's still white people. White people be like, okay, yeah, he one of us, but they like, well, he's still black, so we can't let him see it all the wrong. We can't act the way we want. They wouldn't act the way they would act with all white people there. You get what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. The black person might make them seem like whatever, but see, that's why we have a lot of what you call over here. We have a lot of police officer that's undercover with internal affairs and all that. So now it's a lot of more, you know, they don't broke the blue wall, so to speak. So you kind of want them there just to give black people give white people a check and balances. But let me tell you something. Once they catch that black person, be like, yeah, y'all stop right here. I do everything. They like, oh yeah, we can do it whatever we want around this nigga. You know what I'm saying? But if they catch one of them black officers that kind of just sitting back watching everything, they'll be more reluctant to do it. So I agree with
we
him
had
on
a
that.
sergeant. We had a sergeant out here. There was we had a sister from the hood, one of the hoods in where I'm from, running for district attorney, and there was a sergeant that had been in there on the police force for years, and then he was running with her also, and that was one of his talking points, was like, look, I don't like some of the force that's being used and all this stuff. So you could have a black man sitting around for a while being whatever you think he is, and then next thing you know, he's coming out, speaking against the bullshit. So
Right.
we'd rather have him in there.
They wouldn't want him to just be sitting up there collecting information, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes black people go along just to get their jobs, you know what I'm saying? Let something happen go wrong at the house, they like, shit, the reason why the shit going on wrong at the house is because of this goddamn job. So I'm gonna give it a leading job. And you know what? When I go out, I'm like Nino Brown. I got a whole list of motherfuckers, and I'm taking everybody down with me. This shit bigger than Nino Brown, you know what I'm saying? So that's black people kind of do that, and they know that's how black people are. Black people are kind of, one thing about black Americans, tonight you have to watch too. Black Americans will pump you for information. They'll sit up on you and just collect information. And I'm gonna tell you, nobody who's better at that are black women. Black women will sit up there and play the role, pump you for all information, and then bam, you on the internet.
No, 100%. That's why if you know how to stick dick to the right black bitches, black women, you can get all type of information and all shit you ain't even asking for.
They will
and then
tell
by the time,
everything.
Yes. Like I don't like the gossip and shit like that. But then you'll get into it with somebody or something going to be like, man, why this nigga over here tripping? He working at the thing every Tuesday. You're like, damn, bitch, how the fuck you know that? But that's some good information. So you never know.
Yeah, I think if you are personally, if I from my own perception of African Americans, I would rather have an African American judge in front of No, hold on. I would rather be in front of an African American judge than a Nigerian American judge. I can tell you that right now.
Okay.
That guy will be worse.
Nigerians,
He is worse.
Man.
Because they want to do their
Nigerians
job.
will throw
They
you
don't
under
care.
the bus. Yeah.
I wouldn't want no Nigerian. I remember one time I had a nurse. And she was a Nigerian American nurse. I was like, oh hell no, man. She wanted to go. She was grabbing my arm and shit and moving. I'm like, God damn, y'all would have got the fuck wrong. There's nothing wrong, you know what I'm saying? Just a little hell no. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I'm saying? They're a little rough around the edges, man. You know what I'm saying? Like
whenever they are in any position of authority, they want to please whoever gave them that position, and they want to exert their power to the maximum. It's like they just have to show off that they have power and show that the people that put them there, they make them proud. That is their thing. And they want to end up being like one of those people. They say this is the greatest judge of all time. He convicted so many people. He did it. That's their thing. And so you don't want to be one of the casualties. He will use you. And personally, that's why whenever I go to any office, I see a Nigerian, I'm like, Jesus Christ, these will keep employing these people to just come and give me grief and all the rest of it. But it is what it is. Just like you are saying, you are worried about African Americans. But I think African Americans are far more rebellious than Nigerians. Nigerians are not rebellious at all. They just toe the line.
Well, tonight I'll tell you like this. If we had a black judge and you did the same crime and I did the same crime, that black judge, and you as a Nigerian, I would get a harsher sentence than you would.
True. That's true. But
because
if it was a Nigerian,
what do you think Nigerians is hardworking, you know what I'm saying, family orientated, you know what I'm saying, they just see y'all different like that here. Believe me, y'all gotta believe me.
Nigeria just won't care. When he looks at me, we're like, no, man, you did this, fine, you face the penalty. That's what the Nigerian judge will do. They're just cruel like that. They're just like, I wouldn't say cruel, they're just like,
they're not
they don't
very
see
lenient,
you.
huh?
Yeah, they don't see you as if anything, they might even get crossed that you showed up there like your mate has they're probably thinking, oh,
I get what you're trying to say.
University.
I think
you're
not
messing about.
See, like for us, we got this whole thing like, he's a brother, whatever, because we always faced with this thing like we know what it is like for white people oppressing us. They don't think like that. Like here, I'll give you an example. The other day, I got into a boat. There's actually a Black American here that's been here for like 30 years. I was rolling around with him, and it was on the boat. It was an Uber, and the Uber driver AC didn't work, and he was talking shit the whole time or whatever. And then when it was over, he was like, bro, I'm gonna get this dude 1 star. What you think I should give him or whatever? But I was like, bro, just give him 4. Because in my head, I used to drive Uber, and I don't want him to be deactivated because I don't want to discriminate. I want black people to be able to do what their thing. You know what I'm saying? I always give us 5 stars. But there's no such thinking here because there's no such thing as black. Everybody's black. You know what I'm saying? So we got this mentality of like, look, we're going to give the brother a chance because nobody else will give him a chance. But Nigerians don't think like that. They just, everybody's black. So they don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I really don't get that about them because I try to be very, very accommodating to people. If I doing business with my own people, at least since how many years ago, I always try to like look at it from the point of view that if you pay them, the money goes around anyway, so it doesn't matter. And but some of our people are just a little bit. I know them now, man. Jesus, I don't want to encounter them anywhere I go. Whenever they are in an office, if a Nigerian is sitting in a position of authority, you're in problem, man. You don't want to encounter them because they will go by the book, and if they look at you like you are one of their child, it's gonna be worse. They will even be harsh on you because they think you're not responsible. You are not doing what you're supposed to be doing, and this is where you've ended up at. You're a disgrace to your family and all the rest, and they'll make you regret it. So that is their whole approach.
All right, Shabazz, man, we finna go ahead and end this out. You get the closers out. Tanaja closed us out an hour ago, so you get the closers out right now, man. You got the last word, my brother, man.
He's not very happy that you kicked him out. That we are still
I
here.
know, right? I kicked him off. We went for another hour, but it was only because we should start talking about Nigeria. And I feel like anytime we have information about Nigeria, it should always be talked about because I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Nigeria is the powerhouse when it comes to black people. I'll be the first person to say that, and I always represent that. Nigeria is a powerhouse when it comes to black people. Nigeria just need to get their shit together and get a military.
Yeah, they need to.
But no,
go ahead, Shabazz.
Yeah, I'm about to say I ain't got no whole bunch. I ain't got no whole bunch to say. I would say I see Econ Fire is still listening. I heard what you said earlier, so you could just email me. You could go to my page. If you go to my Mufasa Shabazz YouTube page, you'll see my email on there. Yeah, you could do contact mufasashabazz@gmail.com, or you could just do Mufasa at Black Division. I don't know if I could write that in. Just go to my page.
Either after the stream over, just comment in the comments, and then you know what I'm saying, he can go straight. You know, once you put a comment in, people can go straight to your page by clicking on your comment.
Yeah, exactly. Or you just type in my name and my channel will pop up, whatever.
Now I'm telling you, man, you gotta make it easy for niggas, dog. You gotta make it easy for niggas, dog. They like niggas like to touch and click. Point and touch. Click. I'm telling you, man.
You wanted to start typing and all.
Yeah, they don't want to do no typing, man. You know what I'm saying? Good. Shout out Shaka X. Appreciate you coming on, man. We finna end this thing, man, at the 9-hour mark, man. We appreciate Shabazz coming in. He's over there in Nigeria right now. We appreciate Tanaja coming here, man. Y'all don't got Tanaja out his character in the last 7 days. I don't appreciate that shit. And y'all might be like, oh no, you be talking shit about Tanaja. I like, no, I did not want to happen what I saw happening because I knew how niggas was. See, Tanaja try to be nice to y'all niggas. You get what I'm saying? And y'all don't rub Tanaja the wrong way, goddamn it. And now Black is on the attack. Now I'm attacked for him because y'all got there fucked him up like that, man. And he trying to be political.
That surprised me actually, the way you started defending me.
Yeah, you didn't even see it coming, did you?
I didn't see that one coming at all. Yeah. Because you're quite neutral about things.
That's what you get to learn hustle smart. I am really neutral about things. I don't pick no side. I pick a right and wrong side, and it was wrong to push you that way. You get what I'm saying? When everybody know what your character is. You get what I'm saying? Now we crack little jokes. I crack little jokes. I call you Simp Niger all the time. I crack little jokes. But when somebody pushes a man outside his character, it's the equivalent of if y'all see me one day talking like Tunaja, y'all know somebody somebody don't push me out my motherfucking character. And at that point, then it's time for me to attack. And that's what y'all did. Y'all pushed to Nigel. He almost called y'all bitches some husky hyenas. And if he would have did that, it would have been over with in this motherfucker. You almost made him call y'all some dusty silks. You know what I'm saying? He almost called y'all some Pookies and Ray, dusty silk, husky hyena, wig weave, wearing wild hyena, hood rat up in the twerk monkeys. And then y'all would have thought he was wrong. You know what I'm saying? But y'all pushed them to that point. And that's what I don't like about black people. But that's what I've been trying to tell to Nigel how y'all niggas were. Y'all just expose y'allself and show him what type of niggas y'all is. And y'all niggas need to get put down like a goddamn wild ass dog with goddamn drooling out his mouth. Say the last word to Nigel and we finna go, man.
I think all I can say about that argument was that the argument got a little bit comical because Nak was like, oh, they are busy calling you all kinds of swear words, and all you could say is shut up. I was laughing to myself. I was like, that sounded quite lame, actually. Like, shut up.
But they do it. All I was doing was try to protect you out of it. That's the only way I could push you out the way at the time. You get what I'm saying? Sometimes you get somebody to push you out the way, you might fall down and hurt yourself. But when you realize that little hurt is way less than what was coming for you. They were trying to set you up. They were trying to bait you into something. You know what I'm saying? And then eventually they end up getting you out of character. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it is what it is. Niggas just expose themselves some shit that I already know because we in the belly of the beast here. So I have seen it happen too many times. You know what I'm saying? Those intellectuals, educational motherfuckers, they will bite your neck the same way as a Pookie and Ray will, man. All right, man. That's it for y'all, man.
Thanks, man.
Out this man.
Nice one.
We
nice
gone.
One. Bye.
All right, man.